Chapter 133. This was originally a quiet place, apart from the sound of two women laughing and splashing water in the distance. There was no other sound. Yang Kai's shout, even though it was not loud, was quite sudden. As soon as his voice fell, there was a violent splash of water. It should be the sound of the two women suddenly plunging into the water. Nie Yong also seemed to be greatly frightened. He jumped back a few steps like a rabbit. He turned around and glared at Yang Kai. He immediately used his movement skill and quickly retreated. Before he left, his eyes were full of resentment. Obviously, he did not expect that Yang Kai would dare to offend him. Coward! Yang Kai laughed disdainfully. If he was Nie Yong, since his whereabouts were already exposed, he might as well take a few steps forward. Maybe he would really see something beautiful and not have wasted his trip. Not long after, Lan Chudi's hair was dripping wet as she walked back. Du Yishuang puffed up her cheeks. Her eyes flashed with a cold light. On the contrary, Lan Chudai looked at Yang Kai indifferently and said softly, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Yang Kai responded indifferently. The three stood up and were about to return when they suddenly felt a strong fluctuation of yuan qi from afar. They turned their heads and saw a dazzling light flashing in the distant sky. They could vaguely hear the sound of fighting and killing. Immediately, an angry roar of a beast drilled into their ears. The three's face suddenly changed. This roar was obviously made by the monster beast. How could there be a monster beast in this place? At this moment, there should be many people fighting with the monster beast. Swish, swish, swish. Nie Yong and Zuyen, who had just escaped, also came back. Their faces were dignified as they looked in the direction of the sound. Du Yishuang looked at Nie Yong with hatred. There was undisguised disgust in her eyes. Lan Chudai did not mention a word about what had just happened. She only asked, "Zuan, what did you hear?" Zuan's hearing was better. Although the others could hear some of the sounds, it was certainly not as clear as him. "Over 100. Zuan replied in a deep voice, "There are hundreds of people gathered over there, and they are attacking a monster beast. Judging from the commotion caused by the monster beast, I'm afraid it's around level 6. Everyone's expression changed. 6th order. That was equivalent to the immortal ascension boundary. Those who entered the Cave of Inheritance were, at most, yuan qi experts. How could they fight against a Heaven's Gate expert? Could it be that these hundreds of people were idiots? Why would they actively seek death? This monster beast's roar is very weak. Zuan frowned slightly. It sounds like he just woke up not long ago. It should be related to the seal here. The few of them suddenly understood. The seal here had only been broken a few days ago, and the monster beast here must have been sealed for many years. Although he did not know why these monster beasts were still alive, he was certain that they could not perform at their original level. No wonder those hundreds of people dared to attack it. The monster beast is injured. Zuan raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, an angry and unwilling roar came from the other side. At the same time, the original noise suddenly quieted down, and the hundreds of people did not move. "What's the situation?" Lan Chudai asked anxiously. "I don't know." Zuan slowly shook his head. "Should we go and take a look?" Lan Chudi's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled as she carefully considered. After a long while, she turned to look at the other four. "What do you think?" "I personally think that we should go and take a look. Since there are hundreds of people gathered there, not all of them are at yuan qi or separation and reunion boundary. There should also be people at the qi transformation boundary. If they can stay there, then we can too. However, there should be danger. It is up to you whether you want to go or not." "Of course we want to go." Nie Yong was the first to nod. After such an embarrassing incident, he was embarrassed to stay in this group of 5. Naturally, he wanted to find his other brothers. "I'll go too," Zuan said in a muffled voice. Lan Chu Dai looked at Yang Kai and Dui Shuang, and the two nodded slightly. Then let's go. The few of them quickly used their movement skills and rushed towards the source of the movement. After more than an hour, the five of them finally saw the other disciples of the three sections. In the distance, there were two groups of people confronting each other. Each group had about 50 people, and there was not much difference between them. However, the light in the forest was too dim, so the five of them did not know which sect the two groups belonged to. After a while, a familiar voice sounded from afar. Fong Ziki, your storm house only has this much ability. You want to steal from me? You are too inexperienced. When he heard the voice, Nia Yong's face was filled with joy. Brother Xia, Lan Chudai also showed a trace of a smile, but Yang Kai's face sank. One of the groups was from High Heaven Pavilion, but the one leading them was Xia Hongchen. This was not the kind of person he wanted to see. Du Yishuang had the same expression as Yang Kai. Du Yishuang was a disciple of Storm House, and Fong Ziki was the strongest disciple of Storm House's younger generation. The few of them looked at each other, and Du Yishuang quietly moved away from Lan Chu Dai and the others. Although the five of them had joined forces to explore the enemy, now that there was a large group of people from their respective sects, they had to draw closer to their respective sections. As a result, they had become enemies with each other. In the face of Xia Hongchen's ridicule, Fong Ziki said indifferently, Xia Hongchen, I just don't want to fight with you. You have just broken through to Yuan Qi stage, so you are not my opponent. Don't humiliate yourself. What did you say? Xia Hongchen's voice was cold. On the other side, many of the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples were clamoring, each of them shouting for Xia Hongchen to teach Fong Ziki a lesson. Humph! Other than Su Yan, no one from High Heaven Pavilion can enter my eyes. Fong Ziki chuckled. His attitude was very arrogant. You want to fight with me? If you want, I will accompany you. But if you lose in front of so many people, I am afraid it will not look good on you. These words touched Xia Hongchen's heart. Although he and Fong Ziji were both true element boundary first stage cultivators, one had just broken through, while the other had broken through a long time ago. If they really fought, they might not necessarily win. Just as Xia Hongchen was stuck between a rock and a hard place, Nia Yong came out of the jungle and shouted, Senior Brother Xia! Hearing the shout, Xia Hongchen quickly turned his head and looked over. His expression relaxed as he smiled and said, Junior Brother Nia! I finally found you. Nia Yong was very excited. His speed suddenly increased as he left the group of five and rushed towards the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples. However, the other four people stopped in their tracks. Du Xiaomei and Zhua and were not from High Heaven Pavilion, so naturally they would not go. Yang Kai and Xia Hongchen had a grudge, so of course they would not go. As for Lan Chu Dai, she knew that Yang Kai and Xia Hongchen had a grudge against each other. She could not help but look at Yang Kai with some hesitation. Yang Kai, I will go to Brother Fong's side. Thank you for these past few days. Du Yishuang said softly. And go. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Zhua En, what are you going to do? Are you going with me or with Sister Lan? Du Yishuang did not forget to ask Zhuan before she left. After all, there was no one from blood group here, making him feel homeless and alone. Zhua En said in a muffled voice, I will go with you. Although Stormhouse's disciples were not necessarily good people, Zhua En knew that Du Yishuang was a kind girl. Instead of following Lan Chu Dai, it would be better to follow Du Yishuang. At least she would not play any tricks. Du Yishuang nodded and walked with Zhua En towards Stormhouse's group. Let's also go, Lan Chu Dai said. Yang Kai did not answer. His eyes swept over the group of people from High Heaven Pavilion. After a moment he said, You go, I will not go. He did not see Sassafras, Su Yan, and Xia Ningchang. This group of people was led by Xia Hongchen. If he went there, he would only be humiliated. Junior brother, bear with it for a while. There are many dangers here. You will not be able to cope with them alone. Lan Chu Dai knew his concerns and could not help but softly persuade him. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. His expression was firm. On the High Heaven Pavilion side, Nie Yong's arrival made many of the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples laugh happily. Apparently, they were all familiar with each other. Then, Nie Yong came in front of Xia Hongqin and whispered something to him. While speaking, he turned his head towards Yang Kai and Lan Chu Dai. His face was filled with cold hatred. Separated by about 20 meters, Xia Hongqin stared at Kai Yang with a look of disdain and pride. On the other side, Fang Ziki did not know the situation and urged, Xia Hongqin, since you don't want to fight with me, let us join forces to kill the monster beast first. As for the treasure guarded by the monster beast, it will not be too late to talk about it later. Xia Hongqin turned his head to look at him and smiled. Let's talk about this later. This Xia needs to deal with a family matter first. Then he gently looked at Lan Chu Dai and smiled. Junior sister Lan, you must have worked hard. Since you have found us, come here. Everyone is here. It is very safe. Lan Chu Dai gently nodded and then pulled Yang Kai's clothes. Yang Kai did not move. Xia Hongqin smiled and said in a clear voice, Junior brother Yang, if you want, you can come here. After all, we are all from the same sect. This place is very dangerous. Your strength is low. As a brother, I should protect you. Nie Yong angrily said, Brother Xia, this kind of person is not worthy of being your junior brother. Did you forget what he did in the sect last time? You have no respect for your brother. Why do you have to take care of him? Xia Hongqin's face was cold. How could he forget what happened last time? In front of so many law enforcement disciples, Su Yan's hand was held in the palm of his hand. Every time he thought about it, Xia Hongqin felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Xia Hongqin let out a long sigh, still wearing a smile on his face, but that smile was quite forced as he pretended to be indifferent. So what? Junior brother is still young and ignorant. As a senior brother, I should be tolerant. Don't tell me that you have not made mistakes. While speaking, Xia Hongqin's face was slightly twitching. He looked at Yang Kai coldly. However, his words touched the hearts of many High Heaven Pavilion disciples. They were immediately filled with righteous indignation. Compared to Yang Kai's despicable and shameless actions, Xia Hongqin's actions were much more righteous and noble. Chapter 134. Well, the protagonist of this book is a person who will not give up, so I will not give up either. Yang Kai, quickly come over and kowtow to Brother Xia and admit your mistake. A roar came from the other side. Yang Kai, Brother Xia is not willing to argue with you, but that does not mean that we will forgive you. If you do not apologize today, we will be your enemy from now on. We will not look at you as a junior brother anymore. That's right. This junior brother of yours is really shameless. His strength is inferior, but he actually wants to eat swan meat like a toad. He doesn't know his own strength. He doesn't even take a mirror to look at himself and see what kind of virtue he has. Not only did those senior brothers clamor, even one of the senior sisters joined in the crusade against Kai Yang, her voice sharp, like a shrew cursing on the streets. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he let these words blow past his ears. Lan Chu Dai pulled Yang Kai and whispered, Junior brother, don't be stubborn. A man should know when to yield and when not to. Isn't it just an apology? It's not a big deal. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Lan Chu Dai indifferently. This indifferent look made Lan Chudi's heart jump. She frowned and asked, What's wrong? Don't tell me that you don't know the real intention of Xia Hongqin. Don't tell me that you don't know what kind of treatment I will receive when I go there. Yang Kai's voice was slightly cold. Lan Chu Dai was annoyed. How would I know about your matters? Although you and I are senior sisters, we have been together for a long time. We have been through difficulties together for the past few days, but there is no friendship between us. You don't have to feel guilty about leaving me here. You go by yourself. I don't need you to care about my matters. Lan Chudi's face turned white as she said angrily, "How can you be so ungrateful?" Stomping her feet, Lan Chudai no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. Instead, she walked towards Xia Hongchen. After walking a few steps, she stopped and turned back. "I don't owe you anything. Don't be so aloof." After saying that, he didn't stay any longer. On High Heaven Pavilion's side, Yang Kai's words never stopped. A cold smile appeared on Xia Hongchen's face as he stared at Yang Kai with a complacent expression. It was as if he was standing on top of the clouds, overlooking all living beings. In this situation, no matter what choice Yang Kai made, he would be happy to see it. "You want to join this team to protect yourself? Sure. Come here obediently and apologize, kneel down and kowtow. Unwilling to do so? That works too. You should explore this dangerous heavens cave inheritance by yourself. Let's see how long you can live." Xia Hongchen didn't know what to expect from Yang Kai. While they were waiting, Yang Kai's cold voice came from the other side. "A bunch of ignorant people who only know how to climb up the social ladder. This Yang won't keep you company." Lan Chudai, who was walking towards Xia Hongchen, heard the sentence and could not help but stop. She always felt that Yang Kai's words were directed at her, and she couldn't help but feel humiliated and uncomfortable. But immediately Lan Chudai felt bitter. How did he manage to climb up the social ladder and climb up the social ladder? This is a dangerous place. Naturally, it is safer to follow those with higher strength. Do you want to follow a junior brother who is only at the initial element boundary 7th stage? You don't know how to appreciate kindness, yet you blame others. If you have the ability, you should also increase your strength. Naturally, there will be people around you. At that time, even the senior sister will side with you. It's not like I didn't persuade you. I didn't really abandon you. This is the path you chose. How can you blame me? Thinking so, Lan Chudi's heart became more and more aggrieved. But the guilt she felt towards Yang Kai also lessened a lot. In the jungle, Yang Kai's figure gradually infiltrated the darkness. But that sentence was like sprinkling a handful of salt in boiling water. Nieyong was anxious to see the world in chaos. "Yang Kai, you are presumptuous. You dare to speak to the senior sister and brother like this. And you still want to leave? Stay here." As he spoke, he threw a punch in the direction of Yang Kai's departure. With a bang, there was a burst of fire in the darkness, and Yang Kai's cold face flashed. Yang Kai's cold voice rang out, "Xia Hongchen, you know very well what you've done. Junior brother will settle this debt with you sooner or later." Hearing this sentence, Xia Hongchen's face sank. He naturally knew what Yang Kai was talking about. It was nothing more than the last time he sent someone to inform Long Hui. At that time, Xia Hongchen thought that Long Hui would be able to kill Yang Kai, but he didn't expect that Long Hui would fail. A few days ago, when Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Pavilion, Xia Hongchen was on tenterhooks for several days. He wasn't afraid of Yang Kai, but he was afraid of Meng Wuya. After all, the three of them had returned to High Heaven Pavilion together. However, Meng Wuya didn't come to find trouble with him. Xia Hongchen thought that it was because he was careful and didn't give himself away. Today, when he heard Yang Kai's words, he knew that the matter had been exposed. Murderous intent surged. Xia Hongchen quickly gave Nieyong a meaningful glance. Nieyong was overjoyed. He had wanted to peek at Lan Chudai and do Yishuang, but was exposed by Yang Kai. In his heart, he hated Yang Kai to the bone. Now that he got Xia Hongchen's acquiescence, he angrily shouted, "Rebel! Yang Kai, you dare to speak to Brother Xia? Watch how I teach you a lesson." At the same time, he raised his arm and shouted, "Which brother? Come with me to help Xia brother vent his anger." Several figures followed Nieyong and rushed out. Lan Chudai stretched out her hand, wanting to say something, but swallowed her words. She helplessly watched as those people chased Yang Kai into the forest. On the other hand, Du Yishuang from Storm House wanted to help Yang Kai, but was stopped by Fong Ziki. "Brother Fong, He saved me a few days ago. Du Yishuang anxiously said, "Don't meddle in other people's business." But Fong Ziki coldly looked at her and said to his two junior sisters, "Watch her. Don't let her go." Yes. The two junior sisters quickly grabbed Du Yishuang's left and right arms. Fong Ziki looked at the direction where Yang Kai disappeared with great interest. Then he looked at Xia Hongqin. He whispered, "Internal strife in this place. Sky Tower Pavilion is nothing more than this." Du Yishuang struggled to get rid of her two senior sisters. Zuan couldn't bear it and whispered, "Don't worry. Although he is only at the 7th level of the initial element boundary, he has been giving me a very dangerous feeling these days. Maybe he won't be the one to suffer this time." "Are you sure?" Du Yishuang gave up struggling. Du Yishuang asked softly, "I don't know. It's just my intuition." Zuan faintly replied. That was why he didn't provoke Yang Kai in the past few days. In the forest, Yang Kai was running with many people behind him. Nieyang's voice came from behind. "Yang Kai, since you are from the same sect, I will let you suffer less if you surrender. Otherwise, you will suffer less. Friendship." Yang Kai sneered. "I don't have any friendship with you." Fine, fine, fine. You said it yourself." Nieyang was enraged as he shouted, "Senior brothers, this Brad obtained a high-grade Earth level martial skill a few days ago. Capture him and force him to tell us the cultivation method of the skill. We will all benefit from it." "What? A high Earth level martial skill?" someone exclaimed with a greedy look in his eyes. Although they had gained a lot in the past few days, there were too many people gathered in one place. So, they didn't get much benefit from it. Now that they heard that Yang Kai got a high Earth level martial skill, who wouldn't be envious? With benefits at the forefront of their minds, the speed of the several people chasing after him suddenly increased significantly, closing the distance between them and Yang Kai in an instant. "Yang Kai, do you still want to resist?" one of them shouted as he swung his sword. The sword moved like a cloud and lightning, heading straight for Yang Kai's back. Sensing danger, Yang Kai hurriedly dodged. Before he could steady himself, another attack came. He rolled on the ground and avoided the second attack. When he stood up again, Yang Kai's expression was cold. He was surrounded by the people chasing after him. Apart from Nieyang, there were 4 people. Although they were all in the Qi transforming stage, they were all stronger than Nieyang. The 5 of them formed a circle with Yang Kai in the middle. They all looked at him with cold smiles. Nieyang was especially happy. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Junior brother Yang, you ruined my plans. Did you ever think that you would end up like this? Peeping on a woman bathing is considered a good thing?" Yang Kai snorted. Nieyang's face reddened. This kind of thing was indeed shameful. Even the 4 people who chased after him looked at him with deep meaning, making him even more embarrassed. The person on the left withdrew his gaze and coughed lightly. "Yang Kai, you are our junior brother. We won't take your life. Obediently tell us the cultivation method of that martial skill. We will take you back to brother and put in a few good words for you. Maybe brother Jia will forgive you for this offense. Junior brother appreciates your good intentions." Yang Kai felt the pressure from the 5 people. His unyielding willpower and arrogance boiled in his chest. His expression was calm. "But if you want to steal from me, then take it with your own abilities." The person on the right shouted angrily. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't think that we won't do anything to you just because you are from the same sect. If you offend brother Jia, only death awaits you. Even if we kill you here, no one will stand up for you." Among the 5 people, Nieyang had a grudge against Yang Kai. After hearing these words, he couldn't help but feel a surge of murderous intent. He waved his hand and said, "Don't waste time talking nonsense with him. Even if we cripple him, we can still force the cultivation method of that martial skill out of him." Last time, when they divided the small stone men, Nyayong only got one martial skill that was useless to him. Naturally, he was jealous of Yang Kai's gains. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai got, he was sure that it was more useful than his. As soon as he finished speaking, Nyayong was the first to rush forward. A cold wind blew from his palm, carrying with it a dangerous aura as he attacked Yang Kai. He had made up his mind to keep Kai Yang here, so he had used his strongest martial skill right from the start. When the other four saw Nyayong make his move, they were conceited and just watched. After all, Yang Kai's strength was too low. Nyayong alone was enough to deal with him. Not only that, but one of them even commented on Nyayong's moves. Junior brother Nye's cool wind palm can be considered to have reached perfection. It seems that he has put a lot of effort into it. The other three nodded, slightly, obviously agreeing with his words. Cool wind palm was a low earth level martial skill of Sky Tower. It required 500 contribution points to exchange for. When the palm struck, a cool wind blew, killing the enemy invisibly. In order to obtain this martial skill, Nyayong had spent a lot of time and effort. Using this move to deal with an initial element cultivator was as easy as crushing a conch with 10 fingers. There was no suspense. Everyone could almost imagine the scene of Yang Kai being defeated and injured. Facing such a palm, Yang Kai only met it with a punch. Chapter 135. As the palms and fists collided, a gentle force rushed into Yang Kai's body and flowed along his meridians. Yang Kai's yuan qi circulation slowed down. It was as if the meridians in his arms had been weakened by the cool breeze palm. Nyayong sneered, Yang Kai, this brother will cripple one of your arms today as a small lesson for you. Yang Kai's face suddenly flashed with a trace of murderous intent. The yuan qi in his body surged fiercely, resisting the invasion of the cool breeze palm. Nyayong's plan was foiled in an instant. You still want to resist? Nyayong clenched his teeth. He felt ashamed that he couldn't defeat Yang Kai in one move. He sent another palm over and ridiculed. Although your yuan qi is strong, it's too weak. Let's see how you block it. Another cool breeze palm came, but this time there was an undercurrent in the breeze. Obviously, there was a follow-up change. Yang Kai no longer hid his strength. The 36 meridians in his body surged. A day of hard work was finally showing its results. Scorching sun explosion. I told you your strength is too weak. Nyayong sneered. Before he could finish his words, the gentle palm suddenly turned into a gust of wind and swept toward Yang Kai. It seemed that he was determined to cripple Yang Kai's arm. Yang Kai's scorching sun explosion erupted at the same time. With a loud bang, a ball of fire suddenly appeared. The burst of light lit up the surrounding area, making it as bright as day. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. What? Nyayong was shocked. His cool breeze palm concealed a powerful change, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai's seemingly ordinary punch would do the same. The two's methods were shockingly similar. The wind from their palms and fists burst out. They were evenly matched. With two muffled groans, Nyayong staggered back until he was blocked by a large tree. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. Yang Kai didn't have a good time either. His strength was 6 or 7 levels lower than Nyayong's. It was rare that he could rely on the power of his martial arts to exchange a blow. Nyayong was injured. How could he be safe? However, he didn't show any signs of weakness. After Nyayong was pushed back, the bones in his body made clanking sounds. A warm current flowed through his body. Yuan Qi became irritable. He threw out 4 punches at the speed of wind and thunder, hitting the 4 people around him. 4 balls of fire burst out at the same time, ferociously rolling up the airwaves and killing power, which shocked everyone. The 4 of them were stronger than Nyayong, and Kai Yang was in a rush to attack, so he couldn't hurt them. But by the time they blocked his attacks, they had already lost Yang Kai's. Yang Kai's voice came from afar. Nyayong, see you next time. I'll take your life." His voice drifted, making it impossible to tell which direction Kaiyang had fled in. "Junior brother Nya." One of them hurriedly looked in Nya Yong's direction. He saw blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes flashed with unwillingness and fear. His expression was not good. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Nya Yong struggled to stand up. "Yang Kai is injured. Quickly chase after him. We can't let him escape." "Chase after him." Someone hesitated. They didn't have any grudges with Yang Kai. They were only here to cheer for Nya Yong and put on a show for Xia Hongchen. Now that he had escaped, what was the point of chasing after him? Who knew what dangers lurked within these towering mountains and precipitous ridges? What if they encountered one or two powerful monster beasts? Wouldn't they all be dead? Nya Yong sensed the change in attitude of the four people. He hurriedly said, "Brothers, did you see the power of his martial arts? That's what he obtained a few days ago. Relying on this martial arts, he injured me. Aren't you guys tempted?" Hearing him say this, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples' expressions brightened. After a moment of hesitation, one of them said, "Then we will chase after him. But let's make it clear first. We only want that martial arts. If you have any grievances with Yang Kai, settle it yourself. Don't involve us. If you want to kill him or cripple him, you have to bear the consequences." "Of course." Nya Yong's expression was ferocious as he cursed. "You dare to threaten me? Who do you think you are? You even want to take my life. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, let's see who will take whose life." Finished speaking, he took the lead to chase. The other four people looked at each other. They all felt that Yang Kai would not be able to escape this calamity. This time, if Nya Yong really caught up to him, he would definitely lose his life. Nya Yong was ready to kill. Near the small lake where Lan Chudai and Du Yishuang were bathing, Yang Kai finally couldn't hold his breath and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had just escaped a moment ago, the danger he had experienced during that brief exchange was something no one but Yang Kai could understand. These people were all at the Qi transforming stage. The weakest among them, Nya Yong, was at the Qi transforming stage 4th level. The strongest one was at the Qi transforming stage 7th or 8th level. The enemies he encountered in the Nine Mountain Valley could not be compared to them. It could be said that any one of them was on par with Wen Fei Qin when his cultivation was sealed. If not for the burning sun's explosion, Yang Kai would not have been able to escape from their encirclement. 5 punches, 5 exchanges with 5 different people. 5 different kinds of hidden energies had rushed into his body. Not to mention the injuries he suffered, the 5 kinds of hidden energies were flowing through his meridians, causing his Yuan Qi to be unable to circulate smoothly. If he did not find a safe place to dissolve these hidden energies, he was afraid that it would leave behind hidden dangers. The pursuers behind him were getting closer and closer. Yang Kai bent down and covered the blood he spat out. Then he plunged into the lake. Yang Kai didn't know if he would encounter any danger in the jungle, but in his current state, if he were to encounter any kind of danger, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to fight back. Therefore, he could only return the way he came. Only the path he had taken was the safest. This lake was also the best place to hide. If Nya Yong and the others did not dare to come down to investigate, Yang Kai would be happy to see them. If they dared to come down to investigate, they would have to face Yang Kai's counterattack. Holding his breath, Yang Kai dove into the lake, hiding his body in the darkness. The lake was very large, but Yang Kai did not expect it to be so deep. After diving for more than 10 feet, he still did not reach the bottom. On the contrary, the lake water was getting colder and colder. Not daring to swim any further, Yang Kai floated in the water, listening to the movements above. Sure enough, after a while, Nya Yong and the others arrived. Although Yang Kai tried his best to hide his tracks, these people had their own intuition. Moreover, Nya Yong, who had been with Yang Kai for several days, was leading the team. A few people's voices came from the lakeside. Then, someone jumped into the water. Yang Kai's face darkened. He did not expect these people to be so decisive. Perhaps he had underestimated Nieyong's hatred for him. He had no choice. Yang Kai could only continue to dive. The surrounding lake water was cold. Fortunately, Yang Kai practiced the True Yang tactics. Warm True Yang Yuan qi flowed through his body. The cold did not hinder him. The person who jumped into the lake swam around the lake. After searching for a long time, he found nothing. He did not dare to go too deep, so he climbed back up. After searching for a while, Nieyong and the others finally left the area. Yang Kai was dizzy from holding his breath underwater. Although he had reached the 7th level of the initial element state and could breathe much longer than ordinary people, there was still a limit. Now he was almost at his limit. If those people did not leave, things would become very troublesome. Just as Yang Kai was about to swim up, he suddenly heard a whistling sound. Hearing this movement, Kai Yang immediately became alert. He turned his head and looked around but found nothing. After a while, another whistling sound was heard. It sounded like the wind. Strange. Where did the wind come from? Suspicious. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the wind sound. His eyes swept over, and he could not help but be shocked. Immediately, he fiddled with the lake water and swam down. He found a dark hole at the bottom of the lake. He went to the hole and listened. Sure enough, there was the sound of wind whistling. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He was sure that there was a waterless space at the other end of the black hole. Moreover, it was also a way out. Otherwise, there would not be the sound of wind. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai swam into the black hole. Nieyong and the others must still be searching outside. If Yang Kai went out now, even if he could be safe for a while, there was still the risk of being found. It was better to explore the black hole. If he guessed correctly, there would be a safe place for him to stay. The black hole was very long, about 1,000 feet long. It first extended downwards, then a straight tunnel, and finally all the way up. Just as Yang Kai was about to run out of breath, he finally surfaced. Wiping the water from his face, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. He found that things were as he had guessed. The black hole led to a spacious space. This should be a cave. Yang Kai had noticed before that there was a mountain beside the lake. The black hole at the bottom of the lake should be connected to a cave on this mountain. The wind was blowing into the cave, and the whistling sound was transmitted to the bottom of the lake through the black hole. That was why he noticed it. The interior of the cave was abnormally dry. There were stalactites of unknown age hanging upside down on the ceiling like long spears. Jumping out of the water, Yang Kai took a quick look around before finally feeling relieved. There were no traces of life here. It should be very safe. Relieved, Yang Kai was exhausted. He quickly sat down cross-legged and operated the True Yang secret art to dry his clothes. Then he began to expel the 5 people's hidden energy. Their strength was much higher than his, so Yang Kai couldn't expel the hidden energy. If it was an enemy of equal strength, he wouldn't have to worry about this problem. Fortunately, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi was vigorous and pure. Even if the hidden energy invaded his body, as long as he could expel it in time, there wouldn't be any hidden danger. If it was another initial element 7th stage cultivator, they could only sit and wait for the hidden energy to corrode their meridians. Therefore, between cultivators, the stronger one had the absolute power to control life and death. After more than 2 hours, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of black blood. Along with the black blood, the hidden danger in his body was completely removed. He looked a little weak, but there was no longer any obstruction in his meridians. Cool breeze palm. Kai Yang remembered that when Nieyong used his martial skill, someone had commented on his martial skill. The power of this martial skill was not small, especially the changes after that. It was like a raging storm, exactly the same as his burning sun's explosion. However, the power of cool breeze palm was slightly inferior to scorching sun explosion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight with Nyayong. Chapter 136. After meditating for half a day, Yang Kai got up to investigate the situation in the cave. He was pressed for time just now, so he only took a cursory look. Now he naturally had to search carefully. His current position should be in the middle of the cave, because both sides were accessible. Listening to the sound of the wind, Yang Kai judged that the left side should lead to the exit, because the wind was blowing in from that side, while the right side led to the inside of the cave. After thinking about it, Yang Kai walked to the right side. After all, he was in danger now, so he was not in a hurry to leave the cave. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly smelled a medicinal fragrance. Under the dim light, he found that there were many strange flowers and herbs on both sides of the cave. At a glance, he knew that these things were of extraordinary quality, but he did not know if they were poisonous. Sure enough, it was the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, although Yang Kai did not know what these things were and how much they were worth. Yang Kai believed that any one of them would be worth a lot. For the time being, he did not touch them. First, Yang Kai did not know how to take them, and second, even if he did, Yang Kai did not have a place to put them. Anyway, he was alone here, so there was no harm in leaving them here. As he walked and looked, Yang Kai found that there were many treasures here. They were all flowers and herbs that he had never seen before, and he did not know how many years they had been growing. After walking for a full hour, Yang Kai suddenly found a faint light shining in front of him, and a dreamy voice calling out to him. Secretly vigilant, Yang Kai walked towards the place where the light was coming from. Not long after, he arrived in front of the light. It was a fist-sized bead, emitting a soft light, illuminating an area of several feet. Looking around, Yang Kai's pupils could not help but shrink. He found that he was at the bottom of the cave, and not far from him, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged. This skeleton was wearing a luxurious purple robe. Its empty eyes were staring in the direction he came from, giving people an indescribable feeling of strangeness. This person had been dead for many years, but there was no reason for it. Yang Kai always felt that he was not a good person when he was alive, because the bones were emitting an evil and murderous aura that made Yang Kai feel uneasy. Was he the one who condensed the Heaven's Cave Inheritance? Yang Kai couldn't help but recall the origin of the Heaven's Cave Inheritance. If that was the case, then this place must have the inheritance of this person. Just as Yang Kai was frowning and thinking hard. However, a series of violent noises came from behind. Yang Kai's expression changed. Turning his head, he found that his path had been cut off. He didn't know when, but a huge rock had fallen into the cave, blocking the space outside. When he turned his head back, the bead that was emitting light suddenly flickered. In this sealed space that was less than 100 feet in radius, there were bursts of ghostly wails and howls. A chilly wind blew, as if he had fallen into the Azura hell, chilling his entire body. The true Yang Yuan Qi in his body began to circulate crazily. Yang Kai's expression was dignified and he didn't speak. He just narrowed his eyes and looked around vigilantly. The ghostly wails and howls continued for an unknown period of time, constantly disturbing Yang Kai's mind. If it was someone else with a weak mind, they would definitely panic. However, perseverance and unyielding spirit were Yang Kai's greatest strengths. How could a mere sound shake him? As time passed, Yang Kai clearly felt that the ghostly wails and howls were faintly becoming impatient. Although it was very subtle, it was obviously different from before. Yang Kai's calmness seemed to have made the voice very angry, but it couldn't do anything. Aware of this, Yang Kai became calmer. Although he didn't know what was going on here, he simply sat down cross-legged and entered a meditative posture. The voice indeed became impatient. Bursts of chilly wind whistled back and forth in this narrow space. The light in the bead flashed rapidly, making this place more and more gloomy. Yang Kai remained unmoved. His breathing was even, and even his expression didn't change in the slightest. After a few hours, the voice suddenly disappeared, and the strange flashing bead finally stabilized. Except for the way behind, which was blocked by a stone door, this place was no different from when Yang Kai came. Not coming. A disdainful smile appeared on Kai Yang's face. Suddenly he shouted in a stern voice, "Who's playing tricks on me? Come out." His shout reverberated endlessly in the narrow space, reverberating endlessly. Suddenly, a burst of strange laughter rang out. Hearing this strange laughter, Yang Kai's hairs involuntarily stood on end. It wasn't because he was frightened, but because this laughter was simply too unpleasant to listen to. Just hearing it made his 5 viscera and 6 organs churn. Not only did his body have an uncomfortable reaction, but even his mind seemed to be buzzing. Soul attack? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. He thought that someone had come here before him and deliberately played tricks to scare him away so that they could monopolize the treasures here. But now, Yang Kai didn't dare to think so. A laugh and the soul attack. This was obviously not something a disciple of the 3 sects could do. This was a skill that could only be displayed by a master who had reached the immortal ascension boundary. There was something strange about this place. Young man, your willpower is not bad, and your courage is not small either. You dare to speak to this old master like this. The unpleasant voice suddenly spoke. It was erratic, and Yang Kai couldn't find the source of the voice. Who are you? Yang Kai's expression was cold as he carefully examined the voice and asked. Another burst of unpleasant laughter sounded. After that, the voice said, "Who am I? This old master doesn't remember. Who am I? I am probably the owner of this place. You are the owner of this heaven's cave inheritance?" Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his voice. Thousands of disciples from the 3 sects gathered in one place to enter the heaven's cave inheritance. Their goal was to obtain this mysterious inheritance. It could be said that if anyone could obtain this inheritance, as long as they didn't die in an accident, they would definitely reach a height that the world would revere in the future. Yang Kai didn't expect to obtain any inheritance. Like most people, he only came here to get some benefits. But no matter what, as long as he came in, he would be interested in this inheritance. Now that the voice said that he was the owner of this place, even the calm Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved. The voice didn't answer immediately. After a while it said, "Yes, I am the owner of this place. Young man, you want to obtain this old master's inheritance?" Yang Kai didn't answer. He frowned, considering the authenticity of the voice's words. "I see that you have just been injured. You should have been injured by someone, right?" The voice said calmly, "You want revenge? You want to kill the people who hurt you and let them know that you are not to be trifled with?" A few wisps of cold wind lingered in Yang Kai's ears. They were very slow, so slow that Yang Kai couldn't detect them at all. But after hearing the voice's words, Yang Kai couldn't help but nod slightly. "Yes. You have hatred in your heart. It's buried deep, a hatred that others can't see. You want to become stronger. You want to kill those who look down on you, right?" Yang Kai's expression showed that he was struggling. His brows were furrowed, and the veins on his forehead were exposed. Although he felt that there was something wrong with these words, Yang Kai had a sense of agreement with the voice. "Yes." Yang Kai's voice trembled slightly. "This old master can help you achieve your long-cherished wish. I can make your dreams come true. Are you willing to inherit this old master's legacy?" The voice continued to persuade him. "If you are willing, nod your head. This old master will give you his inheritance. This is a great opportunity. Are you willing or not?" It's just a light nod. "It's easy for you. If you miss this opportunity, you will regret it." Voice after voice, like a drizzle, like a spring breeze, entered Yang Kai's mind, full of incomparable bewitchment. Yang Kai's eyes were a little confused. His head moved slightly, and his mouth opened and closed, as if he was about to agree to the voice's request. But suddenly, accompanied by a muffled groan, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became clear. His face was filled with fear, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He didn't know what method the other party had used just now, but he had almost fallen for it. Huh. The voice was very surprised, biting the tip of your tongue to stimulate your body with pain. Your willpower is really strong. Humph. Who are you, and what method did you use to bewitch my mind? Yang Kai asked coldly. To be able to detect this, young man, is amazing. As for who this old master is, who is this old master? Even if you don't say it, I know that you are it. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly fell on the skeleton in front of him. His eyes were full of fear, and he slowly said, I heard that masters above the immortal wander realm, as long as they can condense their divine sense. Even if their physical body is destroyed, as long as their divine sense is not destroyed, they can find a new body to possess. You should be a master who fell here many years ago, and now you want to occupy my body, right? You bewitched my mind precisely for this purpose. As soon as Yang Kai said this, the voice suddenly stopped. After a long time, it laughed wildly. Amazing. Just a little kid. Your strength is only at initial element 7th level, but you can see through this. This old master admires you. Saying this, the voice suddenly became cold. Since you notice this, aren't you afraid? Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. Why should I be afraid? If you really have the means to forcibly erase my mind and occupy my body, why are you talking so much nonsense with me? Do you still need to bewitch me and make me fall into your trap? You are a master, and I'm afraid you also have extraordinary means, but that's before you die. Now you can only play tricks like this. You tell me, why should I be afraid of you? Yang Kai sneered. You, on the other hand, if I find the hiding place of your divine sense, do you think you can still live? Young man, you are too arrogant. The voice said coldly. Do you think I am talking so much nonsense with you just to bewitch you? Ha ha. This old master's 3 strands of divine sense have already penetrated your mind. Even if you resist now, this old master will gladly accept your body. Chapter 137. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression changed, and almost without thinking, he threw a punch directly at the skeleton in front of him, shouting, Wishful thinking! The withered bones that had died here countless years ago were shattered by a single punch without any suspense. Instead of relaxing, Yang Kai's expression became even more dignified. Decisive enough, but you chose the wrong target. The voice was filled with pride, and the bead suddenly emitted a faint light. Immediately, Yang Kai saw an illusory and ferocious face fly out from the bead, wrapped in a black gas, baring its fangs like a ghost as it rushed towards him. The soul was not hidden in the skeleton, but in the glowing bead. Yang Kai was about to attack again, but the flying face opened its mouth and hissed. The hissing sound drilled into Yang Kai's ears, and his mind suddenly hurt as if it was being pricked by thousands of needles. With a miserable groan, Yang Kai's movements could not help but stop. He knew that the voice was not lying. His mind must have been tampered with. Otherwise, such an unforeseen event would not have happened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the face laughed and drilled into Yang Kai's body. His body shook, and Yang Kai's whole body stiffened, unable to even move his eyelids. It was as if he had lost control of his body. The voice came from inside his body. Ha ha ha! Ignorant junior, you actually want to resist this old master. Watch as this old master erases your consciousness and takes over your body. Yang Kai's expression was slightly panicked, but his eyes flashed with an unyielding light. And, Junior, your body is too weak and your strength is too low. Forget it, you can still use it. It won't be too late to find a better body later. Don't worry. After this old master takes over your body, I will help you settle any deep hatred you have. Come, obediently give up resisting. You will suffer less, and this old master will save some time. In your dreams, Yang Kai transmitted his thoughts. Ha ha! Now that things have come to this, you still want to resist? It's your luck that this old man has taken a fancy to you. Junior, don't be ungrateful. As expected, the human face heard Yang Kai's thoughts. He laughed strangely and said, "Forget it. Since you don't want to cooperate, this old man will have to do something. You have to endure the pain of having your consciousness erased. It's not something an ordinary person can endure." He kindly reminded Yang Kai. Then, using some unknown method, a loud bang sounded in Yang Kai's head. A pain that was thousands of times more painful than before came from there. This kind of pain, unlike the pain of a knife wound, came from the divine soul. Involuntarily, Yang Kai let out an extremely mournful scream from his throat. His clothes were instantly drenched in sweat, and his body trembled like a pendulum. "You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me." The human face coldly snorted as an even more intense pain spread through his body. Yang Kai felt as if his whole body was about to collapse. The consciousness in his mind was also erratic, like a candlelight in the wind and rain, which could be extinguished at any time. Only his pair of bloodshot eyes still maintained a stubbornness and persistence. "Huh." The human face was surprised. "How can you still resist? This is really strange." While speaking, Yang Kai clearly felt an intense warmth coming from his bones. As soon as this warmth spread, his erratic divine soul settled down, and even the great pain was reduced a lot. At the same time, a huge suction force was transmitted to his mind. "What is this?" The human face's voice suddenly became sharp and panicked, as if he had encountered the most terrible thing in the world. He panicked. "What is this?" "No, no, Accompanied by his screams, his mind suddenly became clear. Yang Kai faintly felt that something had been sucked into his golden body. His body became light, and Yang Kai gasped for breath. What happened just now happened very quickly. From the time the human face drilled into his body until now, only 10 breaths of time had passed. But Yang Kai felt that a very long time had passed, and after successfully resisting the erosion of the human face, Yang Kai clearly felt that his willpower had become a little stronger. The human face's shrill screams came continuously, but at this moment he was like a mouse meeting a cat. His voice was sharp and trembling, and he kept begging for mercy. Feeling slightly, Yang Kai found that the human face was now in a corner of his golden body. The expression on his face was fear and trepidation, and he was trembling. Young man, this old man was wrong. Let me out. I won't dare to do it again." The human face's frightened voice came. He didn't know where he was, but he seemed to feel that there was a pair of eyes with bad intentions staring at him, as if looking at a delicious meal. Yang Kai's expression became strange. Last time in the 9 Valley, the golden body directly absorbed half of the 9 yuan condensing dew, and now it was stored in the body, waiting to be used when he broke through the yuan qi state. Today, the golden body unexpectedly absorbed the human face again. Although Yang Kai also knew that the golden body could absorb any energy except for the yang attribute, he never thought that it could even absorb a person's divine soul. The divine soul of a strong person was also a kind of energy, and it was definitely a very nutritious energy. For the golden body, the human face was really just a dish. It was just that this dish was not ready yet, and it had to be refined by the true yang yuan qi before it could be absorbed. With a thought, Yang Kai ignored the human face's begging and silently operated the true yang tactics. Under the guidance of the true yang tactics, the human face finally got out of the golden body. Before he could be happy, he found that he had fallen into a place of pure yang energy. Screams immediately sounded. "What are you doing?" "Stop, don't." As soon as Yang Kai made a move, he realized what Yang Kai was planning. "Young man, don't do this, I will be refined." Yang Kai was unmoved and operated the true yang tactics again and again. As time passed, the voice became weaker and weaker, until it was finally undetectable. But from beginning to end, he was begging for mercy, and did not dare to offend in the slightest. When it was about time, Yang Kai stopped the operation of the true Yang tactics and sent him back to the golden body. "Thank you, young man, for not killing me." After waiting for a long time, the voice recovered a little, and the Yuan Qi thanked him with a trembling voice. Now he was like a weak girl who had been raped by hundreds of strong men, weak and confused. "What do I get for not killing you?" Yang Kai asked lightly. The life or death of the human face was only in his mind. After realizing this, Yang Kai felt that he had to think carefully. In fact, Yang Kai did not want to keep him alive. Although they had not known each other for long, Yang Kai could see that this person was neither evil nor demonic. His strength was still low, and keeping him around would only do more harm than good. But Yang Kai did not know how to kill him other than refining him. But once he refined him, the golden body would absorb him. It was equivalent to eating a person's divine soul. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt a little disgusted. Benefits? Benefits, 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 benefits. The human face understood the meaning in Yang Kai's words and hurriedly answered, "Let's hear it." Yang Kai said calmly, "I don't know. What benefits do you want, young man?" The human face asked, Yang Kai coldly snorted. The human face could not help but tremble, and quickly said, "Young man, don't misunderstand. I have been dead for many, many years, and then I was sealed here. It was not until a few days ago that I woke up, so I don't remember much about the past. Let me think. I will definitely give you some benefits." Yang Kai remained silent, knowing that what he said should be true. After a while, the voice said in surprise, Yes, young man, your current strength cough is not high. You should cultivate some self-defense martial skills. I have thought of some powerful martial skills." "Oh." Yang Kai could not help but become interested, straightening his body and saying, "What do you have in mind? Tell me in detail. If I am satisfied, I will spare your life." Hearing this, the human face could not help but relax a lot, and quickly said, "Young man will definitely be satisfied. My martial skills are at least mysterious grade." Yang Kai's breathing could not help but become more rapid. Martial skills were divided into ranks. From the bottom to the top were ordinary grade, earth grade, heaven grade, mysterious grade, spirit grade, and saint grade. Each rank was divided into 3 grades, high, middle, and low. There were only a few sets of mysterious grade martial skills in the entire Great Han Dynasty. A few days ago, Yang Kai, Lan Chudai, and the others went through life and death situations, and each of them only obtained 1 set of earth grade martial skills. Even so, the 5 of them were satisfied. Mysterious grade martial skills were 2 levels higher than earth grade martial skills. Sensing Yang Kai's desire, the human face could not help but relax a lot. He knew that only by satisfying Yang Kai he would be able to live. Without hesitation, he slowly said, "There is a martial skill called Heart-Devouring Seal." Yang Kai could not help but frown. This name sounded strange. It is relatively simple to cultivate. Take the heart of a child under the age of 10, eat 3 hearts a day, and refine the blood in the heart. In 100 days, you can reach the minor completion stage. Once the heart-devouring seal is used, the victim's heart will explode, and you will be killed in 1 hit. The human face explained the cultivation method of this martial skill, and there was a sense of pride in his voice. When Yang Kai heard this, his face turned ugly. Without waiting for the human face to finish explaining the power of this martial skill, Yang Kai coldly interrupted him. "Change to another one." "Oh, there is also a martial skill called Falling Red Flower." Yang Kai nodded slightly. This name sounded good, and it had a poetic feeling. The human face chuckled and said, "It'll be easier to cultivate, but you'll have to circulate your mental cultivation method to refine the drop of falling red blood when you make love with the Virgin. With the woman's essence, if the conditions are right, you'll be able to master this martial skill very quickly. Moreover, the higher the strength of the woman used to cultivate, the faster the cultivation speed. About 100 people will be able to reach the major completion stage. I see that young man is majestic and mighty, and it is not a problem for him to have sex with 10 women in a night. In other words, in 10 days the young man will be able to cultivate falling red flower. Yang Kai's face was a little dark, and he coldly said, "Isn't this gathering een to nourish Yang?" Yes, young man, this is gathering een to nourish Yang. Change to another one." The human face was depressed, and he had no choice but to say, "There is another martial skill called Fist of Joy. Change to another one." Change again. The human face looked panicked. If he had a physical body, he would be wiping the sweat on his forehead. None of the martial skills he mentioned met Yang Kai's requirements. They were all extremely evil, and they required unconventional methods to cultivate, and they also needed to do evil deeds that were completely devoid of conscience. Chapter 138. He switched between 7 or 8 people in a row. The human face was terrified. Yang Kai sneered. "Young man, all I know is this kind of martial skill. I'm not lying to you. If you're only worth this much, what's the point of keeping you?" Kai Yang's voice contained a trace of coldness. From the martial skills that he had mentioned, Kai Yang already knew that this person must have been a devil who had committed many evil deeds. "Young man, calm down. Let me think carefully. I just woke up not long ago. My memory is a bit messy. I can't think of much for now. Give me some time. Give me some time. I'll definitely satisfy you. You only have one chance. You have to grasp it well." Yes, I won't disappoint the young man. Yang Kai didn't bother with him anymore. Since this place was sealed, he could heal in peace. As for the human face, although he must have been an expert and a great devil, he couldn't do anything now. Yang Kai didn't need to worry. He didn't have any good healing medicine on him, but this injury shouldn't take long to heal. He reached into his pocket and took out the remaining small stone man. Then he used the Yuan Qi to feel the circulation of the golden threads and pry into the secrets of the small stone man. Just the burning sun explosion wasn't enough. Yang Kai wanted to use this time to cultivate a second martial skill. If he didn't become stronger, he would still be bullied when he went out. There were a lot of golden threads in this small stone man, a total of 70 to 80 threads. It was very likely to be a heaven-level martial skill, or even a profound level martial skill. It took Yang Kai a full day's worth of effort to memorize the operation of these golden threads. Just like the small stone man, when Yang Kai took back the Yuan Qi, it turned into powder. During this day, the human face was also thinking hard about what he could do to impress Yang Kai so that he would let him live. At this time, although he thought of some bargaining chips, without Yang Kai's permission, he didn't dare to speak. He could only hide in the golden body in fear. Yang Kai didn't care about him. His mind was immersed in the martial skill that he had seen from the small stone man. Closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged, he followed the path of the golden threads and let the true Yang Yuan Qi flow through his meridians. After going through a cycle, Yang Kai realized that it wasn't like when he had obtained the scorching sun explosion. He didn't make a move at all. Instead, the back of his hand pulsed faintly. Is there something wrong with the route of operation? Yang Kai was suspicious. Impossible. He had clearly followed the circulation pattern of the golden threads in the stone man without any deviation. He circulated it again, and the back of his hand jumped again. What was going on? Wasn't this a martial skill? Why didn't he have the urge to attack? This wasn't the case when he used scorching sun explosion. What was so special about this martial art? Why was it so different from the others? After thinking for a while, Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. He could only slowly feel it through practice. Relaxing his mind, Kai Yang circulated his Yuan Qi over and over again. Every time he circulated his Yuan Qi, the same reaction would come from the back of his hand. Moreover, the throbbing sensation became more and more obvious, as if something was about to break out of his body. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai had circulated the Yuan Qi for at least 800 cycles. After a certain cycle, he suddenly felt a huge pain on the back of his hand. The pulsing sensation also broke free of its shackles and rushed out of his body. Yang Kai opened his eyes in shock. He lowered his head and looked at the back of his hand. He found that there was an additional pattern on the back of his hand. This pattern was a little strange. Yang Kai looked at it for a long time and found that it looked like a star field at night. It occupied half of the back of his hand and was dotted with stars. When he didn't circulate the Yuan Qi, it didn't look very strange. Once he circulated the Yuan Qi, this star seemed to come alive and shone brightly. Moreover, Yang Kai clearly felt that there was a space that he couldn't see under the skin of this pattern. When the Yuan Qi was circulated, it was stored in this space. After trying for a long time, Yang Kai poured all of his Yuan Qi into the star on the back of his hand. Then he casually pointed his finger at the ground. Yang Kai didn't use any strength in this point. If there was an ant under his finger, it definitely wouldn't die. But when the Yuan Qi in the star on the back of his hand burst out, the entire tip of his finger rolled and rolled, illuminating the cave as bright as day. With a crack, Yang Kai's entire arm sank into the ground. The ground shook violently and the dust on the top of the cave rustled down. Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved. Although this point was equivalent to consuming all of his Yuan Qi in one go, the lethality of this attack was much higher than a normal eruption. It was almost twice the lethality. Yang Kai estimated that if he only used all of his Yuan Qi without any fancy eruption, he wouldn't be able to achieve the same result as just now. This martial skill is so strange. Kai Yang's brow furrowed. He had finally figured out something. Young man, young man. The voice in his body sounded, with a hint of flattery and caution. Yang Kai frowned and thought about the idea in his mind. Young man, I think I know a little bit about the martial skill you practice. Do you want me to tell you? There was no response. The face in his body was very anxious. It couldn't wait to show off its value in front of Yang Kai, but it was afraid that Yang Kai would refine it. Although it hadn't known Yang Kai for long, the face could see that although Yang Kai was young, he was very determined. Ordinary people couldn't compare to him, and there was a hidden evil in his character. This evil made the face afraid. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai came back to his senses and said, "What do you know?" "Tell me." As if it had received a great favor, the face was moved to tears. It hurriedly said, "I don't know what martial skill you practice, young man, but in my memory, I think I've seen a martial skill similar to this one. When you practice it, you will open up a space that belongs to this martial skill in a certain part of your body. The power of this martial skill is related to the amount of Yuan Qi stored in this space. When you have nothing to do, young man, you can pour your Yuan Qi into this space. When you need to use this move, you will be able to display the power of this martial skill. If you use this martial skill well, it will be very powerful. If you don't use it well, it will only be a joke. The root of everything is the amount of Yuan Qi you pour into this space. If you pour more Yuan Qi into this space, the damage will be greater. If you don't have enough Yuan Qi, it won't even be as good as a child's punch. But then again, young man, this martial skill is a one-time deal. You use the accumulation of hard work in exchange for a moment of explosion. This is also a life-saving martial skill. The human face quickly told him everything it knew and then obediently shut its mouth. A slight smile appeared on Yang Kai's face. What he said was similar to what he found out himself, but it was more comprehensive. Some parts that he didn't understand were suddenly understood. Using the accumulation of hard work in exchange for a moment of explosion? This was a martial skill, tailor-made for himself. Yang Kai couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Other people need to accumulate their Yuan Qi through hard work, but do I need to? I'm going to study it carefully. Don't disturb me. Yang Kai reminded him. Yes, that young man. What you said is not very valuable. Think carefully about how you can survive. The face suddenly became very bitter. Yang Kai's way of doing things was so mature and calm. It made him feel like he was facing an old fox. What kind of sin did he commit? Why did he want to take over his body? Just as he was sighing and lamenting, the face felt that Yang Kai was driving his yuan qi into that special space. He was pouring it in very quickly and unscrupulously. He didn't care if it would cause any harm to himself. The face wanted to remind him to take it slow, because if the yuan qi was consumed too quickly, it would also cause a burden to the body. But he rolled his eyes and swallowed his words. Humph, you asked me not to disturb you. It's not that I didn't want to remind you. You better hurry up. When your yuan qi is exhausted, I'll think of a way to escape from this damned place. Kid, you're still too inexperienced. Yang Kai's yuan qi, if he relied purely on cultivation, it would take him at least 3 to 5 days to be full. But he only spent 4 hours to pour all his yuan qi into the space under the star on the back of his hand. When the human face inside Yang Kai's body noticed this, it almost jumped for joy. It could feel that Yang Kai's body was now extremely weak, and there was not a single drop of yuan qi left in his meridians. This was its best chance to escape. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly stopped, because he found that Yang Kai's meridians, which were originally empty, were full again in an instant. Fuck! What's going on? The human face was on the verge of going crazy. This strange situation was beyond his knowledge. He thought to himself, could it be that I've been sealed for so many years that my mind is not clear and I'm hallucinating? That's not right. What I felt just now was so real. This kid's yuan qi was obviously gone. How could it be recovered in the blink of an eye? I must be seeing things. The face comforted himself and then concentrated on observing Yang Kai's movements. Another 4 hours later, the yuan qi in Yang Kai's body disappeared completely again. The star on the back of his hand started to rotate according to an inexplicable pattern. The face swore to his own spirit. This time, it was definitely not wrong. This kid's yuan qi was really gone. There was not a single bit left. After observing for nearly 4 hours, he knew the whereabouts of every strand of yuan qi in Yang Kai like the back of his hand. It couldn't be wrong. It definitely couldn't be wrong. But the next moment, he was dumbstruck and shocked on the spot. His previously empty meridians were once again filled with energy. It was like the yuan qi in Yang Kai's body was inexhaustible. The face was shocked. Although he couldn't remember a lot of things, he still had at least some common sense. No matter how strong a person was, it was absolutely impossible to recover the lost yuan qi so quickly. If everyone did this, wouldn't the world be in chaos? What kind of cultivation method did he practice? How could it have such a heaven-defying effect? At this moment, the face no longer dared to look down on Yang Kai. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of fear and dread. He had an inexhaustible meridian and an inexhaustible supply of yuan qi. How terrifying would this kid be when he grew up in the future? He could release powerful killing moves without any fear. He didn't have to worry about the depletion of yuan qi. His battle strength was probably equivalent to 10 people, or even 100 or 1,000 people. Chapter 139. It had to be said that the human face had overestimated Yang Kai. The reason why he had an endless supply of yuan qi was because of his daily accumulation. The true Yang tactics and this inexplicable martial skill had some similarities in that they both required accumulation. However, the accumulation of the true Yang tactics required one to turn their yuan qi into Yang liquid and store it in the danton, while the accumulation of this martial skill required one to pour yuan qi into the space under the star and release it when needed. There was also a difference. There was no limit to the amount of Yang liquid stored in the dantian. It could be said that as long as the conditions were right, Yang Kai could store as much as he wanted. However, the space under the star on the back of the hand was different. After 2 days of hard work, Kai Yang transformed the energy from the 10 drops of Yang liquid into yuan qi and infused it into the space. He felt that the space was already saturated. In these 2 days, Yang Kai only operated the true Yang tactics while healing himself. He did not deliberately pay attention to the energy in the star, and the Yuan Qi in his body entered the space by itself. This was a good thing. During normal cultivation, this martial skill was accumulating and did not require him to take time to deal with it. 2 days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and lowered his head to look at the star on the back of his hand. It was much more realistic than before. Through the pattern, he could even see a 3-dimensional image. It was as if there really was a huge star field sealed on the back of his hand. With a thought, the pattern on the back of his hand disappeared and hid under his skin. Yang Kai exhaled. This pattern was too dazzling. If it was left on his hand, it would definitely be seen by others. After staring blankly for a while, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "What is the name of the martial skill that is similar to this in your memory?" "Young man, I don't remember." There was less fear in the voice from 2 days ago, but more obedience. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He naturally did not know how much shock he had brought to the human face in the past 2 days. It was because of this shock that the human face did not dare to look down on Yang Kai anymore. "I'll give you a chance. Give it a name." Yang Kai had a headache thinking about the name, scorching, sunburst, previously. Now that there was someone who could use it, he naturally threw this problem to face. This old demon was definitely very old and had seen a lot. Wouldn't it be easy for him to come up with a good name? "Yes." The voice was silent for a moment. Then it said, "Since there is a star and there are a lot of stars when you use it, how about we call it the star mark?" "Star mark, star mark." Yang Kai murmured and nodded. "Yes, let's call it the star mark." The human face hurriedly said, respectfully, "Congratulations to the young man for learning the star mark martial arts technique. From this, you will become a virtuous martial artist and benefit the common people. In the future, you will definitely be invincible and invincible." Humph. Yang Kai remained unmoved. The human face quickly shut up. He felt that his flattery had gone too far. "Have you thought of a way to survive?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. The human face suddenly trembled. "Young man, if you spare my life, I am willing to give you an artifact." Yang Kai looked around and said lightly, "If you have an artifact, you will definitely leave it here. I can find it even if I kill you, so why should I let you live? To be honest, I have no interest in keeping someone like you. I don't dare to keep you, so refining you is the best way." The human face hurriedly said, "Young man, please spare my life. If you don't feel at ease, I can recognize young man as my master. As long as a strand of young man's soul brand remains in my body, my life and death will be in your hands. I beg you, young man, to be merciful and not refine me." "Oh!" Yang Kai seemed to be interested and said, "How do I know if you are telling the truth?" The human face smiled bitterly. "Although I don't know what is strange in your body, this strange thing is quite restrained. So how could I dare lie to you?" Yang Kai was silent. He didn't want to keep this kind of demon alive, but he definitely knew something about this place, so it would be a pity to kill him. At least before he got the information he wanted. Yang Kai didn't want to kill him. Yang Kai's silence made the human face more and more uneasy. "Young man, if you spare my life, you can also use my artifact. You may not know, but my artifact is indeed here. But without me, young man, even if you get it, you won't be able to use it." "Why?" Yang Kai asked. "Because that artifact is an evil thing. Without my divine soul, you wouldn't be able to control it on your own with the attribute of the Yuan Qi in your body." "Oh." Yang Kai let out a long breath and fell silent again, frowning and thinking. The human face knew it was a matter of life and death. So he didn't dare to speak too much lest he annoy Yang Kai, but he couldn't avoid being on edge. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly said, "What do I need to do to make you recognize me as your master?" The human face's heart suddenly relaxed, his voice trembling as he said, Please relax, young master. This old servant will enter your mind and draw out a strand of my divine sense, engraving it on this old servant's body. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer. The human face quickly explained, Young master, your strength has not yet reached the immortal ascension boundary, so you can't use your own divine sense. Please believe in this old servant's sincerity. You do it, Yang Kai said and relaxed. The human face was secretly shocked, admiring Yang Kai's decisiveness, and in his heart his opinion of Yang Kai increased. If it were anyone else, they would only worry about personal gains and losses at this time. How could they be as decisive as Yang Kai? But then again, he really didn't need to worry about anything. The last time he rushed into Yang Kai's mind, he was sucked out by a suction force. If he did this again, the human face believed that this scene would happen again. At this moment, he didn't dare to have the slightest improper thoughts. Carefully sneaking into Yang Kai's mind and drawing out a strand of his divine sense, integrating it with his own soul. After a long time, the human face said, Young master, it's done. From now on, this old servant's life and death will be at young master's discretion. Yang Kai opened his eyes and felt with his heart, finding that he really did have a connection with this human face. But this connection was one-sided and he had complete control of the other party. You seem to have recovered quite a bit, haven't you? Yang Kai asked meaningfully. The human face said, after integrating a strand of young master's soul, Naturally, I have recovered. But young master doesn't need to worry. You can take back this strand of soul at any time. It will definitely not cause you any loss. Yang Kai coldly snorted, and with a thought, the human face's screams immediately came out. As if he had been fried in a pot of oil, the screams were extremely tragic. Young master, spare me, spare me. Everything this old servant said is true. I have not hidden anything from you. The human face begged for mercy again and again. The expression on his face was terrifying and ferocious, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die, rolling around in Yang Kai's body. After tormenting him for a while, Yang Kai let him go and said slightly, If you dare to have any thoughts in the future, I won't kill you, but I will use the method just now to let you taste the consequences of offending me. This old servant doesn't dare. The human face's voice trembled. After this incident, he discovered another character of Yang Kai's, ruthless. After completely subduing the human face, Yang Kai felt a little relieved. What is your name? How should I call you in the future? Yang Kai asked. The human face pondered. I don't know what this old servant is called, but I vaguely remember someone calling me the old demon. I don't know if this is a name or a title. The old demon. Yang Kai nodded slightly. You really are a demon. The old demon smiled awkwardly. That was probably a long time ago. From now on, this old servant will only listen to the young master's orders. Where is the secret treasure you mentioned? Replying to the young master, It is on this old servant's bones. Following the old demon's guidance, Yang Kai searched the scattered bones together and immediately pulled out a rib bone that seemed to be a chest bone. But this rib bone was very different from the other bones. It was pitch black. The moment Yang Kai touched it, he even heard a ghostly wailing sound coming from it, and his vision blurred again. What a strong evil aura! Yang Kai's face sank. The old demon said, This thing is called the Soul Breaker All. This old servant refined it into his own bones. It should have taken the lives of many people, so its evil aura is slightly stronger. Yang Kai sneered. When refining it, many people's souls were used, right? The old demon laughed dryly. Young master is wise. Because of this secret treasure is not suitable for the young master. If you forcibly refine it, I am afraid your mind will be affected. But with this old servant's soul in the middle, there is no need to worry about this. But it will consume a lot of yuan qi, but it has been dormant for many years, so I am afraid it will not be very strong now. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He could also feel that this artifact was currently equivalent to an Earth-grade, low-rank offensive artifact. It really wasn't a high-end artifact, and a stronger cultivator would be able to easily block its attacks. How do I refine it? The old demon hurriedly taught Yong-kai the method of subduing it. After several days of effort, Yong-kai finally managed to subdue this dark, secret treasure. This dark bone had now turned into a black gas, entangling Yong-kai's fingertips, flying around as if it had a mind of its own. Yong-kai could feel that there was a faint connection between him and it, but the old demon's soul was also mixed in. After experimenting a few times, Yong-kai had a plan in his mind. If his guess was right, this soul-breaker all could only display the power of an Earth-grade, low-grade secret treasure. And using it consumed a lot of yuan qi because it had to go through the old demon as a transfer station. It was more or less a waste. The old demon said, "If the young master wants to refine it, it is possible, but it will take a long time." When he said this, the old demon was very nervous. He was afraid that Yong-kai would agree, but he had to say it. "I will not refine it. It will be under your control in the future. Many thanks, young master." The old demon was grateful. If Yong-kai did not refine it, it meant that he could hide inside this secret treasure, no longer having to stay in Yong-kai's golden avatar and be afraid. Inside the golden avatar, the old demon always felt like a piece of meat on a chopping board, so helpless and desolate. Absorbing the black gas at his fingertips into his body, the old demon also impatiently rushed out of the golden avatar and hid inside the soul breaker all. Glancing around again, Yong-kai found that there was nothing else here except for the bead exuding a faint light. "You only have this one secret treasure?" Yong-kai was somewhat dissatisfied. The old demon must have been a master when he was alive, so there was no reason for him to only have the soul breaker all left. The old demon smiled bitterly. "Young master may not know, but there was an earth-shattering battle here, and this old servant was also involved. During the battle, everything else was broken, leaving only the soul breaker all that was refined into my bone." Chapter 140. A Great Battle. Yong-kai's heart skipped a beat. "Tell me in detail." "Yes." As the old demon narrated, Yong-kai slowly understood some things. The old demon didn't remember much. Only a few scattered memories. But when put together, it was probably that he was somehow involved in a great battle back then. And it was a battle where countless people besieged two enemies. The two enemies were a man and a woman. In the end, almost all of them were wiped out, and the man and woman died on the spot. This old servant was seriously injured and fled, and finally died here. I remember. The old demon's voice was a little hesitant and a little frightened. Remember what? There was a dragon and a phoenix. The combination of the dragon and phoenix destroyed the heavens and the earth. This old servant was seriously injured by this move. Yong-kai's eyes lit up. He remembered the dragon phoenix seal hovering in the sky when the Heaven's Cave inheritance opened a few days ago. After saying this, the old demon seemed to be greatly frightened and couldn't think of anything else. "According to what you said, this place isn't your inheritance?" Yong-kai asked. "Young master, please calm down. This old servant was just speaking casually, but there is an inheritance. If young master wants it, this old servant will definitely teach it to you. No need. I'm not interested in those things of yours." Yong-kai quickly shook his head. The old demon was shocked. Although he didn't remember what his identity was, he was probably an expert when he was alive. Countless people would fight to be his disciple. But when it came to Yong-kai, he didn't even spare him a glance. "Sigh, a phoenix without feathers is inferior to a chicken." The old demon sighed. The bead was also useless. The old demon had been residing in it before. It was fine if he didn't touch it, but once he touched it, it turned into powder. After circling around for a while, Yong-kai couldn't find anything, so he let out a long sigh and decided to leave. He had been here for a long time and didn't know what the situation outside was like. Since this place was Heaven's cave inheritance, he might as well try his luck. Arriving in front of the stone door that sealed this place, Yong-kai opened it according to the method taught by the old demon. Before he could walk out, a red and white light suddenly rushed toward him. Yong-kai's expression changed. He thought that someone had sneakily attacked him, so he hurriedly threw out a punch. Unexpectedly, the light seemed to have a mind of its own as it avoided Yong-kai's attack and flew around his arm. Yong-kai hurriedly retreated, and at the same time his other hand reached out to grab the light. Realizing this, Yong-kai's expression couldn't help becoming strange. He realized that this was not an attack. Instead, what he had grabbed was a solid object. At the same time, he could feel a sense of struggle coming from his hand. Puzzled, he took a closer look and found that he was holding a ginseng in his hand that had already taken a human shape. This ginseng was also strange. One side was red, while the other side was white. Yong-kai could feel that this ginseng contained two completely different types of energy. The red side contained heat, while the white side contained cold. The two opposing attributes perfectly fused together in this ginseng, forming this strange spirit of heaven and earth. At this moment, it was being held in Yong-kai's hand. Its facial features were distorted, but it couldn't escape from Yong-kai's grasp. "Yin-yang monster ginseng," the old demon exclaimed. "Do you recognize it?" Yong-kai asked. "Strange treasure. This is a black-level high-rank strange treasure." The old demon seemed to have discovered something extraordinary and was shocked. Before Yong-kai could ask, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the other side of the cave. "Someone's coming." Yong-kai's expression became serious as he quickly put the yin-yang monster ginseng into his pocket. Strangely enough, after being put into his pocket, the yin-yang monster ginseng no longer struggled. Instead, it calmly stayed there without moving. Just as Yong-kai was vigilant about who was coming, a familiar voice came from the other side. "Sister, did it really run this way?" The other voice replied, "Yes, it went in here. This cave is really hidden. If we hadn't followed it in, I'm afraid we wouldn't have found this place." The two people's voices were similar. They both had a delicate quality to them. Listening to them was like a spring breeze, making people feel comfortable. Kai Yang's brow furrowed. He knew who these two people were, but he didn't expect to meet them here. "There are so many strange flowers and herbs here." "Really? This is really an unexpected harvest. Let's not rush to pick them. Let's go in and take a look." While talking, the two people's footsteps were getting closer and closer. Yong-kai didn't hide. First, he knew these two people. Second, there was no place to hide. Not long after, the two people had already arrived a few dozen feet away from Yong-kai. One of them suddenly saw someone blocking their way and couldn't help but stop. She tenderly shouted, "Who's there?" Yong-kai dryly coughed and chuckled. "Two ladies, we meet again." Hearing his voice, one of them let out a soft cry. The other flashed from behind and stared at him for a moment. She was pleasantly surprised and said, "Yong-kai." "May Air Lady." Yong-kai nodded slightly and said to the other person, "Jiao Air Lady, long time no see." These two people were the beautiful sisters of the blood group, Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air. Seeing Yong-kai distinguish who was who at a glance, Hu Jiao Air couldn't help but stare at him. "It's you, stinking brat!" The last time they met, Yong-kai said that one side of her but was big and the other was small. Hu Jiao Air still took it to heart. Compared to her sister, Hu Mei Air was pleasantly surprised. "Why are you here?" I accidentally found this place." Yong-kai didn't elaborate. While talking, the two sisters had already walked over. Hu Jiao Air coldly glared at Yong-kai. She stuck out her chest and sucked in her stomach, raising her round and plump buttocks high. The old demon's voice sounded in Yong-kai's body. "In this world, there are two girls who are so similar. What's more, they're not twins. Young master, If you use their bodies to cultivate the falling red flower, it will be twice the result with half the effort. It will only take a few days to reach the Dashang stage. You shut up. Yang Kai transmitted his thoughts. The old demon hurriedly shut up. Did you see anything coming? Hu Mei opened her mouth and asked. Just now, when he heard the two of them talking, Yang Kai knew that they must have chased after the yin-yang monster ginseng. He didn't hide it and nodded, yes. Where is it? Hu Jiao hurriedly asked. Yang Kai pointed to his chest. The two sisters blinked their eyes together. Hu Jiao asked, You took it? And I don't know why, but when I put it on my chest, it became very quiet. Hu Jiao took a deep breath. Her full chest heaved up and down. She was about to die from anger. She and her sister chased after the heavenly wonder for a few mountains. With great difficulty, they waited for it to enter a cave. They chased it along the way, but they didn't expect that Yang Kai would beat them to it. Why was it that nothing good ever happened when they met him? Hu Jiao clenched her teeth. With her strength, if she really wanted to snatch it, she could snatch it. But Hu Jiao didn't want to do that. She knew that her sister felt guilty towards this stinking brat. Although she didn't know what happened between them. If she really wanted to snatch it, her sister would definitely stop her. It's good that you took it. Hu Mei didn't mind. Instead, she felt relieved. What was so good about this stinking brat? Hu Jiao looked up and down at Yang Kai. Suddenly, her expression changed. You're at the initial element stage 7? Hu Jiao was shocked. The last time they met, Yang Kai was only at the tempered body stage. How long had it been? How did he reach the initial element stage 7? If he didn't have a fortuitous encounter here, then his cultivation speed was too fast. One must know that his sister's strength was similar to his at that time. But now, she was only at the initial element stage 2. Compared to Miss Jiao what is the initial element stage 7? Yang Kai was surprised by the generosity of the two. Heavenly wonders weren't something that could be found easily. Yang Kai didn't expect that they didn't ask him for it. Hu Jiao obviously didn't like Yang Kai. There are some exotic flowers and herbs outside. If the two of you don't mind, you can pick some. Yang Kai didn't want to owe them any favors. The yin-yang monster ginseng was a heavenly wonder. Its value should be much higher than the exotic flowers and herbs outside. He took the yin-yang monster ginseng that they found first and compensated them with the exotic flowers and herbs outside. You don't need to say that. Hu Jiao glared at him. Sister. Hu Mei noticed her sister's attitude towards Yang Kai and couldn't help but shake her arm. Okay. Hu Jiao was helpless. She looked at the cave behind Yang Kai and said, Don't be in a hurry to pick those things. We sisters have been running around for a few days. We need to find a place to recover. Help us guard it for a while. The two of you can help yourselves. While saying that, he stepped aside. Hu Jiao and Hu Mei walked in together. The latter smiled at Yang Kai with a sweet and apologetic smile. After entering the cave, the two sisters looked around. They were a little surprised by the bones of the old demon, but immediately both of their eyes stared at the rock wall on their left. The two pairs of beautiful eyes became dignified at this moment. They stared without blinking. Yang Kai was puzzled. He followed their eyes and looked at the rock wall but found nothing. What are you looking at? After observing for a long time, Yang Kai felt a little strange. There were no words or flowers on the rock wall. Why were they so focused? Neither of them responded. It was as if their minds were immersed in the rock wall. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what was going on. He had been here for many days. There really wasn't anything on the rock wall. After waiting for a long time, the two sisters suddenly sat down cross-legged, closed their eyes at the same time, and meditated. Faintly, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the two of them had merged into one at this moment, almost becoming one person. But when he looked carefully, they were still two. This sudden discovery caused Kai Yang to be shocked. I'm afraid there is an opportunity for them here. The old demon's voice sounded. "Is there something on the rock wall?" "There must be, but young master and this old servant can't see it. Only those who have the opportunity can take a peek or two. So it's not your inheritance." Yong Kai frowned. Of course not. This was strange, but since the two of them had found something, Yong Kai naturally couldn't leave easily. No matter what, they had some friendship. He just stood at the door and waited quietly. Chapter 141. Yong Kai waited here for 3 days before Hu Mei Er and Hu Jiao Er finally reacted. 2 golden lights suddenly burst out from the empty stone wall, then disappeared into the top of their heads. At the same time, the yuan qi in their bodies began to riot at the same time, producing a trace of resonance at this moment. The entire cave was filled with a humming sound. Yong Kai's expression was dignified as he raised his eyes to look at them. He saw a brilliant light flowing from their bodies, as if the yuan qi in their bodies had fused together. First, it circulated around Hu Jiao Er on the left, then it circulated to Hu Mei Er on the right. Gradually, the fluctuations of the two women's yuan qi became exactly the same. The yuan qi gradually calmed down until it finally returned to normal. The two sisters exhaled a long breath and opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at each other with unconcealable excitement and surprise in their beautiful eyes. "Congratulations to the two of you," Yong Kai's congratulatory voice sounded. He had been waiting here for a few days and had discovered some things. For some unknown reason, the two sisters had coincidentally obtained the inheritance here. However, this inheritance was not the old demon's. According to the old demon, in the war that year, countless experts died here, so there should be more than one inheritance in this Heaven's Cave inheritance. Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er were lucky enough to obtain one of them. Hearing Yong Kai's congratulatory voice, the two sisters turned their heads at the same time and said almost in unison, "Thank you." After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and suddenly smiled together. Yong Kai was stunned, not because of their beauty, but because at this moment he could not tell who was Hu Mei Er and who was Hu Jiao Er. The two of them seemed to have really become one, and there was no difference. "Now do you know who I am?" The beauty on the left looked at Yong Kai with a smile, her eyes flashing with pride and slyness. "Miss Jiao Er." Yong Kai chuckled. The beauty wrinkled her nose and said with some dissatisfaction, "You guessed blindly, right?" "Miss May wouldn't ask me this kind of thing," Yong Kai explained. Hu Jiao Er rolled her eyes at him. "I didn't expect you to know my little sister so well." Hu Mei Er, who was on the right, blushed upon hearing this. She glanced at Yong Kai and saw that his expression was normal. Only then did she feel less awkward. "No matter what, I have to thank you this time." Hu Jiao Er smiled sweetly. When Yong Kai was guarding them, their entire minds were immersed in the opportunity, and they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. If Yong Kai had any ill intentions towards them at that time, these two sisters wouldn't have been able to escape. But from the beginning to the end, Yong Kai just stood by the door and did not move. They meditated for 3 days, while Yong Kai stood there for 3 days. Perhaps because of this, Hu Jiao Er couldn't help but find Yong Kai more pleasing to the eye. Her tone was also gentler than before. Hu Jiao Er thought to herself, "This stinking brat isn't that hateful after all. You're welcome. Let's leave this place first." Yong Kai wanted to go out a few days ago, but was delayed by these two for a long time. Naturally, he was in an urgent mood now. The two nodded and followed Yong Kai out. Passing by the place where the exotic flowers and rare herbs grew, the two sisters naturally plucked them. Since these things were said to be compensation for them, Yong Kai naturally didn't want to touch them. The harvest of the yin-yang monster ginseng was enough. Yong Kai had already inquired the old demon about the use of this world's spirit treasure. It was of great benefit to him. It contained both yin and yang qi. It could be used in medicine, refined into pills or consumed. However, its greatest use was to increase one's cultivation speed. But there was a prerequisite, and that was that he had to find another woman who cultivated yin attribute cultivation method. He had to form a bond with her and share the yin-yang monster ginseng's medicinal effects. When he and the woman's hearts were connected, the yin-yang demon ginseng would automatically split into two types of energy and disperse into the woman's and his body. With the yin-yang monster ginseng's medicinal effects, he and the woman's hearts would become one. When they cultivated together, the two's cultivation speed would increase. This condition was a bit harsh. How difficult would it be to find such a woman in the world? Because of this, the yin-yang monster ginseng was only a mysterious level high-grade spirit treasure. But for those who met the conditions, its value was simply immeasurable. The yin-yang monster ginseng only grew in strange places where yin and yang qi coexisted. It had an instinctive affinity with yin qi and yang qi. Yang Kai had the true yang secret art, so his body was filled with true yang yuan qi. It was also a good explanation for why it stayed in Yang Kai's chest. In these 3 days, Yang Kai also sent a drop of yang liquid to the yin-yang monster ginseng. After the yin-yang monster ginseng absorbed the yang liquid, its facial features showed a touch of enjoyment, and it became more and more reluctant to leave Yang Kai. After waiting for a while, Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er finished gathering the herbs. The two of them discussed and took out half of the herbs to share with Yang Kai. Yang Kai refused. "I took your things, you took mine. No one suffered a loss, so you don't have to share with me." Hu Jiao Er stared at him for a long time, then pursed her lips and smiled. "Silly boy, don't take it, and these are not yours. We worked hard to gather them." Yang Kai also smiled. "Ladies, why don't you tell me what's going on outside?" He stayed here for more than 10 days and knew nothing about the outside world. Naturally, he wanted to inquire. "Don't call us ladies, it sounds weird." Hu Jiao Er frowned. "Just call us Jiao Er and Mei Er. If you feel apologetic, you can also call me elder sister Jiao Er. Then I'll call you by your names." Yang Kai nodded. "Let's walk and talk." Hu Jiao Er glared at him. As the two sisters chattered, Yang Kai gradually began to understand the events that had transpired in the past 10 days. Although the three sects' thousands of disciples had entered this place from different places, with the passage of time, everyone had slowly gathered at the central location. Many people had obtained benefits here, but many had also died. In the past 10 days, the three sects' disciples had gathered into 3 forces. Under the leadership of their respective sects' experts, they had encircled and annihilated a few powerful monster beasts. There were a total of 9 monster beasts, each one of which had reached the 6th stage. However, because they had been sealed for too long and had just awakened, these monster beasts' true strength was not very high. The disciples of the 3 sects could kill them and obtain the treasures guarded by the monster beast. The yin-yang monster ginseng that Yang Kai had obtained was one of the treasures guarded by a monster beast. However, it was intelligent and felt that something was wrong, so it fled in advance. The 2 sisters chased it all the way here, where they met Yang Kai and obtained their own opportunity. When we left, 8 of the 9 monster beasts had already been killed, leaving only one in the central location. That one is stronger, probably at the peak of the 6th stage. For the time being, no one dares to have any ideas about it. Hu Jiao Er laughed. For the treasures guarded by these monster beasts, the disciples of the 3 sects have all gone crazy. Hu Mei Er nodded fiercely. Yes, you don't know how powerful those people were when they stole the treasures. The 2 of them were now speaking very interestingly. One sentence after another, the connection between them was flawless. It sounded as if they were speaking at the same time, as if they were waiting for the right moment. Not long after, the 3 of them walked out of the cave together. Just as they walked out, an angry roar came from afar. It was the roar of a beast. The dull sound was like the sound of a war drum, shaking the earth. The 3 people's expressions changed. Hu Jiao Er said, "Which side has the guts to provoke it?" According to what she said, The only remaining monster beast was at the peak of the 6th stage. The peak of the 6th stage was equivalent to the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. Even if it had been sealed for countless years and was in a weakened state, it was not something that the disciples of the three sects could resist. During this time, the disciples of the three sects had killed the other 8 monster beasts and suffered heavy losses. If they really faced this monster beast, no one could stop it. They could only be slaughtered. Let's go and take a look. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he dashed over. Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er also used their movement skills and followed closely behind. Not long after, the 2 sisters were abreast of Yang Kai. Turning his head to look at them, Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. He found that the 2 people's breathing rate was exactly the same while running. He didn't know what kind of mysterious footwork contained, but it actually allowed the weakest of them, Hu Jiao Er, to keep up with her sister's speed without the slightest sign of breathlessness. What kind of opportunity did they obtain in the cave? It actually had such a miraculous effect. Yang Kai stared at them for a long time. The beauty on the left couldn't help but blush. "Why do you keep looking at us? Are you Jiao Er or Mei Er?" Yang Kai really couldn't tell. The beauty giggled, her eyes fluttering. "I'm Mei Er." The other beauty quickly said, "I'm Mei Er." "Sister, don't talk nonsense." "Why are you calling me sister? You're the sister." The one on the left suddenly became anxious. "Don't mess around. He really can't recognize us." "I'm not messing around." "Sister, don't confuse him." Yang Kai felt dizzy and almost fell down. The 2 sisters suddenly laughed together. This laugh immediately made Yang Kai realize that he was played by them. He couldn't help but feel helpless and could only keep silent. "I was just joking. You won't be angry, right?" It was unknown whether it was Hu Jiao Er or Hu Mei Er who asked. "No." Yang Kai shook his head. "Then why are you so serious? Smile." Yang Kai dryly coughed, his expression cold as he ignored them. After running for dozens of miles, the 3 of them finally arrived at the location of the beast's roar. Looking closely, not only was Yang Kai stunned on the spot, but even Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er were also stunned. Not far in front of them, there was a huge, turtle-shaped monster beast. It was more than 100 feet tall and 300 feet long. Its body was like a moving hill, running and trampling on the ground. With every step it took, the ground trembled incessantly. On its back was a thick carapace with deep grooves and crisscrossing patterns that seemed to tell the vicissitudes of time. On its back was a long tail like a meteor hammer. Its speed was not very fast, but every step it took covered a distance of more than 100 feet. Its mountain-like body rampaged in the vicinity, and its tail swung back and forth like a meteor hammer, bringing with it an unparalleled force, bringing with it gusts of fierce wind. Roars constantly came out from its mouth. In mid-air, hundreds of people were fiercely attacking, but no one was able to stop its pace. With an invincible momentum, every attack and roar made everyone tremble in fear. Chapter 142. Yang Kai saw many familiar faces in the sky. Su Yan, Xia Hongchen, and Lan Chu Dai were among them. Most of the others looked familiar. These people were all High Heaven Pavilion's disciples. The blood groups storm houses. People were hiding in the distance. They were pointing at the battlefield, rejoicing in other people's misfortune. Among the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples, Su Yan was the strongest. Wherever the holy white figure passed, snow would fall. However, even Su Yan couldn't cause any effective damage to the turtle-shaped monster beast. She tried her best, but could only use her cold yuan qi to slightly slow down the monster beast's speed, reducing the casualties of the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples. The monster beast's defense was too strong. Although its speed was relatively slow, its turtle shell and thick skin were the best defensive artifacts. These yuan qi cultivators couldn't even break its defense. In the field, there were many corpses, all of which belonged to High Heaven Pavilion's disciples. It was actually High Heaven Pavilion's disciples who provoked it. Hu Jiao Air frowned. Su Yan is not that kind of reckless person. While she was puzzled, a young man rushed over with a trace of surprise and undisguised love in his eyes. However, when he saw the two women standing together intimately with Yang Kai, he couldn't help but frown. Jiao Air. The young man stopped in front of the two women and looked at them. He couldn't tell which one was Hu Jiao Air, so he could only rely on his intuition. Long Jun, what's the matter? The other person suddenly asked. It turned out that this was Hu Jiao Air. Long Jun didn't feel embarrassed and just gloated. High Heaven Pavilion actually took the initiative to provoke it. I don't know why, but it actually chased after these people, which led to the current scene. Su Yan provoked it? Hu Jiao Air was extremely surprised. Not Su Yan, it was Xia Hongchen. Long Jun laughed and said, "This idiot led a group of people to take advantage of the time when the monster beast was resting. They wanted to go in and steal the treasure it was guarding. They didn't expect to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Several people died before they could escape in distress." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He asked, what did Xia Hongchen get? If he hadn't obtained something, how could he have provoked this monster beast to chase after him? Long Jun looked at Yang Kai arrogantly and said impatiently, "Who are you?" Answer his question. I also want to know. Hu Jiao Air faintly glanced at him. Long Jun quickly reined in his attitude and said, "I'm not too sure, but according to Xia Hongchen himself, there was nothing there at all. After the monster beast ran out, I also went to check, but there was nothing." Hu Jiao Air sneered. It's impossible for there to be nothing. It must have been taken away by Xia Hongchen and is unwilling to take it out. Long Jun nodded slightly. I think so too. But now that Xia Hongchen had not been handed over, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples could only face the monster beast's wrath. Su Yan also didn't want the High Heaven Pavilion disciples to suffer too many casualties, so she had no choice but to be dragged into the battle. This woman's ability was much higher than Xia Hongchen's. If not for her taking action, those people would have died long ago. Relying on a woman to turn danger into safety, Xia Hongchen only has this much ability. Hu Mei Er didn't hide her disdain. Yes. Long Jun nodded again and again. Stormhouse's Fang Ziki, and I also thought so. Originally, we wanted to help High Heaven Pavilion, but Xia Hongchen was unwilling to admit that he took something. It's really too infuriating. How could they not understand the principle of interdependence when the lips are gone? This turtle-shaped monster beast was so tyrannical that even Su Yan couldn't do anything to it. Unless the experts of the three sects joined forces, there was no way to eat it. But Xia Hongchen, what benefits did you obtain from the place it was guarding? Why should we help you? Fighting this monster beast without knowing anything? Blood Battle Gang and Storm House weren't stupid to this extent. We can help, but you have to at least tell us what you obtained. What can you give us? The reason why the Blood Battle Gang and Storm House's people were watching from the sidelines was also because of this idea. They were waiting for High Heaven Pavilion to be unable to hold on. Then they could discuss the price. Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on the white figure in the air. Su Yan's complexion wasn't good, probably because of the huge consumption. But the lives of hundreds of High Heaven Pavilion disciples were tied to her. How could she retreat? If she retreated, at least dozens of High Heaven Pavilion disciples would die. The reason why the turtle-shaped monster beast was so slow was all because of her. Standing in midair, Su Yan danced in the air, her graceful figure fluttering like a butterfly. With a snap of her fingers, several small ice flowers flew out and sprinkled onto the turtle-shaped monster beast. Ka-cha-cha! Those ice flowers grew in size in an instant. Each of them had a radius of several zhang. Cold air spread out, and the huge body of the turtle-shaped monster beast was suddenly covered by a layer of ice. With such a restriction, The speed of the turtle-shaped monster beast dropped another level. Countless attacks landed on its body, but they only caused some sparks to fly out from its thick and heavy shell. There was no effect at all. However, Su Yan's complexion was somewhat pale. "Xia Hongqian, I'm going to ask you one last time. What did you take from it?" Su Yan's pair of beautiful eyes stared at the tortoise monster beast below as she asked Xia Hongqian without turning her head. Hearing those cold and emotionless words, Xia Hongqian couldn't help but shudder. He could hear the anger hidden in Su Yan's voice. Su Yan had never been angry before, but this time was different. Seeing so many innocent High Heaven Pavilion disciples die because of this matter, as the great senior sister, how could she remain indifferent? Xia Hongqian hesitated, struggled, fear, panic, all kinds of expressions flashed across his face. But soon he became firm and said, "Su Yan, do you still doubt me? If I really took something from it, why wouldn't I tell you?" Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of hatred and disgust. Her cold voice rang in the ears of every High Heaven Pavilion disciple. "All High Heaven Pavilion disciples, quickly retreat!" Since they couldn't beat the turtle-shaped monster beast, their only choice was to escape. Although they didn't know if it would chase them, it was still the only way to survive. After Su Yan's voice rang out, many High Heaven Pavilion disciples didn't hesitate to use their movement skills and quickly fled from the turtle-shaped monster beast. The number of people attacking in the sky also rapidly decreased. One by one, they quietly retreated, but there were still many people who continued to attack. Su Yan's face became extremely dignified, coldly shouting, "Why haven't you left yet?" As soon as her voice fell, the layer of ice that sealed the turtle-shaped monster beast exploded. At this moment, the sluggish tortoise monster beast also broke free from its shackles. Its speed suddenly increased. Its huge meteor hammer tail swept through the air, and the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who were still fighting suddenly fell like dumplings. A few unlucky people were directly swept by this tail and directly turned into a pool of dark red meat paste. Most of them were swept up by the wind created by the tail. They all fell down in a sorry state. The turtle-shaped monster beast roared towards the sky, and as if it had the help of a god, it began to move. With red eyes, it rushed towards Su Yan. The woman in front of it had sealed it in ice again and again. It hated her to the bone, so naturally it wanted to kill her first. Su Yan's hands quickly moved, and as her hand gestures changed, a shocking chill descended from the sky, turning the entire world white as a layer of frost began to form on the ground. Everyone's eyes were now focused on Su Yan. At this moment, her pale face had an intoxicating blush to it, making her look like a real fairy. Distancing herself from the mortal world, standing above the ninth heaven, the people of the world could only look at her with admiration and would never be able to touch her. The turtle-shaped monster beast dashed forward, roaring. It quickly closed the distance between it and Su Yan. The two were like a watermelon and a sesame seed, but the latter's eyes didn't show the slightest panic or hesitation, only indifference. A cold aura that seemed capable of freezing the entire heaven and earth suddenly condensed and fiercely rushed toward Su Yan. In the next moment, a huge white figure suddenly appeared behind Su Yan. It was Su Yan who had been enlarged countless times. A pure white dress, an exquisite and graceful body, a devastatingly beautiful face. Every part of her body had been enlarged countless times, but it was still flawless. It was breathtakingly beautiful. This huge figure's eyes were closed, but in the next moment her eyes opened. In her eyes there was a majestic snow mountain, and the sky was filled with snow. The sensational chill descended once again, and it was several times stronger than before. Everyone who stared at this figure couldn't help but have the illusion that they were sealed in ice, and their whole body shivered. Following Su Yan's last move, the huge figure rushed towards the turtle-shaped monster beast without hesitation. The distance between the two was less than 100 feet, and in the blink of an eye, the white figure drilled into the turtle-shaped monster beast's body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a layer of ice appeared on the monster beast's body once again. This time it was thicker than before, completely sealing the monster beast in ice. Its moving limbs were also frozen in the ice. Wah! Su Yan's mouth overflowed with blood. That move just now had consumed a lot of her energy. Her slender body swayed in midair, and in the end, she couldn't hold on and fell down. At the same time, the frozen, turtle-shaped monster beast continued to rush toward Su Yan. Its body was too big, and even if it was frozen while running, it couldn't stop immediately. Su Yan's expression was calm as she fell. Her eyes reflected the turtle-shaped monster beast's body that was quickly approaching her. Her eyes were filled with regret and longing, but there was no hatred. Cries of alarm sounded. Only at this moment did everyone recover from the shock just now. But now, the person who was regarded as a goddess by everyone was about to die. Amidst the cries of alarm, a figure that couldn't be considered strong was quickly approaching Su Yan. A faint flame appeared under his feet, dragging a faint red light as he ran. Immediately, this figure was wrapped in red light, as if he had turned into a burning fireball. His speed, which wasn't slow to begin with, increased by another level. He flew to the place where Su Yan was about to fall. His feet stomped on the ground, and his whole body shot up like an arrow released from a bow. He stretched out his hands to catch Su Yan, and then arched his body, protecting Su Yan in front of his chest, using his back to face the turtle-shaped monster beast's charge. Chapter 143. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The hundreds of people had yet to recover from the shock and confusion in their eyes when cries of surprise came out of their mouths. The red light left behind by the figure did not dissipate. Following the trajectory of the red light, they could clearly see where the figure had rushed out from and where he had jumped to catch Su Yan's falling body. The huge, turtle-shaped monster beast was rushing over at lightning speed. Less than a foot in front of the turtle-shaped monster beast, a man and a woman were tightly huddled together. Looking at these two figures, it was as if one could see a kind of determination to live and die together without hesitation. At this moment, Yang Kai and Su Yan's eyes met. The latter's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, while the former's eyes only had a trace of pity and sadness. This kind of gaze made Su Yan's heart tremble. No one had ever looked at her with such eyes. When the elders looked at her, they only felt gratified and approved. When the peers looked at her, they only felt love and respect. When the younger generation looked at her, they only felt admiration and worship. Perhaps some people had looked at her with jealousy and envy. But this kind of pity and sadness was the first time Su Yan had seen in her life. She was a proud daughter of the heavens. No one was qualified to look at her like this. Was he feeling pity for her? What was he sad about? This faint pain was like a sharp needle, piercing Su Yan's frozen body and mind, causing her heart to ache. At this moment, she seemed to be able to understand why he was sad. But so warm. This person's body was very warm. Ever since she was born, Su Yan had never experienced such a warm feeling, as if her whole body was about to melt. After cultivating the ice heart secret art, her body, mind, and emotions were all frozen. In her world, there was only cold, nothing else. Cold and warmth were originally opposites. She should be disgusted by the warmth of his body, so why did she have a kind of lingering feeling, being held like this by him, even if the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, even if the sky fell and the earth cracked? She did not want to move a finger. Su Yan involuntarily squeezed Yang Kai's clothes. Time passed again. "It's Yang Kai!" Hu Jiao cried out in alarm. She hadn't even noticed when Kai Yang had rushed out. Just a moment ago, she had also been shocked by Su Yan's shocking display of strength. By the time she reacted, there was no trace of Kai Yang beside her. Hu Mei'er covered her mouth with one hand, suppressing the cry of surprise. Her eyes trembled violently as she looked in front of the tortoise monster beast, afraid that she would see a scene that she didn't want to see. Courting death! Long June coldly. In the next moment, the frozen tortoise monster beast slammed into Kai Yang's arched back. Although Kai Yang had done his best to turn his body and make some evasive movements, when he jumped up, his current strength was too low, so he was unable to fly. Furthermore, he had used his own momentum to counteract Su Yan's falling momentum, causing the two people's bodies to be practically frozen in the air for a moment. So this collision was unavoidable. Just as the turtle-shaped monster beast made contact with Yang Kai, his arched back moved forward. Taking advantage of this little buffer time, he minimized the damage he suffered. Pum! Yang Kai and Su Yan were sent flying like cannonballs. They flew for several tens of meters before slowly falling to the ground. The two hugged each other and rolled like a gourd. They rolled for several tens of meters before the impact on their bodies gradually disappeared. Finally coming to a stop, Yang Kai's body was battered and exhausted, his face as pale as a sheet of paper, while Su Yan, who was under his body, was completely unscathed. Only her pure white clothes were a little dirty, and her hair was a mess. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai seemed to have lost all his strength. His head fell on Su Yan's chest. Su Yan's beautiful eyes trembled. Her heart, which was rarely filled with waves, could no longer remain calm at this moment. She slowly stretched out her hand and gently placed it on Kai Yang's head, as if she was caressing him, as if she was comforting him. Just now, Yang Kai had protected her with his own body. Almost all of the residual force from the collision had been neutralized by his body alone. Su Yan's body hadn't even hit the ground. Asterisk Chi, asterisk the frozen turtle-shaped monster beast, let out a teeth-numbing screech as it plowed a deep gully in the ground. It slid for several tens of meters before gradually coming to a stop, not far from Yang Kai and Su Yan. The world fell silent. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the man and woman who had fallen to the ground and were tightly hugging each other. If it were any other time, this kind of thing would have aroused the anger of countless people. No man could take advantage of Su Yan like this. Every inch of her skin was sacred and noble. The world could only look up to it, only see it from afar, and not profane it. But at this moment, not only was there a man lying on top of her, he even buried his head in Su Yan's chest, smelling her fragrance and feeling her softness. Even so, no one felt there was anything wrong with it. Towards a dead person, could you be angry? Towards a dead person, what was there to be angry about? He had risked his life to save Su Yan. This was a moment of grace that he should enjoy before his death. Everyone felt that under that kind of brute force, Yang Kai would undoubtedly die. Only Xia Hong Chen's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. The last time he had seen Yang Kai play with Su Yan's jade white hand, it had already caused him to go crazy with jealousy. It was like a nightmare that he could not get rid of, and every time he thought about it, he felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. But this time, this person was even more excessive, actually doing such a thing in front of so many people. How could he tolerate it? Xia Hong Chen's resentment and anger burst out like a flood, almost causing him to lose all reason. Staring at Yang Kai, a thick murderous intent spread out unscrupulously. Su Yan, who was lying underneath Yang Kai, slowly raised her eyes and glared at him coldly. Xia Hongqin shuddered and suddenly sobered up. Looking down again, he was filled with annoyance and regret. If he had risked his life to save Su Yan just now, wouldn't he be the one enjoying this situation now? With his strength, even if he had been hit by that turtle-shaped monster beast, he would never have died. At most, he would have been seriously injured. Exchanging his seriously injured body for Su Yan's favor. How could this be a good deal? Why? Why hadn't he reacted at that time? Why had he been so immersed in the huge, illusory shadow of Su Yan that he had ignored the crisis she was in? Why hadn't this person been affected by that illusory shadow? Such a good opportunity had been missed in vain. The wind blew, and the world was bleak. Su Yan's hair and Yang Kai's robes fluttered in the wind, causing them to flutter. No one dared to step forward, everyone standing in place. Su Yan's pair of eyes looked up at the chaotic sky, whispering a song from her mouth. This song couldn't be heard by others, only by Yang Kai's ears. Her voice was ethereal, cold and filled with a trace of yearning. Accompanied by the song, her hand gently patted Yang Kai's head over and over again, like a responsible mother coaxing her child to sleep. On the side, the huge, turtle-shaped monster beast raised its forelimbs, its ferocious face frozen in ice, as if it would trample Su Yan and Yang Kai into meat paste at any time. This was a poetic and picturesque scene, but with a desolate beauty. After singing the song, Su Yan stopped and exhaled, a fragrant wind blowing Yang Kai's hair as she whispered, "You've recovered, get up!" "What song is this?" Yang Kai didn't move. Only a faint voice came out. His voice was weak, but it wasn't fake. Su Yan was silent for a long time before replying, "I don't know, it's a song from my memory." "It's very good." Yang Kai slowly raised his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face pale, his body trembling, but he slowly propped himself up. Su Yan faintly glanced at him. The various emotions that originally existed in her eyes disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a bone-chilling cold. Yang Kai sighed, knowing that his senior sister had forcibly smoothed out the ripples in her heart, allowing the lake of her heart to once again return to tranquility. Reaching out his hand, he gestured to her. Su Yan reached out her small hand, and with the help of Yang Kai's pulling force, she slowly got up. Brushing her messy black hair, she tucked it behind her ear. At this moment, even though Su Yan was covered in dust and her hair was slightly disheveled, her sacred and inviolable temperament remained unchanged. How is this possible? Cries of shock finally sounded, followed by a series of cries. Everyone looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. This man, who they had thought was bound to die, at this moment unexpectedly stood up, and although he looked bleak and desolate, there was no danger to his life. Was his body made of iron? After withstanding such a blow, he actually didn't die? Over at the blood group's side, Long Jun couldn't help but be moved. Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er also couldn't hold back their breaths, heavily gasping for breath. Hu Mei Er's face hung a trace of a relieved smile, the corner of her eyes faintly showing traces of tears. She lost her voice and murmured, "That's great, that's great." As she spoke, she unexpectedly covered her mouth and choked with sobs. Hu Jiao Er was stunned, her hand reaching out to wipe the corner of her eye. There was also a drop of tear there. "What's going on?" Hu Jiao Er was stunned on the spot. Although she didn't hate Yang Kai now, she was also worried about the soul-stirring scene a moment ago. But Hu Jiao Er knew that most people's feelings were the same as hers. No one would be indifferent. But she wouldn't cry tears of joy for an unfamiliar man escaping death, right? What's more, although she didn't hate Yang Kai now, she also didn't have a good impression of him. Glancing at her sister, Hu Jiao Er could almost clearly feel that her heart was relieved of a great burden and relaxed after a great deal of tension. This kind of feeling was deeply felt, as if it was her own. So it was like this. Hu Jiao Er's eyes flashed a trace of relief, but also a trace of confusion. In the Stormhouse's area, Fong Ziqi's eyes were shining, and he said, "Junior Du, he didn't die." Du Yishuang's face was flushed with excitement, and she patted her chest and said, "Just now he scared me. If he died, it would be a pity. This person is not bad." In the High Heaven Pavilion's area, Xia Hongchen's face was ashen, and his eyes were lifeless. He lamented that he didn't seize the opportunity just now, and even more so because of Yang Kai's luck with women. He was like a general who had lost a great battle, and had lost the ability to think. Chapter 144. Lan Chudi's eyes glowed as she looked towards Yang Kai. She had suffered some injuries in the battle with the turtle-shaped monster beast, and her clean clothes were stained red with her own blood. Her chest heaved up and down violently as she looked at the man and woman standing under the turtle-shaped monster beast's raised forelegs, her heart surging with emotion. Just now, the figure who had faced death without hesitation to rescue Su Yen had left a heavy mark in the hearts of almost every woman who saw the scene. Lan Chu Dai was naturally no exception. If there was a man who was willing to give up his life for her, so what if his strength was lower? A woman's request was sometimes very big and sometimes very small. It was so small that just a casual sentence or a gesture could open her heart and let her keep his figure and appearance in her heart. If the woman standing under the monster beast at this moment was herself, how happy would that be? But when she remembered her previous attitude towards him, Lan Chudi's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness as she smiled bitterly. "Do you still have the strength to fight?" Yang Kai asked Su Yen from the monster beast side. "No." Su Yen slowly shook her head. "We have to leave quickly. This monster beast's vitality is very tenacious. I can only freeze it for half a cup of tea's time. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." "Where do you want to go?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Before it was chasing Xia Hongqin, but now I'm afraid it will chase you. Unless you leave this place, you won't be able to escape." "Then I will leave. I can't let all the High Heaven Pavilion disciples suffer because of me. It's not your fault. Why do you want to take responsibility?" Yang Kai frowned and said in a slightly fierce tone, "You are a senior sister. It's too tiring." Su Yen looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Is he reprimanding me? He dares to reprimand me? Even the elders in the sect have never reprimanded me. However, Su Yen was not the slightest bit annoyed, nor did she have any thoughts of refuting. Look at the current state of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples. Yang Kai looked back and saw many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples gasping for breath. Most of them were sitting cross-legged on the ground, seizing the time to recover. Even if you leave, can you guarantee that the monster beast will let them go? Without you, they will only die faster. Hey. Then what do you suggest? Su Yen asked. Kill it. Yang Kai grinned, but this grin only served to aggravate his internal injuries, causing cold sweat to drip from his forehead. Kill it? Su Yen was stunned. She hadn't expected Kai Yang's appetite to be so big. In front of such a demonic beast, being able to escape with one's life was already not bad. How could one kill it? While the two of them were talking, the ice surrounding the demonic beast suddenly made a noise. Su Yan's expression changed. Why is it so fast? Su Yan's eyes. Su, you. No matter what, we have to try. If we can't kill it, it won't be too late for us to run. Kacha! The sound of the ice shattering was getting louder and louder. The frozen, turtle-shaped monster beast slowly turned its scarlet eyes and looked down. In its eyes, Yang Kai and Su Yen were as small as ants. Stand back! Yang Kai saw that Su Yen didn't move and couldn't help but turn around and shout. Su Yan's body trembled, and without any reason, she obediently stepped back and quickly retreated. At the same time, the injured High Heaven Pavilion disciples also retreated. Yang Kai stood in front of the turtle-shaped monster beast. His slightly thin body was imprinted in everyone's eyes, but he was like a giant with his head on the sky and his feet on the ground. He stood there, blocking the majesty of the monster beast, blocking its huge body and blocking the wind and rain. His right hand slowly moved. It was an extremely slow movement, breaking the visual perception of everyone. His hand clearly had nothing, but at this moment it was as if his right hand was holding a 10,000 gene sledgehammer, and he was using all of his strength to swing it. Kacha! The sound of bones dislocating came from that side. At the same time, a little bit of starlight flashed, and a kind of aura that made people tremble in fear erupted from Yang Kai's position. The wind whistled, and his robes fluttered. His black hair also swayed and danced. Kai Yang's roar could also be heard. Using all the strength in his body, he shouted out one word at a time. 3 sect disciple. His right hand was finally raised, and accompanied by a roar, it clenched into a fist. With a brilliant brilliance, the place where Yang Kai stood seemed to have transformed into a beautiful starry sky. As the starlight flowed, his right fist also moved backwards inch by inch. Every time it moved, the power it gave off became stronger, as if he was accumulating strength. If you have the heart. Yang Kai's eyes were about to split open. He tried to control the energy erupting from his fist, not letting it rush out, and still shouted each word clearly. What kind of martial skill is this? Feng Ziqi's face changed greatly. Even from a few hundred feet away, with his Yuan Qi realm strength, he could feel the enormous killing power contained in that fist. Moreover, this fist was only accumulating power and had not truly been thrown. If it was already so powerful after accumulating power, how terrifying would it be when it was actually thrown? So beautiful. Hu Mei Er and Hu Jiao Er both said this sentence almost in unison. On the other side, the sky was filled with stars, like a clear night sky, and in the midst of the madness, it made people forget to return. With a crashing sound, the ground under Yang Kai's feet could not withstand such a violent force, and a crack appeared. His body sank down, and immediately his legs bent. The turtle-shaped monster beast, which was rapidly unsealing, no longer had resentment and murderous intent in its scarlet eyes. What was left was only panic and fear that was slowly becoming stronger. It wanted to run. It could feel the terrifying power in Yang Kai's fist. It had been sealed for countless years and was in a weak state. It had not been easy for it to wake up from the seal, and it did not have time to taste the joy of freedom. It did not want to be injured, and did not want to fall into that endless sleep again. However, the huge block of ice restricted its movements. "Can you help me?" Yang Kai opened his mouth for the third time, but he couldn't even finish his sentence. Just controlling the energy in his right fist took all of his concentration, so he could only use this intermittent roar to let everyone know what he wanted to express. After shouting out this half of the sentence, Yang Kai's feet fiercely stomped on the ground, and his whole body quickly shot up into the sky, bringing with it the dense star field. The starlight shone, boundless and majestic. After jumping up 10 feet, Yang Kai's rising momentum stopped, and then he turned around and fell towards the turtle-shaped monster beast's head. Just at this time, the ice that sealed the turtle-shaped monster beast finally exploded. Roar! As soon as it was free, the turtle-shaped monster beast looked up to the sky and let out a deafening roar. "Lend me a hand." Yang Kai's roar was also mixed in, but it clearly passed into everyone's ears. In the next moment, that fist full of starlight quickly swung out. This was a kind of change from extremely slow to extremely fast, and it brought about an extremely strong visual conflict. The fist exploded above the turtle-shaped monster beast's head. It was as if there was a muffled thunder in the sky, and also as if there was a violent tremor deep in the earth. When that extremely small fist smashed into the monster beast's head, everyone's heart throbbed, as if this fist could also destroy their minds. A huge halo visible to the naked eye suddenly burst out from the point of contact between the fist and the monster beast's head, and quickly spread in all directions. An unbelievable scene appeared. The boundless turtle-shaped monster beast was unexpectedly hit by this fist, and it staggered. Its 2 legs at the back flew into the air, and its 2 legs at the front bent down. Its head was like a falling meteor, and it crashed into the ground, creating a deep pit and dust and smoke everywhere. Yang Kai was also hit by the rebound of this attack and flew up into the air. He somersaulted many times in the air before he staggered and fell to the ground. At this time his right fist was badly mutilated, and his entire arm was dripping with blood, and it was trembling uncontrollably. However, he stood there firmly and looked disdainfully at the turtle-shaped monster beast that was countless times bigger than him. His thin body exuded a wild and violent bloody aura. The whole audience was shocked, and everyone's eyes trembled violently. No one thought that Yang Kai would be able to beat the turtle-shaped monster beast into such a state. After all, it was an opponent that even Su Yan couldn't do anything about. But now, that earth-shattering fist really did something that they didn't dare to imagine. What kind of fist was that? Thinking back, everyone could only think of the magnificent star field and the boundless murderous intent hidden within the beauty. But they couldn't figure out the trajectory of that fist. Looking at the thin back and front of the huge monster beast, Su Yan's heart fiercely beat. She knew that from today onwards, she would never forget this back, because the owner of this back had done something that she couldn't do. Hu Mei-er's cheeks were flushed red, and she looked at Yang Kai with extraordinary splendor in her eyes. Driven by her sister's emotions, even Hu Jiao-er's heartbeat sped up. What should I do? Hu Jiao-er's heart was full of hesitation. Her current emotions were not her own, but her reaction to her sister's feelings, which made her a little scared. Lan Chudai also felt a rush of excitement, but immediately her heart was filled with bitterness, and only a touch of sadness could be seen on her beautiful face. It could be said that such a back had already become a brand in the hearts of many women. He represented safety and reliability. This was the kind of back that any woman yearned for. Amazing! Fong Ziqi's heart was shaken, and at the same time he felt a little frustrated. There is actually such a martial skill in this world. There is even someone who can use it. Today I have learned something new. Why? Xia Hongchen muttered to himself as if he had lost his soul. Why isn't this martial skill mine? Why didn't I get this kind of adventure? If I had obtained it, then I would be the one who attracted the attention of everyone and moved the hearts of all the girls. Why is it him? He's just lucky. Is no one going to help? It's not dead yet. If you don't help, then everyone should prepare to run. Yang Kai's voice sounded again. Hearing this sentence, everyone recovered from their shock. Su Yan quickly shouted, "Those who can still fight, go help!" Chapter 145. Under her command, all the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who could still move rushed forward. Elder sister. Hu Mei-er turned her head and looked at Hu Jiao-er. Jiao-er, let's not get involved in this mess. Who knows that the monster beast won't be able to fight back? It's better for us to wait and see how the High Heaven Pavilion disciples react. Shut up, coward! Hu Mei-er glared fiercely at Long Jun. Long Jun was stunned. Hu Jiao-er smiled bitterly. She looked at her sister and then looked at Yang Kai. Her eyes flashed a trace of tenderness, and she shouted, "Blood group, go and help!" After she finished speaking, she took the lead and rushed forward. On the storm house side, Du Yishuang looked at Fong Ziqi nervously and whispered, "He saved my life." Fong Ziqi pinched his nose and said, "If I say we sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, I will despise you and look down on you for the rest of my life." Du Yishuang looked at her big brother without fear. "Sai," Fong Ziqi said helplessly, "if you say so, what can I do?" Then he laughed and said, "Today I have seen such a brave hero. How can I, Fong Ziqi, fall behind? Storm House disciples listen to my command and follow me to kill. Let them know that the men of Storm House are real men." Roar! The male disciples of Storm House roared in unison. "Brother Fong, what about us? What about us female disciples?" Du Yishuang asked unrelentingly. "Stand aside and watch obediently. You women only need to know how to take care of your husband and children. Why do you care so much?" After he finished speaking, he led a group of people and rushed towards the monster beast. "Humph." Du Yishuang wrinkled her nose and said, "I knew you would prefer men over women. I am not worse than you." Then she also rushed forward. After so many days, there were only 700 to 800 disciples left from the 3 sections. Some of them had already lost their lives in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. However, out of these 780 disciples, About 80% of them had charged forward. The remaining 20% were either injured or too weak to fight. Even if they went up, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Shouts shook the heavens. The disciples of the three sects, three forces, three directions, but only one target. That was the turtle-shaped monster beast that was lying on the ground. Yang Kai's punch seemed to have injured it quite badly. Even if it didn't take its life, it seemed like it wouldn't be able to move for a while. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples were the first to rush up, each one of them with bloodshot eyes, displaying their best martial skills, attacking the turtle-shaped monster beast fiercely, sending sparks flying everywhere. The blood group followed closely behind, followed by the Stormhouse. Among these people, there were only a few who had reached the Yuan Qi realm. Among them, Su Yan had no more strength to fight, and Xia Hongchen was still in a daze in midair. Only Fang Ziki, Long Jun, and Hu Jiao Er were left. Moreover, all of them were cultivators at the first or second level of the Yuan Qi realm. With such strength, it would be difficult to cause any effective damage to the turtle-shaped monster beast, which was famous for its defense. After using their martial skills, the Yuan Qi was exhausted, but didn't have any effect. Even so, the disciples of the three sects didn't shrink back and continued to release their killing moves. The area where the turtle-shaped monster beast was located was filled with endless clanking sounds. Yang Kai stood in place and laughed. He felt that he didn't waste the star mark that he had accumulated for a long time. It was enough to arouse their fighting spirit. Su Yan stared blankly at the scene that could almost be called a miracle. The disciples of the three sects had always been fighting, especially after entering the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The open and covert fighting had become more and more obvious. She didn't like fighting, so these days she had been acting alone. Otherwise, with her status and prestige, as long as she waved her hand, all the High Heaven Pavilion disciples would gather around her. This time, Xia Hongchen had provoked a big trouble, so she had no choice but to act. She thought that this time High Heaven Pavilion would be doomed, but she didn't expect things to turn around. And this turning point was brought by the man in front of her. No one had ever been able to make the disciples of the three sects cooperate to this extent. In everyone's eyes, there was no fighting, no scheming, and only one thought: to kill the turtle-shaped monster beast. This in itself was a miracle. Looking at his trembling right arm that was still dripping blood, Su Yan's heart faintly ached. She wanted to go forward and help him heal, but she restrained herself, because at this moment this man represented iron blood. If she went forward, she would feel tenderness. At this time, he didn't need to be touched by tenderness. Just as her heart was moved, Su Yan saw the little girl from blood group called Hu Mei Er rush to Yang Kai's side. Then, with a worried face, she asked a few questions about his injury. Immediately, she took out a healing medicine from her bosom, tore off a piece of her dress, and bandaged his wound. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed, and then she slowly turned her gaze away. On the battlefield, perhaps the attacks of the three sects' disciples had awakened the turtle-shaped monster beast. Its originally muddled mind slowly became clear, and its huge body showed signs of moving. Its thick and heavy limbs had already begun to move. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart was raised, and their attacks became more and more fierce. Hit its head, it's injured. Suddenly a woman shouted. It was Stormhouse's Du Yishuang. Hearing her shout, Fang Ziki and Hu Jiao Er hurriedly rushed over. When they looked, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They found that on the turtle-shaped monster beast's forehead, there was indeed a crack like wound. At this moment, dark red blood was gurgling out. Because its head was buried in the deep pit, if one didn't look closely, they wouldn't have noticed it. Fuck! Fang Ziji couldn't help but curse. He had been fighting for a long time, but he couldn't even leave a mark on the tortoise monster beast. However, there was a 1-foot-long wound here. This was the mark left by Yang Kai's punch. How powerful was his punch? How could it cause such an effect? Although his mind was shocked, Fong Ziqi's hands were not careless. He fought with Hu Jiao Air to hit the wound first. When the two's moves collided, the turtle-shaped monster beast's body spasmed, and its movements became bigger. "Woman, get out of my way!" Fong Ziqi felt that Hu Jiao Air was in his way and couldn't help but shout. "This girl doesn't want to lower herself to your level, you idiot!" Hu Jiao Air rolled her eyes. Fong Ziqi's personality was well understood by the disciples of the three sections. He seriously valued men over women and believed that only men could achieve great things. He didn't put women in his eyes, and only Su Yan could make him slightly look at her. According to rumors, there was a time when he continuously advised the Storm House's housemaster, Xiao Ruohan, to not recruit female disciples in the future. At first, Xiao Ruohan ignored him, but in the end he couldn't stand it anymore. In the end, the master and disciple went to Black Plum Town's Spring Breeze Drizzle building together. Since then, Fong Ziqi never mentioned this matter again, but his deep-rooted thinking had never changed. Of course, it wasn't that he hated women, but in his mind, men and women were two different species. The former was much more noble than the latter. "I am a man, I am proud, I am a man, I am proud!" It was reasonable to say that Fong Ziqi, with this kind of thinking, should not speak to women. However, he was an extremely flirtatious and unrestrained person. In addition, he was young and promising, his strength was tyrannical, and he himself had a dignified appearance, so he never lacked women by his side. He was often surrounded by beautiful girls. This was an extremely contradictory combination of men. Hearing Hu Jiao Air's words, Fong Ziqi's sword-like eyebrows furrowed. He fiercely attacked the wound on the monster beast's head and shouted, "Little girl, who are you calling an idiot?" Hu Jiao Air's hands flew, and a powerful killing move followed by attacking the wound. She didn't show any weakness. "Stinky man, if you really hate women so much, why don't you have sex with your junior brothers and have fun every night?" When these words came out, Fong Ziqi's face suddenly paled, his stomach turned, and he almost vomited on the spot. With those junior brothers, when he thought of this kind of scene, Fong Ziqi felt dizzy and was on the verge of collapsing. Seeing his face change, Hu Jiao Air giggled. Her laughter was filled with pride and schadenfreude. "You shameless woman, you really dared say anything." Fong Ziqi couldn't take it anymore. "Whoever marries you in the future will be unlucky." "None of your business." Hu Jiao Air couldn't help but blush and roll her eyes. Fong Ziqi said, "I won't bicker with you. Let's see who gives the monster beast a fatal blow first." "Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Hu Jiao Air sneered. But before the two of them could make a move, a pure white figure suddenly rushed over, carrying with it an icy chill. Her slender jade finger pointed downwards, and a pure white ice flower suddenly appeared in the monster beast's open wound. The ice flower absorbed the monster beast's blood, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a blood-red flower, revealing a beautiful and enchanting beauty. With a crack, the ice flower shattered, turning into countless sharp icicles, and pierced straight into the monster beast's head. Roar! The turtle-shaped monster beast suddenly pulled its head out of the big hole in the ground and roared towards the sky. Its huge body swayed, and it couldn't stand steadily. Its scarlet eyes dimmed, and it seemed to be on the verge of death. Fong Ziqi and Hu Jiao Air turned their heads at the same time and saw Su Yan, whose face was as white as snow, using the little bit of strength she had just recovered to attack with a killing move. After the attack, Su Yan turned her head and fell down. She couldn't fight anymore. Fong Ziqi and Hu Jiao Air could clearly feel the chill that Su Yan was emitting this time, and it was slightly different from before. In the past, the cold was pure, and it was completely cold. It was a kind of extremely pure cold, without any other attribute mixed in. But now, this cold seemed to have something more, and it was even more unbearable than before. Who provoked her? Feng Ziki asked doubtfully. How would I know? Hu Jiao Er said impatiently, coming from the blood group. She felt that the disciples of the other two sects were not good people. Needless to say, this Feng Ziki in front of her was the epitome of male chauvinism. In the High Heaven Pavilion, Su Yan was a character, but unfortunately she was like an emotionless ice doll, always keeping people thousands of miles away, making it difficult for people to get close to her. As for Xia Hongqin, there was no need to talk about him. He was a complete coward. He was just a person who worshipped fame and fortune, and chased after power. Her own blood group was stronger. At least she was still normal. Once her little sister grew up, she and her sister would be able to support half the sky for their father. If no one provoked her, why did she use the little bit of yuan qi that she had just recovered? Feng Ziki couldn't understand, so he shook his head. Seeing Hu Jiao Er taking advantage of this opportunity to kill the turtle-shaped monster beast, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. You woman, even if you win, it's an unfair victory. Chapter 146. Hu Jiao Er sneered. You said that I am a woman. So what if I have an unfair advantage? As for you, since you think that men are superior, then you want to compete with me. That itself is very problematic. Feng Ziki was speechless. He sighed again and again. Sure enough, only women and villains are difficult to deal with. The fate of the turtle-shaped monster beast was already half decided when the disciples of the three sects attacked. Su Yan's attack had completely ruined its only chance of survival. At this moment, facing the attacks of the three sects' disciples, it had no power to fight back. Death was only a matter of time. The root of all this was Yang Kai's majestic punch. It was that punch that aroused the fighting spirit of the three sects' disciples, giving them the courage to fight against such a behemoth. Hu Mei-er was helping him bandage his right arm. The blood vessels on his right arm had burst, causing it to tremble incessantly. Yang Kai never thought that the power of the star mark would be so strong. It was so strong that he could not control it. After that punch, his body was directly paralyzed and he could not move. If not, why would he be standing there like a javelin? Until now, the numbness in his body had lessened a lot, and intense pain all over his body followed. Looking at the hundreds of disciples fighting, Yang Kai did not notice the ferocious expression on Xia Hongqian's face. Since Yang Kai's punch burst out, Xia Hongqian had been standing in the air as if he had lost his mind. It was not until recently that he finally woke up. He knew that Kai Yang must have obtained some kind of incredible fortuitous encounter in this heaven's cave inheritance. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have been able to survive. If not, he would not have been able to burst out with such a punch. That was a punch that caused the peak sixth order monster beast to suffer heavy injuries. He could not let him continue to grow. If he continued to grow, not only would he not be able to obtain Su Yan, but he would also be in danger. Thinking of this, Xia Hongqian's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He glanced at the person below. This person was Nie Yong. Like Lan Chu Dai, he was injured in the battle just now. At this moment, he was recovering not far behind Yang Kai. Nie Yong had mixed feelings. He didn't know what to feel. He had been with Yang Kai for a few days, and had always been unkind to him. He had made things difficult for him everywhere, and had even led people to hunt him down. But at that time they couldn't find Yang Kai's hiding place, so the matter was left unsettled. However, the existence of Yang Kai still made him feel as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat and a thorn in his back. He still remembered what Yang Kai had said when he was escaping 10 days ago. In just a dozen days, Yang Kai had become so powerful. Nie Yong was scared out of his wits. If that punch had landed on him, he would have been smashed to pieces. What to do? What to do? Now that everyone's eyes were on the monster beast, they had no time to care about anything else. After the monster beast died, how would they face Yang Kai's anger? Nie Yong noticed that Xia Hongqian was winking at him from the sky. He understood what his brother meant and couldn't help but shiver. But shortly after, Nie Yong's eyes turned cold. Yes, if he wanted to live, he had to kill Yang Kai. Otherwise, he would definitely come for revenge. Moreover, Brother Xia also wanted him to do so. Even if he killed Yang Kai, with Brother Xia's protection, he would be safe. He was sure that he would be safe. Yang Kai's punch had caused Nie Yong to be unable to think calmly. He could only pin his hopes on Xia Hongqin. Slowly standing up, Nie Yong walked step by step towards Yang Kai. In the face of such a crisis, Yang Kai seemed to be unaware of it and still stood in place. Nie Yong quickened his pace. Now that Yang Kai only had Hu Mei Er by his side, as long as he was fast enough, he would definitely be able to kill him. As for what would happen after killing him, Nie Yong didn't think about it. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the turtle-shaped monster beast. No one noticed Nie Yong's movements except for one person. That person was Lan Chudai. Since Yang Kai had saved Su Yan and severely injured the turtle-shaped monster beast, Lan Chudai's heart was filled with bitterness and annoyance. She didn't expect that her junior brother, who had followed her obediently 10 days ago, would be able to display such a majestic aura. If only she had known earlier. If only she had known earlier. This kind of feeling was like she could have had a piece of jade, but had discarded it as a stone. This kind of difference between gain and loss made Lan Chudai extremely regretful. While the others were watching the battle between the three sects and the monster beast, she was looking at Yang Kai's back. That back was dazzling. Compared to Xia Hongqin, the difference was like heaven and earth. This disaster could be said to have been caused by Xia Hongqin, but in the end, it was this person who resolved it. With this comparison, the difference between the two was obvious. Nie Yong's actions quickly attracted Lan Chudai's attention. At first, she didn't think too much about it. She only thought that Nie Yong had recovered enough to participate in the battle. But after watching for a while, she found that Nie Yong's target was actually Yang Kai. While walking, Nie Yong's body emitted a faint fluctuation of yuan qi. Lan Chudai was a smart woman. She immediately understood what Nie Yong wanted to do. Just as she was about to warn Yang Kai, she suddenly saw Yang Kai turn his head and look at Nie Yong with a playful expression. He was smiling. His smile was very evil, revealing a few white teeth. Nie Yong stopped abruptly and stared at Kai Yang in fear. He didn't know how Yang Kai noticed his movements, but when he looked at him with that expression, Nie Yong felt his blood run cold. He looked at Nie Yong as if he was looking at a dead person. "Brother Nie." Yang Kai slowly turned around and looked at him with a smile. "Junior brother Yang." Nie Yong swallowed his saliva and slightly moved back. "Are you here to kill me?" This sentence directly exposed Nie Yong's thoughts. He was frightened and quickly waved his hands. He forced a smile and said, "Junior brother Yang, what are you talking about? Why would I do such a thing? You and I are brother from the same sect. Why would I?" "Huh." Nie Yong could feel his face twitching. It wasn't because he was ashamed of lying, but because he was frightened. How could he not be frightened when facing someone who could injure a sixth-order peak monster beast with a single punch? Not to mention, this person had a death grudge with him. While speaking, Nie Yong stepped back step by step. He raised his hands and laughed, indicating that he didn't have any malicious intentions. His legs and stomach trembled. "Nie Yong." Yang Kai's face was full of anger. He suddenly shouted. Nie Yong was feeling guilty and didn't dare to answer. He quickly turned around and ran. Before he could run more than a few steps, a whimpering sound came from behind him. Nie Yong hastily turned his head to look and was scared out of his wits. He saw a black all about a foot long flying towards him from Yang Kai's side. From that all came a creepy cackle that made one's hair stand on end. The laughter was strange and full of evil. It entered Nie Yong's mind and made him panic. They all closed the distance of more than 10 feet in an instant. Nie Yong didn't want to sit still and wait for his death. He quickly turned around and blocked the all. Nie Yong was pleasantly surprised to find that the All's power wasn't as terrifying as he thought. Although it was difficult for him to block it with his strength, he wouldn't be killed so quickly. Nie Yong was overjoyed. He knew that Yang Kai wasn't as calm as he looked. He must be an arrow at the end of its flight. Nie Yong was pleasantly surprised. He fought and retreated. He wanted to get rid of the All's attack, but the strange black All kept chasing him. The weird laughter never stopped. What the hell is this thing? Even if it's a secret treasure, it still needs a person to control it. Yang Kai is clearly standing there motionless. Why is it attacking me? While he was panicking, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Nie Yong looked back and saw Lan Chu Dai supporting her injured body as she rushed towards him. Her face was calm, but there was a hint of determination. Nie Yong was overjoyed. "Senior Sister Lan, save me." Lan Chu Dai looked at him indifferently. Her expression made Nie Yong's heart skip a beat. While he was trying to figure out what she meant, Lan Chu Dai suddenly hit him on the back. "Ah!" Nie Yong screamed in agony as he staggered forward. The black All's laughter grew more and more arrogant. There was a trace of surprise, but it passed through Nie Yong's chest by a hair's breadth. "Senior Sister Lan, why did you?" Nie Yong's body trembled violently. Before he could finish his words, his eyes suddenly dimmed and his body softened. Lan Chu Dai gasped for breath as she stared at Nie Yong. She found that there was no injury on his chest. The All that pierced through his chest was also gone, but immediately the All rushed out again. Lan Chu Dai could vaguely hear Nie Yong's screams. This made her scalp tingle and her face instantly lose its color. She looked up at Yang Kai and saw that he was looking at her with a cold gaze. Lan Chudi's heart jumped. She bit her lips and said, "He wants to kill you." Yang Kai did not speak. He just opened his hand, and the All turned into a ray of black light. It wrapped around his fingertips and disappeared. The two looked at each other for a long time. Yang Kai slowly turned his eyes away. From beginning to end, he did not say anything. Lan Chu Dai smiled sadly and fell to the ground. Her whole body was dripping with sweat. "Ha-ha!" Within Yang Kai's body, the old demon's wild laughter sounded. It was crazy and bloody. Accompanied by the laughter, he seemed to be chewing something. Yang Kai knew what he was chewing. It was Nie Yong's divine soul. However, Yang Kai did not expect that the soul breaker All would have such a strange effect. "Do you still want to kill? Do you still want to kill?" The old demon shouted excitedly as he chewed on Nie Yong's divine soul. "I haven't heard such a moving sound for a long time. I haven't tasted such a fresh and tender taste for a long time. Young master, do you still want to kill?" This old servant can move at any time. Yang Kai's heart moved. The old demon's laughter instantly turned into a miserable cry as he begged for mercy. After a while, the old demon slightly recovered. However, he was not as presumptuous as before. He gasped for breath and carefully asked, "Young master, why? Why didn't you tell me the true function of the soul breaker All?" "Young master, you didn't ask." The old demon felt wronged. He cautiously replied, "Moreover, this thing is too evil. I was afraid that young master would not be happy if he knew about it." "I am not happy about it," Yang Kai added, "very unhappy." The old demon suddenly trembled. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai said, "But this time you did a good job. Remember, this is the only time. Next time, if you dare to hide anything, you know the consequences." Chapter 147. This old servant does not dare. The old demon immediately surrendered and said, "Young master, the little girl who helped you was decisive and ruthless." "What do you want to say?" "I want to say that this old servant likes this little girl very much. Young master, can you talk to her and let this old servant teach her for a few years? In the future, she will definitely be a great help to you." "I don't like her," Yang Kai coldly replied. Yes. Everything will be decided by the young master. The old demon did not dare to refute and could only sigh in his heart. Nyeyong's death-shocked, who may err on the spot. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples who were healing were also very surprised. They only heard Yang Kai's roar and saw Nyeyong running away. Just as Nyeyong was fighting with the black spear, Lan Chudai launched a sneak attack and Nyeyong fell to the ground, unable to get up. What happened? No one was able to react in time. At this moment, the mountain-like, turtle-shaped monster beast collapsed. The disciples of the three sects saw this scene and could not help but cheer. Hu Jiao air giggled and said, "Fong Ziki, this last attack was taken by me." Fong Ziki said sullenly, "You are shameless. How does that count?" Hu Jiao air sneered, "You can't afford to lose?" Fong Ziki was furious. "What do you mean by can't afford to lose? If you didn't take advantage of my distraction to attack a few more times, how could you win this battle? You little girl, I will not lower myself to your level. I'm afraid you don't have the face to argue with me anymore." Hu Jiao air did not spare him. Fong Ziji's face flushed red when his thoughts were exposed. He said impatiently, "I won't argue with you about this. First, take the monster core." While speaking, Fong Ziji reached his hand into the tortoise-shaped monster beast's head and fumbled around. After a short while, he took out a round, earthy yellow monster core that was still mixed with blood. Staring at the monster core in his hand, Fong Ziki's eyes burned. The monster core of a peak 6th order monster beast. TSK, how much is this worth?" Long Jun looked at him faintly. "Brother Fong, don't tell me you want to take it for yourself?" The most valuable thing in this turtle-shaped monster beast's body was the monster core. Although the turtle shell on its back was certainly worth a lot of money. It could be used as a refining material, but who could take away such a large turtle shell? At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Fong Ziki's hand. He chuckled and said frankly, "I would like to." Long Jun's expression changed, while Hu Jiao air looked at him with a smile. "But I don't dare." Fong Ziki smacked his lips. "If I really took it, would you let me go?" Long Jun sneered. Brother Fong is a sensible person, but there is only one monster core. How do we divide it? Fong Ziki turned his head and looked at everyone. This battle was different from the other 8 monster beast kills. The other monster beast kills were fought by the 3 sects alone. But this time the 3 sects joined forces. Naturally, everyone would have a share of the spoils. As soon as Fong Ziki's words came out, everyone fell silent. One monster core was really not easy to divide. They were afraid that they could only cache it and divide it into 3 parts, one for each of the 3 sections. Thinking of this, Long Jun was about to speak. Fong Ziki said, "This time we were able to kill this monster beast thanks to Brother Yang from High Heaven Pavilion. How about we give it to him?" Yang Kai, who was standing below, heard this and couldn't help but frown. He looked at Fong Ziki in surprise. Long Jun said discontentedly, "Although he contributed a lot, my blood group was not idle. Many of our disciples were injured. Is there no benefit at all? If you want that turtle shell, you can take it. My storm house has no objection." Fong Ziki pointed to the side. Long Jun was choked. The turtle shell was attacked by countless disciples of the 3 sects, but until now there was no trace left. Although the quality was good, who could cut it open and take it away? Wasn't this a joke? Just as the two were arguing, Fong Ziki's face suddenly changed. He quickly threw the monster core in his hand. After the yellow monster core flew out, it unexpectedly didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it spun in the air. Along with its rotation, an invisible suction force spread out in all directions. A bizarre scene appeared. 2 other monster beasts' monster cores suddenly flew out from Fong Ziki's arms. Hu Mei Er and Long Jun also did the same. The monster cores hidden in Xia Hongchen's chest also flew out. These monster cores were obtained by the disciples of the three sects when they killed the 8 monster beasts. They were kept by the disciples of the 3 sections. Now all of them flew out. The 8 monster cores, in a mysterious arrangement, gathered around the turtle-shaped monster beast's monster core. They all spun in a circle, as if they were drawing some kind of mysterious power. The entire heavens cave inheritance suddenly shook. A huge vortex appeared in the chaotic sky. The apocalyptic scene appeared in front of everyone, making them tremble in fear. No one knew what was happening. Only the old demon's excited voice sounded in Yang Kai's mind. Beast Soul Cloud opening array! Yang Kai's expression changed. He knew that the old demon must know something. He quickly said, "Tell me in detail." The old demon said, "Young master, I understand. There were 9 monster beasts here to set up this array. The existence of these 9 monster beasts is only to test the strength of the people who enter this place. If you don't kill these monster beasts, this array will not be activated. Now that the monster beast is dead, the array will be activated. This formation will use the 9 monster cores as a catalyst to activate the grand formation and present some things to you." "What is it?" "The thing hidden in the clouds." The old demon said in a deep voice, "If this old servant's guess is correct, that is the real inheritance here." "The real inheritance?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the sky and saw that the vortex was getting bigger and bigger. It looked like it was going to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. It was extremely terrifying. The disciples of the 3 sects had already fled in panic. No one stayed below. "Yes," the old demon replied. "There was a great battle here. Countless experts died here. Naturally, many inheritances were left behind. But there is always a master here. The thing hidden in the clouds is the master's inheritance." Yang Kai's heart suddenly burned with passion. "Young master, you have to leave quickly. This array will be very powerful after it is activated. If you don't leave, I'm afraid you will be affected." The old demon's voice was a little anxious. Yang Kai didn't hesitate. He quickly said to Hume'er, "Tell your sister to take the people further away." "Oh." Hume'er nodded and ran towards Hujiao-er. Yang Kai then shouted to the disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, "If you don't want to die, then stay 10 miles away." Many people heard his words, but they didn't care too much. Yang Kai was too lazy to care about them. He had already warned them. It was their choice to listen. After he finished speaking, he ran towards the back. Su Yan glanced at him. Without the slightest hesitation, she said, "All High Heaven Pavilion disciples, retreat 10 miles. The words of the senior sister were different. Everyone hurriedly moved. They retreated in the direction of Yang Kai. On the other side, Hujiao-er received her sister's message and did not hesitate to give the order to retreat. Feng Ziki looked at the scene. Looking deeply at Yang Kai, he laughed and said, "Let's go." The disciples of the 3 sects were as fast as lightning. Soon they were 10 miles away. Looking back, the 9 monster cores were emitting a dazzling light. There seemed to be an invisible connection between the monster cores. As they rotated, the vortex in the sky became bigger and bigger. A huge suction force came from the vortex. The corpse of the turtle-shaped monster beast on the ground was pulled and quickly flew into the sky. It entered the vortex without leaving a trace. Seeing this scene, everyone's face couldn't help but change. If they hadn't retreated 10 miles away, they would have been sucked into the vortex like the corpse of the turtle-shaped monster beast. Rejoicing, many people turned their heads to look at Yang Kai. They secretly admired his foresight. The wind whistled, and everyone's clothes fluttered. Many people were so scared that their faces turned pale. Those who could enter here were the younger generation of disciples. They weren't very knowledgeable. Many of them hadn't even traveled far, so they had never seen such a terrifying scene. "Do you still want to retreat?" Su Yan suddenly flashed to Yang Kai's side and asked lightly. Yang Kai looked at her and slowly shook his head. Hearing this, Su Yan's worry lessened. I will personally report Nie Yong's matter to the Elder Council. You don't have to worry. N. Yong Kai nodded slightly. Although Yong Kai had killed Nie Yong in a short time, it had attracted Su Yan's attention. She was very attentive. How could she not understand the key point? Therefore, there was no need to ask. There's something in the clouds. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Kai Yong hurriedly looked up and saw that within the huge vortex in the sky, a golden light slowly appeared. The golden light was dazzling and brilliant. That ray of light was like a hand parting the clouds, revealing what was hidden within the vortex in front of everyone's eyes. What is that? Someone shouted. Yong Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he stared at the sky. He saw a corner, like the corner of a house. Then the corner gradually descended. Yong Kai discovered that it wasn't the corner of a house, but a flight of stairs, a flight of golden stairs. This flight of stairs was more than 10 kilometers long. As it descended, another flight of stairs appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Then another flight of stairs appeared. The speed of its descent was very slow. As it descended, the chaotic vortex in the sky also changed. After waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a dozen flights of stairs appeared from the vortex. After that, who knew how many more flights of stairs had yet to appear? Old demon, is this the inheritance you were talking about? Yong Kai asked in his mind. Young master may not know, but this should be the location of the inheritance. Only those who pass the final test can truly obtain the inheritance. Young master, please look at those stairs. If this old servant's guess is correct, there are at least 10,000 steps. Only by walking up to 10,000 steps can one be considered to have passed the final test. Of course, this 10,000 steps is just this old servant's estimation. It might not be so many, but it might be more than this. Yong Kai nodded slightly. Although the location of the inheritance had been revealed, he didn't know how long it would take for it to fall to the ground. There was no need to pay attention to it. However, his current strength was still too low. He couldn't even be ranked among the disciples of the 3 sects. Now that 700 to 800 people were gathered here, did he have a chance? Chapter 148. As if he knew what Yong Kai was thinking, the old demon said, Young master doesn't need to worry too much. Inheritance is a matter of opportunity. Those who are fated can obtain it even if their strength is low. If not, no matter how powerful they are, it will be useless. Did young master forget the opportunity of those 2 little girls a few days ago? Yong Kai's eyes lit up. He had seen the opportunity of the Hu sisters with his own eyes. He had stayed in the cave for more than 10 days and found nothing, but they had obtained benefits. This was fate, and I know. Yong Kai nodded slightly, and immediately turned away from the sky, found a secluded corner nearby, and sat down cross-legged. Since he was going to grab the inheritance, he naturally had to recover first. Yong Kai estimated that it would take 2 or 3 days for the things in the clouds to completely fall. In other words, he only had 2 to 3 days left. Su Yan looked at him in surprise, pondered for a moment, then turned and left the crowd, finding a place not too far away from Yong Kai to sit down. Seeing Kai Yong and Su Yan so calm and collected, how could the masters of the younger generation weaken their own prestige? If they continued to watch like ordinary disciples, it would seem that they were not mature enough. One by one, they coughed lightly. Then, they each went to find a place to meditate. Only those ordinary disciples were left gathered together, making a big fuss without end, and the sounds of shock and exclamations of surprise never stopped. It was unknown what the Hu sisters were thinking, but they actually ran over to Yong Kai and sat down next to him. Yong Kai opened his eyes and looked at them. The 2 sisters were smiling sweetly, making it difficult to distinguish who was who. Yong Kai suddenly frowned. What's wrong? One of them suddenly became unhappy. When Yong Kai saw her expression, he knew it was Hu Jiao Air. It's your blessing that we can sit here. Why are you showing us such a bad face? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The two of you are a pair of peerless beauties. It's my honor to be able to accompany you. How would I dare to give you a dirty look? After interacting with them a few times, they gradually became familiar with each other. They weren't as unfamiliar with each other as before, so they could talk about some things. Hu Jiao smiled and glared at Yang Kai. You're such a sweet talker. Hu Mei also said, I thought you were a decent person, but I didn't expect you to have such a glib tongue. Yang Kai said seriously, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I'm not flattering you. The two sisters became even happier. They were laughing so hard that their chests were jiggling, making them look very lively. Yang Kai changed the topic and said, But the people in your gang are very against me. The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, Are you scared? Yang Kai laughed. It's not that I'm afraid. It's just that we're not destined to become enemies. Why bother? Hu Jiao said, Anyway, you've already offended the male disciples of High Heaven Pavilion. What's the point of adding another blood group? Of course. She was referring to the matter of Yang Kai lying on Su Yan's body. Yang Kai's face suddenly became bitter. Hu Jiao giggled and winked at him. Do you want me to kiss you and make others envious of you? Yang Kai looked at her and then stretched out his face. I couldn't ask for more. Hu Jiao suddenly blushed and said, You're dreaming. Okay, sister, don't make trouble. Let him recover first. His injuries haven't healed yet. Hu Mei shook her sister's arm. She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai being teased like this. Hu Jiao rolled her eyes at Yang Kai and obediently closed her eyes. Yang Kai and Hu Mei looked at each other and smiled. They also entered a meditative state. As time passed, the disciples of the three sects gradually lost their initial curiosity. All of them were recovering. Occasionally, they would open their eyes to look at the changes in the clouds. 2 days later, Yang Kai felt someone walk in front of him. When he opened his eyes, he saw Du Yishuang of Storm House and a dignified-looking man standing in front of him. This man was the one who had proposed to give the turtle-shaped monster beast's monster core to Yang Kai, Fang Ziki. Yang Kai, how are your injuries? Du Yishuang asked with sincere concern. It's not a big deal. Yang Kai smiled at her and turned his gaze to Fang Ziki. He cupped his fist and said, Are you Brother Fang? Previously, Yang Kai didn't recognize Fang Ziki. However, 2 days ago, he had shown goodwill to Yang Kai. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't feel much repulsion towards him. That's me. Fang Ziki returned the greeting and laughed. Junior Brother Yang, 2 days ago, your fist was so majestic that it made Brother admire you. I hate that I can't take your place and enjoy the glory of tens of thousands of people. I really envy you. Brother Fang, you flatter me. Fang Ziki said, Junior Brother Yang is a man of indomitable spirit. In my life, I admire people like you the most. If it weren't for the difference between our sects, I would like to become brothers with you. From now on, we will share weal and woe together. Hu Jiao fiercely glared at him. Disgusting. Fang Ziki's eyebrows jumped. Du Yishuang pulled Fang Ziki's arm and smiled bitterly. Brother, you are too enthusiastic. Then she looked at Yang Kai and said, Don't mind him. My brother has a problem with his brain. Junior sister, what are you saying? Fang Ziki immediately glared at Du Yishuang. It doesn't matter. Brother Fang is a forthright man. That's why you don't care about trifles. Yang Kai smiled. He didn't expect that Fang Ziki of Storm House would be such a wonderful person. Junior Brother Yang really understands me. Fang Ziki was greatly moved. Hu Jiao interrupted from the side. Kai Yang, you have to be careful of him. In this person's eyes, women are like dirt. Only men can enter his eyes. Don't be too polite to him. Who knows, he might look at you differently. After saying this, she covered her mouth and giggled. Hu Jiao's words were easily misunderstood. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned green. Feng Ziki bitterly said, "Hey, how can you slander people like this? Junior brother Yang, don't listen to her nonsense. I, Feng Ziki, am not the kind of person you think I am." Yang Kai dryly coughed. His expression was a little unnatural. Feng Ziki was so anxious that the veins on his forehead bulged. He looked around and pulled Du Yishuang, who was standing next to him. Then he hugged her waist and kissed her lips. Seeing this, Kai Yang was stunned. Hu Jiao Er and Hu Jiao Er's mouths were also slightly open. Du Yishuang's struggling and whimpering entered their ears. The two sisters couldn't help but blush. After a long time, Feng Ziki let go of Du Yishuang. He wiped the corner of his mouth and laughed. "Junior brother Yang, do you believe me now?" Yang Kai prostrated himself in admiration and gave a thumbs up. "Brother Feng is a real man with iron blood." This praise touched Feng Ziki's heart, and he couldn't help but laugh exaggeratedly. Du Yishuang's face was red and her eyes were watery. She slapped Feng Ziki's face. "You bastard!" Du Yishuang stamped her feet, covered her cheek with both hands, and ran away. "Run slowly, don't fall!" Feng Ziji shouted at her while rubbing his cheek that was slapped. "Brother Feng, aren't you going to chase after her?" Yang Kai looked at Du Yishuang's back and was speechless for a while. "Don't worry about her. She's throwing a tantrum. She'll be back soon." Feng Ziki didn't care. Sure enough, after 10 breaths of time, Du Yishuang walked over to Feng Ziji with a red face. Her head was so low that it was almost touching her chest. Her 2 hands were constantly twisting the corners of her clothes. She walked over to Feng Ziji in a weak and gentle manner. "Haha." Feng Ziji winked at Yang Kai, feeling quite proud of himself. "Brother." Du Yishuang plucked up her courage and pulled Feng Ziki's arm. "What are you doing?" Feng Ziki raised his sword-like eyebrows and shouted. Du Yishuang raised her hand and quickly slapped Feng Ziki's other cheek. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're a big bastard." After this slap, Du Yishuang seemed to have vented her anger. She turned around and arrogantly walked away. Feng Ziki touched his cheek in a daze. His eyes were full of disbelief. "Huh." Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er's shoulders trembled as they laughed. Obviously, they didn't expect things to turn out this way. Originally, when Du Yishuang came back, the 2 sisters despised her. But now, all that was left was admiration. This junior sister. Feng Ziki murmured. He didn't know what to feel. He turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. He forced a smile and said, "I'll deal with her later." Hu Jiao Er clapped her hands and said, "This show is really good. AI, Feng Ziki. Oh, Feng Ziki, you also have a day like this." Feng Ziki's mouth twitched. He sighed and said, "If you always walk by the river, how can you not wet your shoes?" Yang Kai coughed. He didn't want to continue with this nonsense. He said, "Brother Feng, why are you looking for me?" Hearing this, Feng Ziki's expression became serious. He raised his head and looked 10 miles away. He said, seriously, "This time I came to ask you one thing. Junior brother Yang, how much do you know about that place?" Hearing this, Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er's expressions also became serious. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Before he could answer, Feng Ziki said, "A straightforward person doesn't speak in riddles. Of course, if Junior brother Yang said that you don't know anything about this place, I would believe you." Yang Kai looked at him. He knew that when he warned everyone to stay 10 miles away, he had some clues. If he didn't have some understanding of this place, why would he retreat in advance? However, this kind of thing didn't matter. Even if he didn't say anything, when the thing in the clouds completely descended, the disciples of the 3 sects would still go and investigate. He looked at Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er. They were also looking at him. Thinking of this, Yang Kai had a plan in his heart. He said, "I don't know much, but when the thing in the clouds descends, I will go and take a look." Feng Ziki heard this and asked, "Is it dangerous?" Yang Kai smiled. "Brother Feng, You're asking the wrong person. Fong Ziji nodded, cupped his fists, and said, seriously, many thanks for junior brother Yang's reminder. If you have free time in the future, please come to Stormhouse as a guest. This elder brother will definitely enjoy a drink with you. You are welcome. After Fong Ziki left, Yang Kai looked at the sisters with a smile. You already know what you want to know, yet you still want to sit here and let me be hated by the male disciples of Blood Group. You want to drive us away? Hu Jiao Er stared at him. Hu Mei Er hurriedly said, We didn't come here because of this. Hey! Chapter 149. Before she could finish her words, Hu Jiao Er interrupted her. So what if we approached you because of this? She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai think so badly of others. Were they sisters so scheming? They were really heartless. Aware of her anger, Yang Kai didn't speak again. Hu Jiao Er continued, When that thing lands, we will follow you. In any case, you know more than us. You provide us with information, and I will be responsible for protecting you. How about this deal? Protect me? Yang Kai looked at her and raised an eyebrow. Don't you need protection in your current state? Moreover, your strength is so low. What if you encounter danger inside? Hu Jiao Er chuckled. Don't tell me that High Heaven Pavilion Su Yan will protect you. She hasn't even looked at you these past few days. You saved her in vain. Do as you wish. Yang Kai didn't want to waste his breath. In any case, when the time came, everyone would go in together. The more people there were, the more they could take care of each other. Humph. Hu Jiao Er coldly snorted and pulled her sister away from Yang Kai. After waiting for another day, the thing in the clouds finally revealed its full appearance and was about to fall to the ground. Everyone stood up and stared blankly at the thing that was 10 miles away. It could be said to be a huge and majestic building, but what was imprinted in everyone's eyes was an endless flight of stairs. At the very top of the clouds, there seemed to be a shadow of a palace. Where is the inheritance? Yang Kai gently exhaled. At the same time, many of the disciples of the three sects were excited and nervous. Although they didn't know as much as Yang Kai, they still had some eyesight. They knew that such a huge thing must have a treasure. Now, everyone was waiting for the moment when it landed. Under the gazes of countless people, the huge building finally made contact with the ground. Accompanied by a muffled sound, the earth trembled slightly. The huge whirlpool in the sky also changed strangely and disappeared. The muffled sound lasted for a long time before everything settled down. The building was now firmly on the ground. A shout came from the disciples of the three sections. Hundreds of people suddenly started to move and rushed towards that direction. Yang Kai was also walking in that direction, but he was not as anxious as the others. Just as the old demon had said, inheritance depended on luck, not strength. In his eyes, a pure white shadow seemed to pass by. Raising his head, he saw Su Yan's robes fluttering in the wind. Her pace was not fast, but it was not slow either. It was as if she was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. There was a trace of nobility in her otherworldly appearance. Noticing Yang Kai's gaze, she turned her head and glanced at him. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything. In the blink of an eye, their gazes were blocked by the disciples of the three sections. From the side came two fragrances, the two beautiful sisters of the blood group, one on the left and one on the right, accompanied Yang Kai, one with a charming smile, the other with a seductive look. The elder sister said, I said I would protect you, so I will definitely protect you. Don't worry, us sisters have already obtained a kind of inheritance. If there are any benefits this time, we won't fight with you. Yang Kai raised his head again, but Su Yan's figure was no longer there. Smelly brat, I'm talking to you. Hu Jiao Er couldn't help but feel annoyed when Yang Kai didn't respond. I heard you. Yang Kai helplessly responded. Humph, I don't know what's so good about you. Hu Jiao Er whispered, but Yang Kai didn't hear her clearly. After traversing the distance of 5 kilometers, The three of them arrived in front of the dazzling golden stairs. Next to this incomparably large building, there was a layer of hazy light curtain. On the light curtain, there was a faint door-like thing. The disciples of the three sects, either alone or in groups, each found a door and drilled into the light curtain. The number of people quickly decreased. It was strange to say that, standing in front of the light curtain, one could clearly see the scene on the stairs, but the disciples of the three sects who drilled in all disappeared without a trace. It was as if they were swallowed by an invisible big mouth. Seeing this scene, the two beautiful sisters couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. "Yang Kai, where did they go?" Hu Jiao Er nervously asked. "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head and walked to a door that no one cared about. He flicked his hand into the door, and only a layer of ripples appeared. He couldn't see the situation on the other side. "Are we going in or not?" Hu Mei Er's courage was even smaller, and she was already trembling. Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at the clouds before walking straight through the door. Seeing him so decisive, Hu Jiao Er clenched her teeth and pulled her sister's hand. "Let's go in." Stepping into the light curtain, what they saw was the same as what they saw outside. Inside was the endless stairs that stretched upwards. Yang Kai, who had entered before, was also in front of them. He was standing at the bottom of the first step, lost in thought. Looking left and right, there was no trace of other people. It was as if each door led to an independent space. Only those who entered from the same door would stay together. Looking back, Yang Kai's hand touched the door. The ripples dispersed, and the door on the light curtain suddenly disappeared. The way back was cut off. Yang Kai took a deep breath and lifted his foot to step on the first step. After stepping on, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown and stop. "What's wrong?" Hu Jiao Er asked. "You two come up and try." Yang Kai called the two sisters. The two didn't hesitate and stepped forward. When they stood next to Yang Kai, the two sisters' bodies moved slightly at the same time. "What did you feel?" Yang Kai asked. "There's energy rushing to the soles of our feet." Hu Jiao Er replied. "Hot energy." Hu Mei Er continued. "Well, this is probably the test." Yang Kai smiled slightly. What he felt was different from the two sisters. He found that the energy rushing to the soles of his feet was actually of the yang attribute. Circulating the true yang tactics, this energy not only didn't cause any harm to him, but also replenished his yuan qi. But the two sisters were different. They had to circulate their qi to dissolve the energy that rushed to the soles of their feet. He gained, but they lost. Comparing them, the difference was obvious. But this energy is too weak. If this is the test, it's not worth mentioning. Hu Mei Er was a little excited. Her strength was only at the second level of the initial element, but she could easily resist it. "Don't lower your guard." Hu Jiao Er glanced at her sister. "This staircase has many levels. If the energy is stronger the higher we go, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist it at the end. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try." Yang Kai stepped forward again and stepped onto the second step. His footsteps didn't stop. Third step, fourth step. The two sisters followed closely behind. After walking through 100 levels, the three of them found that Hu Jiao Er's previous deduction was correct. The higher they went, the stronger the yang attribute energy contained in the staircase, and the more yuan qi they needed to dissolve. Looking up, they saw that the stairs were endless. The two sisters couldn't help but secretly complain. Unlike them, Yang Kai was enjoying himself. After walking through the 100 levels, his dantian had one more drop of yang liquid. All of it was the yang attribute energy that rushed to the soles of his feet. Yang Kai and the two sisters casually walked through the first 300 levels. Every time they stepped on a level, there would be a burst of yang attribute energy rushing into their bodies. As the number of levels increased, the energy gradually became stronger, but it wasn't to the extent that the three of them stopped. Yang Kai didn't need to say anything. The true yang tactics itself required this kind of energy. What made him a little surprised was Humayer. This girl, with her strength at the second level of the initial element boundary, was actually able to easily walk through the 300th level. But after the 300th level, the energy contained in the stairs became stronger. Every time the three of them stepped on a level, they had to pause for a moment before continuing. After reaching the 400th level, this situation became more and more obvious. The two sisters had to pause for about 3 breaths each time. After being affected by this kind of hot yang attribute energy for a long time, their bodies were exuding a little sweat. But now, it seemed that they were coping with it with ease. Along the way, Yang Kai silently counted the steps of the staircase. He believed that this test wasn't just like this. If it was really just like this, then it would be too simple. There must be some unforeseen events and unknown dangers. At the 490th level, Hu Mei Er and Hu Jiao Er stopped. The elder sister glanced at the happy Yang Kai and was unconvinced. She said that she was here to protect him this time. Why did it seem that she was the one who was more tired when walking these stairs? Why was his face full of joy and enjoyment? Let's rest for a while before continuing. Yang Kai glanced at them. No need. Hu Jiao Er gritted her teeth and stepped in front of Yang Kai. After walking 10 steps in a row, when Hu Jiao Er stepped on the 500th step, her delicate body couldn't help but shiver. Yang Kai saw this and quickly pulled her down. The two of them looked at each other, and Hu Jiao Er asked, "How did it change?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but he didn't ask any further questions. Stepping onto the 500th step, this time what rushed into his feet was no longer a hot yang attribute energy, but instead an icy cold ice attribute energy that sent chills down his spine. This change of hot and cold was also the reason why Hu Jiao Er was surprised. Is this the test? Kai Yang smiled faintly. He didn't expect that the stairs in front of him would contain the yang attribute energy he needed. If that was the case, then anyone who cultivated a yang attribute secret art, as long as they had enough time, would be able to reach the top. But now it was different. After the 500th step, there was an impact of cold attribute energy, which was the opposite of yang attribute energy. Facing the cold attribute energy rushing into his body, Yang Kai had 2 options. One was to use the true yang yuan qi in his body to neutralize it. The other was to use the true yang secret art to refine it and absorb it into his bones. But no matter which method he chose, the consumption of his yuan qi was inevitable. Moreover, the consumption of the second method was much higher, so it wasn't as easy as just neutralizing it. If Yang Kai didn't have a lot of yang liquid stored in Dantian, he might have chosen the first method. But now that he had more than 100 drops of yang liquid stored in Dantian, he could boldly choose the second method without any worries. Using the true yang secret art, the cold energy rushing into his body was instantly refined and then absorbed into the unyielding golden skeleton. Let's go! Yang Kai turned around and smiled at the sisters and continued to lead the way. Hu Jiao Er looked at Yang Kai angrily and whispered to her sister, "What is he so proud of?" Hu Mei Er smiled bitterly. He's not proud. Chapter 150. He's so proud of himself. That stinky brat dares to look down on me. Gritting her teeth, she and her sister activated their secret art. While dispelling the cold energy in their bodies, they chased after Yang Kai. On the first day, the 3 of them climbed the 1000th step. When they reached the 1000th step, Yang Kai took a step forward and found that it was as he had guessed. The energy in the 1000th step had turned into the yang attribute. The change in the 500th step was a mixture of heat and cold. This kind of increasing impact was enough to stop 90% of the disciples from the 3 sections. Only those with profound strength could rely on their own cultivation to reach the 1000th step. Logically speaking, Hu Mei Er should not have been able to reach this point, but she did. Moreover, she did not feel too tired. On the other hand, Hu Jiao'er, who was in the Yuan-Chi realm, looked tired. The three of them chose to rest here for half a day. At the same time, at the top of the 3,000 step, a pure white figure was walking step by step towards the top. Her steps revealed a calm and tranquil aura, as if the impact of the stairs did not hinder her in the slightest. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and her expression was indifferent. Occasionally, she would reach out and tuck her hair behind her ear. Her aura was calm, and there was not the slightest sign of exhaustion. When the impact from the bottom of her feet entered her body, it disappeared like snow melting in the early spring. Her delicate face made the sky pale in comparison, but she was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. She was like a flawless ice doll. She was Su Yan. She cultivated the ice heart secret art, and like Yang Kai, she had a unique advantage in this test of alternating heat and cold. There were 700 to 800 disciples from the three sects who cultivated yang and cold attribute, secret arts, and martial skills. It was not just Yang Kai and Su Yan. At this moment, these people all experienced their own advantages. However, there was a difference in strength. There was a difference in secret arts, and no one could reach the 3,000 step like Su Yan. Less than the 2,000 step, there were also a few figures. Xia Hong Chen's face was gloomy as he gasped for breath. He sat cross-legged on the stairs and used pills to recover his energy. The inheritance is mine. Everything here is mine. As long as I obtain this inheritance, I, Xia Hongqin, will become the strongest disciple of the three sects. I can make high heaven pavilions stand above the other two sects, and even subdue them. I want all those who question me to die without a burial place. Yang Kai, you are the first. Ha ha ha, I am Xia Hongqin. You are the true overlord of this world. Xia Hongqin was on the verge of going insane. The Yuan Qi in his body was in chaos. Normally, when one's strength reached his level, such a situation would not occur. This was clearly a state that only a cultivator in the Qi transformation stage would have. The scene of the disciples of the three sects fighting against the turtle-shaped monster beast was still lingering in his mind. What he saw was not the disciples of the three sects working together without hesitation. All he saw was the disdain those people had for him. This was because the turtle-shaped monster beast was provoked by Xia Hongqin, but in the end it was heavily injured by Yang Kai, giving the disciples of the three sects the opportunity to kill it. Although from the beginning to the end, no one said anything about him. But this silent criticism made Xia Hongqin angry. Many of his junior brothers and junior sisters who used to worship and respect him looked at him with strange eyes. This made Xia Hongqin unable to bear. No one can look at him with that kind of eyes. No one. A few hundred steps in front of Xia Hongqin, Fang Ziki was gasping for breath as he stepped down. His whole body could not help but shiver. It took him a lot of effort to dissolve the cold qi that rushed into his body. Even his eyebrows showed signs of turning white. "Hey, let's take a rest." Fang Ziki's expression was calm. He also knew that the inheritance depended on luck, although the level of one's strength was related. But it was not a decisive factor. So even though he coveted the inheritance, he was not as crazy as Xia Hongqin. It looks like this place is specially prepared for those who cultivate yang and cold attribute cultivation methods. Fang Ziki muttered to himself as he took out a pill from his chest and put it in his mouth. Then why am I here? Isn't this a waste of time? It's better to take a few junior sisters and see if there are any other benefits in Heaven's cave inheritance. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was reasonable. After a moment, Fang Ziki suddenly stood up and flew down. Not long after, he left the endless stairs. When he returned to the ground, he saw Du Yishuang sitting cross-legged with a sad face. "Hey, junior sister Du, why are you here?" Fang Ziki was surprised. Du Yishuang coldly glanced at him. Thinking of this brother's frivolity, her face became red. She turned her head and coldly snorted, ignoring him. Come, come, come. Brother was looking for someone to accompany me. You just happen to be here. Feng Ziki walked forward and pulled Du Yishuang up. Then he hugged her without any scruples. What are you doing? Du Yishuang struggled. But how could she get rid of Feng Ziki? His hand was like an iron hoop around her waist. Du Yishuang's heartbeat became numb. Let go of me or I'll bite you. Du Yishuang fiercely said. She was like a little tiger baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. When a man does something, a woman should just shut up and follow him. Feng Ziki said domineeringly. Du Yishuang was absent-minded, but she didn't struggle as hard as before. On the 2000th step of the stairs, Long June of the blood group was also recovering. These people were the young talents of the 3 sections. Their strength was almost the same, so there was not much difference in the number of steps they were on. Xia Hongqin's madness was different from Feng Ziki's indifference. Long June was nervous, but also had a trace of expectation. He didn't know if he would be able to obtain the inheritance. It would be great if he could obtain it. Long June obviously didn't have much confidence. After all, although his strength was the best among the 3 sects, he was older than the others. He wasn't that outstanding. Apart from the few people at the front, the rest of the 3 sects' disciples were mostly around the 1,000 step mark. Yang Kai and the Hu sisters could only be considered to be in the middle. There were still many people who were struggling to move up the 1,000 step mark. Each step required a lot of yuan qi, and they had to rest for a long time before they could move forward again. However, this kind of hardship was also a great benefit for these people. The test on the stairs was not only to select the candidates for the inheritance, but also to persevere and not retreat. Naturally, they would also obtain benefits as they moved forward. This was a kind of tempering of the mind. Lan Chu Dai was also struggling on the 100th step of the staircase. She was a beautiful woman with a proud figure. However, at this moment, her hair was covered with frost. Her whole body was trembling, but she clenched her teeth and refused to give up. Every time she thought of Yang Kai's cold and emotionless eyes, she felt a pang in her heart. She clenched her fists and breathed heavily as she stepped on a new step. She was ambitious and was willing to rely on the strong, but was this wrong? She was just a woman. Her aptitude was not very good. After entering High Heaven Pavilion, she had worked hard to cultivate until now, but she only had the strength of Qi Transformation 7th level. What was this kind of strength in the eyes of the strong? She wanted to rely on the strong just to find a support for herself. This was just a way for a woman to live a good life. She wasn't Su Yan. She wasn't a proud daughter of the heavens who attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. Besides her own mind, she had nothing else to rely on. Perhaps this body that made men drool and women envied was a strength in the eyes of outsiders, but Lan Chu Dai never regarded it as her own capital. If possible, she didn't want to have such a body and appearance. Let men think about it, let women be jealous. 10 days ago, when that person was in a crisis, she chose to remain silent and did not help him. Perhaps at that time, if she had said a few good words for him, he would not have looked at her like that. Ha, stingy junior brother. Why can't you be magnanimous? No one can be relied on. Only by becoming strong yourself can you be considered strong. A stream of qi suddenly rushed out of Lan Chudi's body and circulated around her body. Lan Chu Dai was stunned for a moment before she smiled like a flower. While she was lost in her thoughts, she unexpectedly broke through her cultivation and reached the qi transforming stage 8th level. Closing her eyes and feeling the changes of her breakthrough, Lan Chu Dai looked excited. Let me quickly become stronger here. She once again stepped forward, faster and lighter than before. Lan Chudi's heart was filled with joy and joy. After resting for half a day, Yang Kai and the Hu sisters once again moved forward. After reaching the 1000th step, the pressure they felt was obviously different from before. The energy contained in each step was much greater. At the beginning, The two sisters did not need to rest, but the further they went, the longer they needed to rest. The same was true for Yang Kai. Although he practiced the true Yang secret art, his strength was still too low. It was impossible for him to walk through these steps like Su Yan. Therefore, the speed of the three was not very fast, and no one was dragging each other down. They gritted their teeth and persevered until they reached the 2000th step. Only then did they stop to rest again. Along the way, the energy contained in every 500 steps was different. Cold and hot alternated, causing people to have to face a completely opposite energy impact just as they got used to it. Not only did this consume a lot of energy, but it was also a test of the mind. The Hu sisters were somewhat out of breath, their breasts rising and falling. On the contrary, Yang Kai's face was calm. Although he also consumed some energy, the yang liquid stored in the dantian was enough to cope with the current situation. "Aren't you tired?" Hu Jiao Er could not help but look at Yang Kai. From the beginning until now, Yang Kai did not show any signs of fatigue, which puzzled Hu Jiao Er. If not for the previous opportunity, Hu Jiao Er believed that it would be impossible for her sister to reach here. She would have been stopped at the 1000th step. However, Yang Kai was only at the initial element stage. Along the way, she did not see him take any pills. How could his body have so much yuan qi to squander? It's okay. Yang Kai also sat on the steps to recover his physical strength and spirit. Monster! Hu Jiao Er smiled bitterly. Chapter 151. After resting for half a day, the three of them once again set off, stepping onto the staircase that still remained. Time slowly passed, and on the third day after the towering structure fell to the ground, many of the disciples from the three sects could no longer hold on and began to escape one after another. Although they had yet to reach the peak, none of them showed any signs of depression. Instead, they were filled with excitement and joy. This was because everyone had more or less obtained some benefits from this trial, and many of them had directly broken through their current realm. This naturally made them happy. On the fourth day, even more people ran down. Some were sweating profusely, while others were shivering from the cold. After these people recovered, they still wanted to enter the light curtain again. But this time, no matter what method they used, there was no way for them to break through the light curtain's obstruction and climb the endless stairs. Realizing this, everyone knew that they only had one chance. If they missed it, they would never have another, causing many of them to feel regret in their hearts. Everyone thought that if they had been able to persevere inside, they would have obtained even greater benefits. The trial in front of them was like this. But how could many things in life not be like this? There was always only one chance. And if they did not grasp it properly, they would only lament after missing it. On the fifth day, more than half of the disciples from the three sects had withdrawn from the trial. Everyone gathered around the light curtain, envying those who were still persevering inside and lamenting their own choices. However, most of the discussions were about who would be able to reach the peak. Without a doubt, Su Yan's voice was the most popular, because everyone who had come out knew that the cold and hot alternated. Su Yan's secret art undoubtedly had a great advantage. Moreover, among the young disciples of the three sects, her strength was the strongest, so it was not surprising that she could reach the peak. This voice made many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples glow with pride. Su Yan's weight in the hearts of every High Heaven Pavilion disciple was not low. This was the same for both male and female disciples, because Su Yan's strength and nobility had exceeded the bottom line of their envy. All that was left was admiration and worship. On the 5000th step, Yang Kai and the Hu sisters were still struggling. Yang Kai was still the same as before, but the appearance of the two sisters was not so good. It was not that they were tired. It was just that her appearance was somewhat alluring. The steamy stairs made them sweat profusely. Their faces were flushed, and their eyes were watery like two ripe peaches. He took a bite, and his mouth was filled with sweetness and juices. So hot! As Hu Jiao Er walked up, She used her hand to lift up her collar and gently fanned herself. Her body was faintly discernible. She wasn't wearing much to begin with. Now that she was sweating, her dress stuck to her body, outlining her perfect curves. Humaire was also sweating profusely. Her ruby-like lips were now a little dry. She kept licking her lips with her tongue to moisten them. "Why don't we rest a little more?" Hu Jiao said bitterly as she glared at Yang Kai walking in front of her. She didn't expect that Yang Kai, whose strength was much lower than hers, would be able to act as if nothing had happened. This made her feel both annoyed and impressed. Hearing her words, Yang Kai, who was walking in front of her, stopped. He turned his head to look at her and said, "It won't be hot if we walk a little more." Looking down at Hu Jiao chest from a high vantage point, he was able to see the soul-stirring white and blood-boiling deep cleavage. Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded. Hu Jiao obviously also noticed her loss of self-control. She quickly put her collar back and covered it with her hands. She glared at him and said, "What are you looking at?" Yang Kai laughed. Not only did he not withdraw his gaze, but he also unscrupulously lingered on the two sisters. Being stared at like this, the Hu sisters suddenly felt uncomfortable. The reason why they walked behind Yang Kai was because they were now soaking wet. How could they have the nerve to walk side by side with him? But they didn't expect this person to be so shameless and bold. "You're still looking." Hu Jiao vigilantly pulled her sister behind her, using her body to cover. Her face was red as she angrily glared at Yang Kai. "Huh?" Yang Kai was overjoyed. He turned his head and continued to walk forward. He opened his mouth and said, "This walk is extremely boring. There is some scenery on the side of the road, so naturally I have to stop and enjoy it." "I really misjudged you," Hu Jiao bitterly lamented. "I thought you were a gentleman, but I didn't expect you to be so filthy. I can't wait to dig out my own eyes and smash them in your face." Yang Kai didn't look back. He lightly said, "A man looking at a woman is a matter of course. What does this have to do with being a gentleman? Besides, if you are angry, you should dig out my eyes. Why dig out your own eyes? Jiao are you confused?" Hu Jiao was even more furious. Her chest heaved up and down. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you want me to beat you up before you shut up?" "You're wrong again. Have you forgotten that you are here to protect me?" Yang Kai suddenly turned around and raised his eyebrows at her. His tone was full of ridicule. These words made Hu Jiao face turn red. Her murderous aura disappeared in an instant. She shyly said, "Can you not mention this matter? It's embarrassing." Before, she took the initiative to come and protect Yang Kai, but now it seemed that he didn't need any protection. Instead, it was the two sisters who slowed him down. When she thought of this matter, Hu Jiao was embarrassed. "Okay, you two talk less. If you have the strength, you might as well walk a few steps." Humaire stood up to smooth things over. "Humph, turn your head away. You're still looking." Hu Jiao glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't continue to argue with her. Following behind him, Hu Jiao whispered to her sister, "I don't think he is a good person. Be careful in the future. Don't let him eat your bones and not spit them out." "Sister." Humaire was extremely shy. After walking for an hour, Kai Yang suddenly came to a halt and stood quietly in place. The two sisters quickly stepped forward. When they set foot on the stairs where Yang Kai was, they couldn't help but shiver. "It's so cold." Hu Jiao rubbed the back of her hands, goosebumps rising all over her body. The two sisters' fragrant sweat was instantly frozen into ice shards. The 500th step changed, and they arrived at the place where the cold attribute was. Without saying anything, the Hu sisters walked forward one by one and stuck to Yang Kai's side. Like quails in winter, they shivered incessantly. From the 3,000th step until now, the three of them had spent their days like this. At the place where the yang attribute was, the two sisters followed behind Yang Kai. At the place where the cold attribute was, they snuggled up to Yang Kai for warmth. Along the way, there was a feeling of sharing weal and woe. Another day passed. When the three of them stopped to rest again, the Hu sisters looked at each other and nodded. It seemed as if they had come to a decision. Yang Kai! Hu Jiao Air suddenly shouted. What's wrong? We thought about it and decided that we won't go with you. Yang Kai showed a trace of surprise, but he didn't say anything and just waited for the rest. Hu Jiao Air bitterly said, with your own leg strength, you should be faster. If it weren't for taking care of us, you definitely wouldn't be here now. If we go with you, we'll only be a burden. Hu Mei Air nodded slightly and said, Sister wanted to protect you, but now it seems that the test here has little to do with your strength. There's no need for protection. Yang Kai still didn't say anything and just quietly looked at them. Hu Jiao Air smiled and said, Do you think we're going to give up? We just don't want to go with you. You go your own way, we'll catch up. Have you decided? Yang Kai asked. Slowly standing up, Yang Kai said, If you've decided, I won't persuade you. These two girls were good at understanding people, and persuading them would only make him look hypocritical. Looking up at the peak of the clouds, Yang Kai said, Thank you for accompanying me on this journey. These few days weren't so boring. Hu Mei Air's face flashed with a trace of joy and shyness. The hostility and vigilance in Hu Jiao Air's heart was shattered by this sentence. I will go to the top. I want to see what's at the top. Yang Kai turned around and stepped up. His speed was undoubtedly much faster than before. Remember to tell us later, Hu Jiao Air said with a smile. Okay. Waiting until Yang Kai's figure became a small black in their field of vision, the two sisters stood up and continued to walk up while bitterly resisting the invasion of the cold air. However, they didn't take more than a few steps before two soft gusts of wind suddenly appeared in the air. Under these gusts of wind, both of them couldn't help but lean back. In the next moment, the two of them felt light and unexpectedly floated up. They were directly sent out of the endless staircase by the two gusts of cold wind. When they came back to their senses, their bodies had already fallen outside the light curtain. Still in shock, she turned her head to look and found that many people were like her sisters. It was obvious that they had just been sent out, and there was some fear on their faces. Moreover, without exception, these people were all women, and there was not a single man. Where's Yang Kai? Hu Mei Air looked around, but didn't find any trace of Yang Kai. He's still inside, Hu Jiao Air whispered. Although she didn't know what had just happened, since there was no trace of Yang Kai, he was definitely still inside. But why were only women sent out? The sudden appearance of a large group of girls also stunned the disciples of the three sects who had just come out. Not long after, the disciples of the three sects quickly surrounded them. Some asked about their well-being, while others asked about the situation of the women inside. After listening for a while, the Hu sisters discovered that their experience was the same as the two of them. While walking, they were suddenly wrapped in a soft wind and sent down. They didn't suffer any injuries. Chapter 152. In the crowd, Lan Chudi's whole body was purple as she shivered from the cold. However, her pair of beautiful eyes revealed an unyielding will. This kind of look was very similar to Yang Kai's, except that her eyes were much colder and less ruthless. Did I fail? Lan Chudi's heart was bitter. She was only at the Qi transformation stage 8th level, yet she was able to climb more than 3,000 steps. This kind of result was unheard of among the disciples of the three sections. What she relied on was the unyielding will in her heart and her desire to become stronger. But now, she was sent down by an uncontrollable force. How could she be willing to accept this? Why was it like this? As long as I have enough time, I will definitely climb to the top. Why did I have to be sent down? Lan Chu Dai clenched her hands so tightly that her slender nails even penetrated the flesh of her palms. Pain, was the only thing that could calm her down. "Junior sister, are you okay?" Hu Jiao Air noticed Lan Chudi's abnormality and asked with concern. Lan Chudai slowly shook her head. Her eyes drooped as a tear of unwillingness slid down her face. Yang Kai continued to move forward. In his eyes, there was only the peak of the clouds. He did not notice what was happening to the Hu sisters behind him. Not needing to worry about others, Yang Kai's speed suddenly increased. This was the place where the cold attribute energy rushed. Step by step, there was almost no rest. The cold attribute energy entered his body and was refined by the true Yang's secret art. After a cycle, it was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. After reaching the 500th step, the energy changed and Yang Kai's footsteps became faster. When the cold attribute energy entered his body, it needed to be dissolved. However, when it came to the Yang attribute energy, the process was much simpler. Step by step, he climbed the steps closer and closer to the top of the clouds. However, the pressure on his body also became stronger and stronger. Every time he climbed a step, the energy rushing into his body would increase by a lot. If not for Yang Kai's secret art and a large amount of Yang liquid stored in the dantian, Yang Kai would not be able to be so calm. As he climbed higher and higher, Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. This kind of test was indeed getting more and more difficult, but it was not to the extent that it would stop people. If it was really a test of inheritance, it should not be so simple. After thinking about it, Yang Kai unsealed the old demon in his body. Previously, the old demon had been very noisy, wholeheartedly tempting Yang Kai to use the Hu sisters' virgin bodies to cultivate evil martial skills. In a fit of anger, Yang Kai had sealed his soul and only released it now. As expected, the old demon didn't dare to mention it again. Yang Kai told the old demon about his doubts, but the old demon didn't know what to say. Yang Kai didn't want him to be noisy and affect his state of mind, so he sealed him up after asking. No matter what kind of test there was, as long as he reached that step, he would naturally be able to face it. It was useless to think too much about it now. Understanding this, Yang Kai's heart suddenly relaxed, and even his body became much more relaxed. It seemed that with the change in his state of mind, the test here had become much simpler. Climbing day after day, Yang Kai finally reached the top after resting 3 times. Surrounded by clouds and mist, it was as if he was in a fairyland. Looking back, all the steps he had taken so far were imprinted in his eyes, making Yang Kai suddenly feel like he was in a dream. In front of him, there were only 10 steps left. As long as he finished these 10 steps, he would reach the top. Lifting his foot, Yang Kai stepped forward. 9th step, 8th step, 7th step. In Yang Kai's mind, he recalled the joy of the first few days and the determination of the next few days. 6th step, 5th step, 4th step. Tracing back his memories, Yang Kai remembered the changes he had undergone after obtaining the wordless black book. 3rd step, 2nd step. The scene from 3 years ago also emerged, making Yang Kai's calm state of mind involuntarily stir up some waves. Kai Yang lifted his foot and stopped on the last step of the flight of stairs, pausing there. Only 1 step left, and he would reach the clouds. However, Yang Kai did not dare to fall. He did not know why, but he always felt that if he maintained the state of mind after the step, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. This was a kind of intuition. Taking a deep breath, silently circulating the true Yang secret art, Yang Kai maintained this posture, not moving at all. Feeling the breeze on his face, feeling the waves in his heart, slowly calmed down. The bits and pieces of memory once again calmed down. After an unknown amount of time, when Yang Kai opened his eyes again, there was no longer the slightest hesitation or fear in them, only determination. His foot stepped down. The world buzzed, and an invisible pressure suddenly fell on Yang Kai's body. This was a kind of pressure, the pressure of a monarch descending to the world. Yang Kai's body suddenly bent, his legs bent, almost kneeling on the ground. But when his knees were half a foot away from the ground, he stopped. Sweat instantly soaked his clothes, and his flesh was fiercely spasming, trembling, and squirming. This pressure was not much worse than the pressure of the world he felt when he was cultivating the tempered body technique. However, it lacked a certain charm. If he really wanted to compare, the feeling he felt when he was cultivating the tempered body technique was stronger than this. That was the resistance of the world's shackles, but what he was facing now was a kind of pressure from a strong master. In the dark, Yang Kai felt as if there was an eye slowly opening in the sky, watching him, slowly straightening his bent body. Yang Kai's forehead bulged with blue veins, and his face flushed red. As he resisted, the pressure he felt became stronger and stronger. A muffled groan came out, and the taste of blood filled his mouth. Yang Kai's body had already suffered some injuries. "I can withstand the pressure of the world, let alone you who is not the world." Yang Kai gritted his teeth, and his bones made a zhang-zhang sound. He slowly lifted his other foot, moved it little by little, and stepped toward the last step of the stairs. It seemed like only a moment, but it also seemed like thousands of years. When Yang Kai painstakingly put his feet on the last step of the stairs, his body finally straightened up. The pressure on his body suddenly lightened. At this moment, Yang Kai broke the invisible shackles. The huge amount of energy in the air fiercely poured into Yang Kai's body, and the yuan qi in his body surged. After a moment, Yang Kai smiled and wiped the corner of his mouth. Initial element realm level 8. Walking through these endless stairs allowed his strength to break through to the next level. It was not a wasted effort. Looking up again, Yang Kai saw the palace hidden in the clouds. But below the palace, there were still layers of stairs. However, the number of stairs was not as many as before. Yang Kai glanced at them and knew that there were only 100 of them. The second test. Yang Kai muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he strode forward. When he stepped on the first step of the stairs, a hot yang attribute energy appeared out of thin air beside Yang Kai. This energy was like a red silk thread, visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai looked surprised and reached out to grab it. Circulating the true yang secret art, it was directly absorbed. Strange. Yang Kai did not understand. If the second test was like this, wouldn't it be superfluous? This kind of thing had been experienced countless times in the past few days. But a few days ago, the energy rushed to the bottom of his feet, but this time it was floating in front of his eyes. There was not much difference. Yang Kai did not investigate further because Yang Kai could not see any clues for the time being. Step by step, Yang Kai continued to walk up. Every time he passed a step, a yang attribute energy would appear beside him. As Yang Kai walked up, he collected all of it, turning it into his own. The 100th step of the stairs allowed Dantian to gain 2 drops of yang liquid. Only when he reached the 99th step did Yang Kai discover that something was wrong. On the stairs of the 100th step, there was an ice barrier blocking his path. Reaching out to touch it, it was extremely cold, and there was a strange coldness to it. Even his true yang secret art could not easily dissolve it. What was even stranger was that when Yang Kai's hand came into contact with this layer of ice barrier, the yang qi that he had absorbed when he walked up the 100th step uncontrollably gushed out of his dantian and dissipated into the air. The next moment, Yang Kai's vision blurred, and when he recovered, he had already arrived at the bottom of the first step. Frowning, Yang Kai looked up and saw that it was indeed the 100th step he had just passed. But why did he come down again? Was the ice barrier on the 100th step the difficulty of this test? If that was the case, then it meant that he had to break this ice barrier in order to pass this test. How could he break it? Yang Qi should be the nemesis of this ice barrier. Perhaps he could give it a try. After thinking for a long time, Yang Kai once again stepped forward and walked up the 100th step like before. Once again, A yang attribute energy appeared on the first step of the stairs, and Yang Kai absorbed it all. Not long after, he arrived in front of the ice barrier. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai clenched his fist, circulated his yuan qi, and directly sent out a burning yang burst. With a loud bang, the fierce yuan qi poured into the ice barrier, like a stone sinking into the sea, without the slightest ripple. Instead, Yang Kai was once again sent back down, and the energy he had just absorbed turned into 99 streaks, dissipating into nothingness. His burning yang burst didn't work, and even if he used the star mark, he probably wouldn't be able to break this ice barrier. So what was the key? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment, and couldn't help but understand. For the third test, Yang Kai would stop for a long time at every step and hold the thread-like energy that appeared out of thin air in his hand. He didn't absorb it again and simply held it like that. As the number of steps increased, the red threads on his hand became more and more violent and even faintly burned Yang Kai's hand. For a cultivator who practiced the true yang tactics, this was very inconceivable, but in fact, this yang qi was so strange. If he didn't absorb it, it would become violent and restless, constantly attacking Yang Kai. Enduring the pain in his hand, Yang Kai didn't make a sound. What was strange was that as time passed, the yang qi in his hand gradually calmed down, as if it had found a home, no longer struggling, no longer resisting, and no longer attacking. Yang Kai smiled. He felt that he had found the right method. As the number of steps increased, the yang qi gathered in Yang Kai's hand formed a fireball. But even so, Yang Kai wasn't injured anymore. Standing in front of the 99th step again, Yang Kai gently sent the fireball in his hand into the ice barrier in front of him. This time, Yang Kai wasn't sent down again. After absorbing the yang qi, the ice barrier made a cracking sound, and immediately, like a mirror, countless cracks appeared on it. With a crash, the towering and magnificent palace appeared in front of Yang Kai. The path is clear. Chapter 153. The moment the ice barrier shattered, Xia Hongchen's angry and unwilling roar came from the endless stairs. He had expended a great deal of effort, and now that he was about to climb to the top with great difficulty, he was only 100 feet away from the end. He thought that victory was in sight, but he didn't expect that a gentle breeze would blow in his face. Under the influence of this gentle breeze, he was wrapped up and sent down like the Hu sisters a few days ago. No, Xia Hongchen shouted and stretched out his hands as if he wanted to grab the last step and keep himself here, but the end of the stairs was getting farther and farther away from him. No. Xia Hongchen roared to the sky. After so many days of perseverance and hard work, just as he was about to reach the end, he did not expect to fall short at the last moment. This wasn't his problem. Someone else had reached the end before him. Only one person could obtain the inheritance, so he was labeled as a failure and sent down by the gentle wind. Who was it? Xia Hongchen's red eyes flashed through one person after another, but in the end, he felt that it was most likely Su Yan. Was it her? The unwillingness in Xia Hongchen's heart lessened a lot, but it was still strong. When he regained his composure, Xia Hongchen found himself in an unfamiliar place. Looking up at the sky, this should still be the heaven's cave inheritance, but there was no one around. Standing in place and thinking for a long time, Xia Hongchen's mouth curled into a cold smile. Su Yan, if you really obtain the inheritance of this place, then I can't let you go. Like Xia Hongchen, the other disciples of the three sects were sent down by the gentle wind. However, without exception, these people were all men, just like the female disciples of the three sects a few days ago. Unlike the female disciples, these men were scattered in different corners of the heaven's cave inheritance. Many of them were sad for a moment, but then they got up and began to search again. Since they could not obtain the inheritance, they would see if there were any benefits here. Above the clouds, the magnificent palace appeared in front of Yang Kai. The gate was more than 100 feet high, as if welcoming Yang Kai's arrival. Instead of moving forward, Yang Kai stood in place and closed his eyes, feeling the gains and losses along the way. If the first layer's endless stairs tested a person's temperament and willpower, in that case, the second floor's 100 steps would test one's control over yang energy. Only by completely controlling the red line energy of the 99 steps could he break through the last layer of ice barrier. After a long time, Yang Kai smiled and stepped forward. At this moment, he clearly felt that the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body had undergone some changes. Passing through the wide-open door and walking into the palace, the origin of Yang seal on his chest suddenly reacted violently. In the past, when the origin of Yang seal sensed Yang energy, it would react differently depending on the strength of the energy. However, it had never reacted as strongly as today. It was so strong that Yang Kai felt a burning sensation in his chest. With a grim expression, Zhang Xian walked in the direction indicated by the origin of Yang seal. Not long after, Yang Kai saw a huge red and white energy ball suspended in the air about 100 feet above the ground. It was this energy ball that caused the origin of Yang seal to react. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that this energy ball not only contained hot yang energy, but also a bone-chilling, cold ice attribute energy. These two completely different types of energy were mixed together, but they blended with each other without any conflict. Inside the energy ball, a hazy pattern flashed from time to time. Looking carefully, Yang Kai was shocked. It was the pattern of a dragon soaring to the 9th heaven and a phoenix crying to the 9th heaven. The dragon and phoenix patterns flashed and disappeared, similar to the scene when the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared. This is the inheritance. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. As he was carefully examining the energy ball, he saw something white move from the corner of his eye, and in the next moment, 2 pairs of eyes fell on him. Yang Kai hurriedly looked towards the white light and couldn't help being stunned. As their eyes met, both of them had a look of disbelief on their faces. Su Yan. Yang Kai never thought that there would be another person here besides him, and this person was actually Su Yan. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged below the energy ball, her body as white as snow, pure as ice and jade. "It's you!" Su Yan's beautiful eyes showed a trace of surprise, but at the same time, there was also some relief. It was as if she had suddenly understood a question that had puzzled her for a long time after Yang Kai's arrival. Smiling slightly, meeting his big senior sister here, made Yang Kai feel both surprised and familiar. Walking over, he stood in front of Su Yan and looked up at the energy ball in midair, then back at her, asking, "How long have you been here?" "About 4 or 5 days." Su Yan faintly nodded, her voice still cold, but it no longer contained the initial sense of rejection from before. 4 or 5 days. Yang Kai was secretly speechless, thinking to himself, worthy of high heaven pavilion's heaven's pride. 4 or 5 days ago, I had just separated from the Hu sisters. At that time, I had only climbed half of the endless stairs, but she had already arrived here. Her speed was much faster than my own. What Yang Kai didn't know was that it was precisely because Su Yan had passed the test and entered this hall that the other women were sent down by the gentle wind. When he arrived here, the man on the endless stairs was also sent down. It could be said that only the 2 of them were left here. "Sit down and talk." Su Yan motioned. Yang Kai nodded and sat cross-legged across from her. Being so close to her, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across Su Yan's face, but it quickly disappeared. The 2 of them stared at each other in silence for a while before Yang Kai suddenly smiled and said, "I climbed the 10,000 steps and then the 100 steps before arriving here. Of the 10,000 steps, the 500 steps changed, alternating between hot and cold, preventing people from moving forward. On the 100 steps, I collected 99 rays of yang attribute energy and broke through an ice barrier." Su Yan also smiled. "I also climbed the 10,000 steps. Like you, I also climbed the 100 steps. However, on the 100 steps, I collected 99 rays of yang attribute energy and froze a sea of fire. Her smile was truly devastatingly beautiful. It was as if a spring breeze had blown through the frozen earth. The snow-white world was instantly filled with greenery, and the spring flowers bloomed. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare blankly at her, his whole body feeling comfortable from the inside out. Su Yan's long eyelashes fluttered as she turned her gaze away. I didn't know that your smile was so beautiful. Yang Kai was not stingy with his praise. I'm not familiar with you. Su Yan's icy face was slightly red, but her expression was indifferent. Once unfamiliar, twice familiar. Facing this goddess who was worshipped by the disciples of the three sects, Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest pressure as he teased her. Su Yan obviously didn't want to continue with his nonsense and said, I'll tell you what I think. Listen carefully, and if there's anything you think is inappropriate, tell me. Yang Kai solemnly nodded. He knew that Su Yan was going to talk about the inheritance here. After all, she had been here for 4 or 5 days and knew more than him. After sorting out her thoughts, Su Yan lightly opened her mouth. We were all wrong. The disciples of the three sects all thought that the inheritance here could only be obtained by one person. But from the current situation, it seems that this inheritance is for 2 people. The fusion of cold and heat on the endless steppes is the best evidence. That place is not only a test of a person's temperament and will, but also a test to select a candidate for the inheritance. Yang Kai nodded. He had also thought of this point, but it was only a guess, and he didn't dare to be too sure. As for the second test, although you and I have different experiences, it's mostly the same. This is a test of our ability to control our elemental energy. Only by passing these 2 tests can we reach this place. Su Yan ran her fingers through her hair and lowered her head slightly, revealing her slender white neck as she softly said, Before you came here, I didn't dare to make such a conclusion. But after seeing you here, I finally understood some of the key points. Do you see what's above our heads? Yang Kai nodded. These past 4 or 5 days, I've been trying to collect it, but I haven't had any results. It rejects me. So if I'm not wrong, we must both circulate our secret arts at the same time in order to draw it down and obtain the inheritance here. Su Yan's words were very simple, but they hit the nail on the head. What do you want to do? Yang Kai asked after listening. The inheritance here was no longer a matter of one person, but involved both him and Su Yan, so no one had the right to decide. No one knew what their relationship would be like after obtaining the inheritance here. But since the inheritance was shared between 2 people, it would definitely not be as strange as before. For Yang Kai himself, he was naturally happy to share the inheritance with Su Yan. This cold senior's sister was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She was a very good person, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't reject her. Now, it all depended on her opinion. If Su Yan wasn't willing to obtain the inheritance here with him, Yang Kai wouldn't force her. Su Yan obviously also considered this, and her expression couldn't help but show some hesitation and struggle. She didn't know what would happen to her and Yang Kai after obtaining the inheritance, but when she thought of how he was unafraid of death and saved her from the turtle-shaped monster beast a few days ago, Su Yan's struggle and hesitation loosened a little. After a long while Yang Kai was waiting in silence, Su Yan slowly raised her head. She stared at Yang Kai closely, as if she didn't want to miss any expression on Yang Kai's face, and said in a firm tone, If I say that I don't want to be tied to someone I'm not familiar with because of some external force, even if it's an inheritance, I won't do it. Will you be disappointed? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, then nodded. A little. Su Yan's expression darkened. But I will respect your choice. You have your own freedom and I have mine. If you don't want to, then don't. Yang Kai looked calm, then slowly got up and said to Su Yan, If you really don't want to, then let's go. Go where? Su Yan raised her head and asked. The way she tilted her head was very interesting, less cold and more curious. Go out. Yang Kai chuckled. If you don't want the inheritance, then why are we still here? Who said I don't want it? Since we've already come here, how can we go back empty-handed? Su Yan smiled faintly, and there was a hint of slyness in her smile. Are you playing with me? Yang Kai's face sank, and he said bitterly, I trusted you so much, but you actually lied to me. It was just a little test. You don't have to be so angry, right? Don't you men always brag about being magnanimous? How come you can't even take a woman's joke? Su Yan pursed her lips and looked at Yang Kai indifferently. Chapter 154. Yang Kai really couldn't get angry and simply sat down in front of Su Yan and sighed. Su Yan, you really don't have the demeanor of a senior sister. You're already calling me by my name, so why should I act like a senior sister? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He had never thought that this icy woman could actually be so eloquent. A woman's nature? However, after a few words of bickering, the relationship between the two of them had become much closer. Even when Yang Kai had saved her that day, it had not had such an effect. Smiling bitterly, Yang Kai raised his hand and surrendered. Fine, I was wrong. Seeing his glib tongue, Su Yan became serious and said, Since you've decided to accept it, let's begin. It could be seen that she was still a little nervous, but she was much better than before. What do I do? Yang Kai asked seriously. Circulate your yang attribute, secret art. Su Yan closed her eyes and began circulating her ice heart secret art, a bone-chilling cold slowly spreading out. Yang Kai also quickly circulated his true yang secret art, causing his burning true yang yuan qi to flow through his meridians. As soon as the two diametrically opposed secret arts began circulating, the entire hall began to show some unusual reactions, and a series of rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. Hearing this, Su Yan's face lit up with joy, knowing that her previous deduction was not wrong. Relying on either her or Yang Kai alone, it would be impossible to obtain the inheritance here. Only by circulating their secret arts at the same time would there be a possibility of success. As time passed, the energy ball suspended above the two of them gradually began to react, as if it was being guided by a hand, and slowly began to descend. The dragon and phoenix seals inside the energy ball shuttled back and forth, constantly changing images and flashing images that were too much for the eyes to take in. After a full half an hour, the several dozen-meter high energy ball fell between the two of them, the dragon and phoenix seals flashing more and more violently as red and white light flowed endlessly, creating a dense light. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar and phoenix cry, the ball of energy suddenly burst into two, transforming into a fire dragon and an ice phoenix, each of which then rushed into Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies. Both of their bodies trembled as a painful and struggling expression appeared between their brows. On Yang Kai's side, when the fire dragon rushed into his body, he suddenly felt a majestic and vigorous yang attribute energy in his meridians. At the same time, some information flowed into his mind. Not daring to be negligent, Yang Kai crazily revolved his true yang secret art, wanting to convert this energy into yang liquid. But what shocked him was that his true yang secret art was unable to convert this energy. No matter how hard he tried, it would not turn into yang liquid and sink into the dantian as usual. Along with this surge of energy, Yang Kai's meridians and physique felt as if they were on fire, and an inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. His 5 senses had become quite sharp, and Yang Kai could clearly smell a faint fragrance coming from not far in front of him. This fragrance was Su Yan's body fragrance, and when it entered his nose, it seemed to carry with it an inexplicable energy that tugged at his heartstrings, made his heart beat faster, and blended into his blood, causing it to boil and flow faster. This was a primal impulse. How could this be? Yang Kai's heart shook as he quickly checked the information that had just entered his mind along with the fire dragon. After a moment, Yang Kai's expression became strange. Opening his eyes, he happened to see Su Yan staring at him. unlike Yang Kai's hot body. Su Yan's face was pale and her delicate body was trembling uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. She was frozen. After cultivating the ice heart secret art, cold was her best companion, but now this cold had exceeded the limit of what she could bear, causing her to have this kind of reaction, just like how the heat had also exceeded the limit of what Yang Kai could bear. However, Yang Kai could clearly see that Su Yan's pale face had a faint blush, her breathing was slightly heavy, and her stars-like eyes were surging with lust. Their 4 eyes met, and Yang Kai knew that she should be feeling the same as him right now, endlessly thirsting for the other party's energy. Yang Kai longed for her cold to soothe his heat, and she longed for Yang Kai's heat to warm her cold. This kind of desire was instinctive, an instinct that had emerged from her body after absorbing the fire dragon and ice phoenix. However, this kind of instinct had not yet destroyed each other's consciousness, allowing them to think and resist. Su Yan, the inheritance we obtained. Yang Kai slowly opened his mouth, licking his lips. He felt like his throat was on fire as he stared at Su Yan with bloodshot eyes. I know. Su Yan clenched her teeth, her face revealing a trace of bitterness. Although she knew that the inheritance would be obtained by the 2 of them together, after obtaining it, her relationship with Kai Yang wouldn't be as strange as before. However, she never expected that the inheritance would turn out to be like this. The art of yin-yang joyous unification. This was a kind of secret art, and as soon as one heard the name, one would know how to cultivate it. The grade of this secret art was unknown, but it was definitely not low, because Su Yan's Ice Heart secret art was a profound grade secret art that had been passed down since ancient times. But even Ice Heart secret art was unable to resist the cold, so the quality of the art of yin-yang joyous unification could be imagined. This is a dual cultivation secret art, right? When Yang Kai asked this question, his heart could not help but beat faster. Su Yan's answer made one's imagination run wild and fanciful. The tone that came from the tip of her nose was like a low moan, teasing Yang Kai's mind. Then isn't it an evil secret art? Yang Kai was depressed. Although he was very happy to be able to obtain this kind of inheritance with Su Yan, if it was an evil secret art, then it would be a big problem. Su Yan could not help but bitterly smile at his shallow knowledge. Unconsciously twisting her body, she said in a trembling voice, Dual cultivation is not an evil secret art. Plucking yin to nourish yang, plucking yang to nourish yin is an evil secret art. Normally, Su Yan would not discuss such a shameful topic with a man, but at this moment, she could only patiently explain to Yang Kai. Even so, her heart was very embarrassed and her face was blushing. Oh, Yang Kai could not help but feel relieved. He looked up at Su Yan and saw that she was looking at him softly. Her pair of eyes contained a hint of lust, and in an instant, Yang Kai's psychological defenses collapsed. From the time he met Su Yan until now, Su Yan had always been aloof, pure, and cold. He had never seen her show such a weak expression, and he could not help but want to protect and comfort her. Right now, she was not the proud daughter of High Heaven Pavilion, nor was she the goddess worshipped by the disciples of the 3 sects. She was just a woman who longed for the hot yuan qi in her body. At certain times, men were always more easily swayed than women. Every woman was born with unswerving determination. Su Yan. Yang Kai looked at her anxiously. No. Su Yan's eyebrows were filled with a painful struggle, but she still slowly shook her head. Yang Kai sighed, and his expression became firm as he said, Then let's try and see if we can dissolve the energy in our bodies. Hearing him say this, Su Yan looked at him with gratitude and nodded slightly. If at this time Yang Kai had insisted, she did not know if she could have resisted the temptation. Yang Kai's understanding and patience were enough to earn her gratitude. The 2 closed their eyes again and began circulating their secret arts in an attempt to dissolve the cold and heat in their bodies. But as time passed, Yang Kai found that the more he tried to dissolve the cold, the more ferocious the heat and desire became. The desire to move was like a monstrous wave that swept through his heart and body, causing his mind to ring out in fanciful whispers. The tip of his nose was filled with the fragrance of a woman, and the air that his hands touched seemed to become soft and smooth. All of this was enough to cause a person with a weak mind to instantly fall into depravity. The fire dragon that had drilled into his body roared angrily, as if it was impatient because it had not been able to fuse with the cold. Yang Kai's skin became red like a hot iron. His whole body was steaming hot, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Unyielding and perseverance were his greatest strengths. Even if the temptation in front of him was enough to move any man, as long as Su Yan did not nod her head, he would not do anything. The fire dragon roared, as if it was interrogating and urging him. Yang Kai's resistance had angered it greatly. As this roar entered his soul, Yang Kai's consciousness began to fade bit by bit, his eyes turning red like a bull in heat. His heartbeat reached an unprecedented rate, like the beating of a war drum, powerful and clear. Every time he breathed, a wave of heat would roll up his body. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to embrace Su Yan in front of him and use her coldness to dissolve his own heat. This was not his desire for her, but rather the attraction of her coldness to his own heat. This kind of attraction was stronger than any kind of aphrodisiac in the world. Yang Kai was like this, and so was Su Yan. Under the interference of their respective energies, the two of them were slowly losing their minds. Just as his consciousness was about to disappear, Yang Kai quickly released the unyielding will he had been suppressing for a long time. Unyielding will, not yielding to any kind of pressure, was also a kind of pride. A warmth seeped out of his bones, and his divine sense, which was about to disappear, suddenly recovered a lot. At this moment, he heard a moan that caused his mind to ripple. It was coming from Su Yan's throat, and when this sound entered his ears, he almost lost himself again. Hurriedly opening his eyes, he saw Su Yan's pale face with an alluring blush, her teeth biting her ruby-red lips, her long eyelashes trembling, and her body convulsing. The air was filled with an indescribable fragrance, one that was even more intoxicating than Su Yan's body fragrance. Su Yan, Su Yan! Yang Kai's voice thundered as he shouted at her twice. Su Yan's body trembled. Her fan-like long eyelashes trembled slightly. Opening her hazy eyes, she looked at Kai Yang and gritted her teeth. I can still do it. You also... Hold on a little longer. Yang Kai nodded slightly, closing his eyes and continuing to dissolve the tyrannical yuan qi in his body. Just like before, the violent heat attacked Yang Kai's body and mind again and again, making it impossible for him to think properly, leaving him with only his instinctive impulses. But at the most critical moment, the unyielding golden skeleton would always play a role, allowing Yang Kai to regain consciousness for a moment. Chapter 155. With the help of the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai resisted again and again, resisting again and again, but his meridians and flesh were still burning painfully. He didn't know how long he could last, but he was certain that if he continued like this for a long time, he would definitely be burned to death because the hot energy in his body was becoming more and more intense, to the point where he was faintly unable to bear it. Just thinking about it made him feel ridiculous. A person who cultivated the true Yang secret art could actually be burned to death by Yang attribute energy. This was a legend that no one would believe. Compared to Yang Kai, Su Yan's situation was even worse. If it weren't for Yang Kai waking her up every time her mind was clear, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. Even so, Su Yan's situation was getting worse and worse. Waking up again, before Kai Yang could even open his mouth to call out Su Yan's name, he was surprised to find that she had at some point moved half a foot in front of him, half knelt in front of him, breathing heavily, her eyes blurred. Zhang Zhong stretched out her hand to touch his cheek. It could be seen that her movements were involuntary. She was still struggling and resisting. The soft hand that touched him carried a dense chill. Even her fingernails were covered with a layer of snow-white frost. Her small hand was trembling violently. From time to time, her movements would pause, and a pained expression would appear on her face. Every time this happened, a faint moan would escape from her throat. "Su-yen!" Yang Kai called out as usual, but his voice was much softer than before. He didn't know if this was his own doing or not, but he felt a little guilty and guilty. Even so, Su-Yan's beautiful eyes still regained some clarity. Seeing her own movements, she also saw the pity and tenderness in Yang Kai's eyes. "I don't think I can hold on." For the first time, Su-Yan was able to speak a complete sentence. Yang Kai looked at her and smiled, then reached out and grasped Su-Yan's hand. The moment the two touched, the fire dragon and ice phoenix in their bodies once again let out a dragon roar and phoenix cry, their bodies trembling as their divine senses quickly recovered. Looking at each other, Yang Kai didn't let go, and neither did Su-Yan, their 10 fingers intertwined. They both knew that once they let go of each other, they would continue to struggle in pain like before. A strange feeling welled up in their hearts, causing both of them to feel warm. "Won't you regret it?" Yang Kai asked with a light smile, holding Su-Yan's hand. Her small hand was cold, but very smooth and soft, giving him a comfortable feeling. Su-Yan's face blushed as she lowered her eyes and whispered, "We've already done our best." Su-Yan lightly pushed. With one hand, Yang Kai held Yang's hands. With the other hand, Yang's Yang. One body was as hot as fire, while the other was as cold as ice. They were tightly huddled together, but it was as if they had fused together. An indescribable feeling sublimated in their hearts. Although their divine senses had recovered, the abnormalities in their bodies were still the same as before, a sign of their expectations and needs for each other. "Su-Yen!" Yang Kai whispered, his voice trembling slightly. After all, this was the first time he had experienced such a thing, so he didn't know what to do. Su-Yen didn't speak, simply burying her head in Yang Kai's shoulder. The two remained in a daze for a long time before Yang Kai stretched out an arm, wrapped it around her neck, and slowly lowered her. Lying down, Su-Yen closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling, her expression extremely nervous, her hands tightly clenched together on her lower abdomen. "Don't be nervous." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her like this, he felt a lot more relaxed. As he spoke, he took a deep breath and pressed his lips against Su-Yan's. As their lips met, Su-Yan's body suddenly straightened. Yang Kai gently patted her hand, conveying his comfort. After a while, she gradually relaxed. Yang Kai then pried open her mouth and began teasing her. An uncontrollable whimper echoed in the hall, and Su-Yen finally stretched out her hands, wrapping them around Yang Kai's neck, responding fiercely. At this moment, she had completely subverted the pure and innocent image in Yang Kai's mind. Her thirst for heat had made it impossible for her to maintain her natural instincts. Her clothes were undone layer by layer before being casually tossed aside by Yang Kai, the two of them in a state of chaos. When the last piece of clothing was removed, Su-Yan's face was red to the point of turning purple, one hand covering her chest and the other covering her lower abdomen, trembling once again. Yang Kai's eyes blazed as he stared at her, secretly praising the generosity and benevolence of the Creator. Su-Yen seemed to have gathered the best of the best in the world, perfect without the slightest flaw. Every inch of her skin exuded an attractive luster like porcelain. The jade peaks that were being protected by her hands were neither too big nor too small, just right. Her flat lower abdomen didn't have a trace of excess flesh, smooth and tender like the most exquisite silk, making one unable to part with it. At this very moment, her body was suffused with a strange red light that was surging with amorous feelings. Yang Kai reached out and removed the arm that was covering her chest. Su-Yen resisted slightly before accepting her fate, but her eyelashes trembled even more violently. Although the whole process was short, it gave Yang Kai a kind of sacrilege. If he hadn't obtained the dual cultivation inheritance with her this time, how could he have had the opportunity to get close to such a noble and arrogant woman? But now, not only could he get close to her, he could even possess her. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai could no longer suppress his emotions. A beast-like roar came from his throat as he hugged Su Yan's body, sitting up and placing her on his lap. "Bear with it. I heard it's a little painful." Yang Kai didn't forget to remind her. Su Yan nodded slightly, not daring to open her eyes from beginning to end. Under the guidance of Yang Kai, her body slowly fell. Her body felt like it was being slowly pierced by a long spear, and a numbing feeling instantly spread throughout her body. Su Yan's footing became unstable, and she directly sat down. This time, Su Yan cried out in pain, but she immediately clenched her teeth and held back. She wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck, her body convulsing and trembling as 2 drops of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. At this moment, she couldn't wait to beat Yang Kai up. What did he mean by a little painful? It was clearly a heart-wrenching pain. She didn't move, and Yang Kai didn't dare to either, so the 2 of them maintained this posture. After a long time, the pain gradually faded, replaced by a strange emptiness in her body. This was an unprecedented feeling, one that made her want to twist her body, but she was too embarrassed to do so. Circulate the joyous unification art. Yang Kai's faint voice entered Su Yan's ears, causing her to panic and quickly open her eyes to look at him. She found that although the man in front of her had a beastly look in his eyes, there was still a trace of calmness, mixed with a lot of heartache and pity. She couldn't help feeling relieved. Su Yan nodded slightly and together with Yang Kai circulated the dual cultivation method they had just obtained. As soon as the secret art was circulated, Yang Kai and Su Yan both involuntarily let out a groan. The roaring fire dragon and the impatient ice phoenix in their bodies suddenly calmed down at this moment, causing the exhaustion in their bodies and minds to disappear in an instant, replaced by a comfortable feeling. The 2 of them were closely joined together, and the vigorous yuan qi flowed back and forth between their bodies, blending with each other. Although their posture was intimate, the expressions on their faces were solemn at this moment, as they carefully guided the yuan qi without the slightest thought. Through the union of their bodies, Yang Kai could clearly feel Su Yan's strength. The amount of ice qi in her body was more than 100 times more than what was stored in his meridians. Compared to her, he was like a toddler learning how to walk, so fragile that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Su Yan must have noticed this, so when she circulated the secret art, she didn't dare to move too quickly, letting Yang Kai's will take the lead, for fear that he wouldn't be able to handle it. The circulation of the secret art not only allowed the 2 of them to feel the condition of each other's bodies, but also allowed their spirits to merge. The original feeling of unfamiliarity disappeared in an instant, and both of them felt like the other was the most important person in their lives. This feeling was very natural, without the slightest abrupt. After circulating one cycle after another, the fire dragon in Yang Kai's body and the ice phoenix in Su Yan's body gradually disappeared. The 2 huge energies didn't remain in their meridians, nor did they enter the dantian. No one knew where they had gone. Their purpose seemed to be to force Yang Kai and Su Yan to cultivate the yin-yang joyous unification art. At this moment, the 2 of them were already cultivating, so they had completed their respective missions. However, Yang Kai felt that they shouldn't disappear. He just didn't know where they were hiding. The joyous unification art continued to circulate, and Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi and Su Yan's ice-cold Qi replaced the fire dragon and ice phoenix, flowing and fusing in their meridians. However, because the difference in strength between the 2 of them was too great, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi couldn't cause any waves after it entered Su Yan's body. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. This discovery made Yang Kai feel a little embarrassed. Take your time, don't worry. Su Yan's gentle voice sounded in his mind. She seemed to understand Yang Kai's thoughts and comforted him. Yang Kai didn't say anything and directly ignited the 10 drops of yang liquid in the dantian. The true yang yuan qi in his meridians suddenly surged and rushed into Su Yan's body. Ah! Su Yan couldn't help but cry out in alarm. She didn't know how Yang Kai could suddenly erupt with such a huge amount of yuan qi. With his initial element boundary 8 stage, it was impossible for him to have so much energy. Just as she cried out in surprise, another energy, not inferior to the previous, one poured into her body. Then another one. With the eruption of 30 drops of yang liquid, Yang Kai's meridians had reached their limit. Bursts of soreness and pain came. He was afraid that if there was a little more, his meridians would burst. If it weren't for the joyous unification art, Yang Kai wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. Each drop of yang liquid was the crystallization of his yuan qi. If one were to explode, it would fill up his meridians. Normally, if 3 drops of yang liquid were to explode at the same time, there would be problems with his meridians. But now, all the yuan qi was coexisting in his and Su Yan's body. With her strength, she could naturally withstand the influx of 30 drops of yang liquid. Chapter 156. Opening her eyes, she saw Yang Kai smiling proudly at her. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed as she lowered her head and gently bit his shoulder. It tickles, Yang Kai said as he shook his shoulder. I found that you have a secret. Su Yan smiled. Has anyone ever told you that your smile can make the heavens and earth lose their color? Yang Kai looked at her with a dazed expression. Su Yan's face reddened as she reached out and tucked a few strands of hair behind her head, whispering, From now on I will only smile for one person. Yang Kai felt that this happiness was heavy. Cultivate first. Yang Kai calmed himself down and said. Su Yan nodded slightly. The 30 drops of yang liquid were quickly swallowed up by Su Yan's ice attribute qi, and when they returned to Yang Kai's body, they were directly absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. This discovery made Yang Kai happy. Yang liquid was very important to him, but the unyielding golden skeleton was no less important. This kind of transformation between yuan qi and energy was something that Yang Kai was happy to see. Just like before, Yang Kai once again exploded 30 drops of yang liquid, but the swelling sensation he was supposed to feel didn't appear. Frowning, Yang Kai once again exploded 5 drops of yang liquid, and the familiar swelling and soreness began to spread. After cultivating for a while, his meridians had become much wider. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for such an effect to occur. The joyous unification art, dual cultivation secret art, is really powerful. Waiting until the energy from these 35 drops of yang liquid had been absorbed by Su Yan and returned to her own body, where it was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton, Kai Yang's body slightly shook. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept up within the hall, blowing up the 2 people's clothes that were scattered on the floor. An invisible aura suddenly erupted with Kai Yang as the center, and visible to the naked eye. Ripples of energy spread out in all directions. After a long time, this abnormality gradually subsided. Another breakthrough. Initial element boundary, 9th stage. It had been less than a day since his last breakthrough. Su Yan also noticed this, and her pretty face filled with joy at being able to rejoice with Yang Kai. Yang Kai was calm, but there was a faint expectation in his heart. He wondered if he would be able to break through to the qi transformation stage with this dual cultivation. He pondered for a moment. Yang Kai found himself in a bit of trouble. He had spent 65 drops of yang liquid just to break through a minor realm, and this was the yuan qi energy he obtained from dual cultivation with Su Yan. Compared to pure yang liquid, it was much more precious and pure. Even if he used up all of the remaining yang liquid in the dantian, it would not be enough for him to break through to the qi transforming stage. But no matter what, he had to do his best this time. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai exploded another 50 drops of yang liquid. As the secret art circulated, it was sent into Su Yan's body. Su Yan's heart trembled. When Yang Kai's body first erupted with a huge amount of true Yang Yuan Qi, she was already extremely shocked. When the second eruption occurred, she was somewhat numb. This was the third eruption of terrifying energy. It made her unable to calm down again. Where did he get so much Yuan Qi? Although she had doubts in her heart, Su Yan did not ask. She only felt a faint sense of relief in her heart, because this was the man she had intimate contact with. If there were no accidents, she might spend the rest of her life with this man. The stronger he was, the happier Su Yan would be. After a full 3 days, Yang Kai and Su Yan finally finished their first dual cultivation journey. 3 days was long enough, but when the two of them became one, only a brief moment had passed during the fusion of their divine souls. 3 days later, the two of them both woke up. Su Yan could clearly feel that after this dual cultivation, the ice chi in her body had become purer and purer, more than a grade higher than before. This discovery, it diluted the regret she had for losing her virginity. Looking at each other, Yang Kai's face was full of smiles. Su Yan blushed. When she was immersed in cultivation, she did not feel anything. But now, she was ashamed of herself. She was sitting on Yang Kai in a very embarrassing position, her hands wrapped around his neck. The two of them were naked, facing each other, and were even closer together. A hot and hard feeling filled her lower abdomen, filling her body and mind. Su Yan could even feel a rhythmic beat coming from there. Every beat made her heart feel numb, and her whole body went limp, as if she was struck by lightning, unable to summon the slightest bit of strength. She had never thought that she would one day stay in this position with a man for 3 days without moving. She had thought that after cultivating the ice heart secret art, her body and mind would be frozen, and she would be alone for the rest of her life. But now, because of an inheritance, a dual cultivation method, she had an inseparable connection with a man she was not very familiar with. She could not describe what kind of feeling it was. There was a sense of loss, but also a sense of joy and happiness. Plucking up the courage to look at Yang Kai, Su Yan's eyes were full of gentleness. Su Yan! Yang Kai's fiery eyes were full of aggression as he stared at Su Yan's icy face. The dual cultivation method had ended, and the fire dragon and ice phoenix had disappeared long ago, but Yang Kai still felt an irresistible temptation destroying his mind. The impact was like a tide, and the touch of warmth was like a wave, wanting to engulf him. Su Yan pursed her red lips tightly, her hands cupping Yang Kai's cheeks as she lowered her head, gently touching their foreheads together. "Don't!" Su Yan's voice was filled with struggle and trembling. Because of the connection between their bodies, she could easily pry into Kai Yang's thoughts. At this time, refusing him required a great deal of determination. "I'll help you break through first." As soon as her voice fell, a surge of Yuan Qi flowed from Su Yan directly into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's mind focused as he hurriedly held his breath, restraining the fire and madness in his eyes. He quickly circulated his secret art and received the energy from Su Yan. Yang Kai didn't refuse, although doing so wasn't good for Su Yan and might cause her strength to drop slightly. Yang Kai could feel her sincerity. The Yuan Qi in his meridians was already full, and with the impact of Su Yan's energy, it was even more swollen. A soreness spread over, but Su Yan did not stop. She could sense where Yang Kai's limit was, so naturally, she would not let her actions hurt him. The Yuan Qi in her body gradually became more violent, forming a wind around the two of them. After a while, when Yang Kai's limit was reached, Su Yan did not dare to send in any more Yuan Qi. "Continue." Yang Kai closed his eyes and said in a muffled voice, "But continue." Su Yan gritted her teeth and obeyed Yang Kai's wishes, once again pouring in her own Yuan Qi. The two of them had cultivated the joyous unification art, so the yuan qi in their bodies would not be lost during the exchange. This was an advantage that no one could compare to. After a long time, the yuan qi from Yang Kai's body became more and more violent, and the pain in his meridians was very intense, but Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He allowed his body to tremble and sweat, but he still did not make a sound. "Don't stop!" Yang Kai roared. Su Yan's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. She did not dare to send yuan qi into Yang Kai's body anymore. She was afraid that he would not be able to take it and damage his foundation, but she could feel Yang Kai's willpower. It was a willpower that wanted to become stronger. Because of his willpower to become stronger. If it was before today, perhaps Yang Kai would not be so anxious, but now that the two of them had a physical relationship, and the gap between their strength was so big, how could Yang Kai be satisfied with the current situation? Men have always wanted to protect women. If he wanted to protect Su Yan, he had to become stronger than her. These were Kai Yang's thoughts, and Su Yan had also seen this, causing her heart to stir. After struggling for a long time, Su Yan continued to pour in yuan qi. The yuan qi continued to fluctuate fiercely, gradually becoming more and more violent, like an unruly person. It did not want to be bound by Yang Kai. It was desperately struggling to break away from Yang Kai's meridians and regain its freedom. Su Yan stopped. She knew that Yang Kai was at the point of breaking through. When a cultivator's yuan qi showed this situation, it was a sign that they were about to break through to the qi transformation stage. At this moment, Yang Kai's painful expression disappeared. The soreness in his meridians also disappeared. The continuous pouring of large amounts of yuan qi did not cause any damage to him. Instead, his meridians became wider and tougher, enough to accommodate the yuan qi. The shackles of heaven and earth were within reach. This layer of shackles was the power of heaven and earth that prevented Yang Kai from breaking through, just like the last time when he broke through to the initial element stage. Once he broke through this layer of shackles, he would be able to break through to the qi transformation stage. Yang Kai carefully sensed it, his mind immersed in his comprehension. As he comprehended, his expression became calmer, but the yuan qi in his body became more and more restless. A surge of energy seeped out of his bones, causing Yang Kai to once again be filled with evil qi. Su Yan was secretly shocked, but did not dare to disturb him. After a long time, the evil qi retracted and disappeared. At this moment, the yuan qi in Yang Kai's body was extremely violent, but he slowly opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Qi transformation stage. With Su Yan's help, Yang Kai successfully broke through. Boom! A loud sound like a thunderbolt in a clear sky shook the entire heavens cave inheritance. The wind and clouds changed, and the energy in this strange space fiercely gathered in the main hall, and then poured into Yang Kai's body. This was a blessing that every cultivator would receive when they broke through a big realm. The power of heaven and earth would strengthen the cultivator's body, tempering the flesh and bones, making the cultivator's body stronger. As for how much benefit one could receive, it all depended on one's own efforts. The last time when Yang Kai broke through to the initial element stage, he also enjoyed it. But this time the power of heaven and earth poured into his body was much more powerful. When he opened his eyes, he saw Su Yan's worried gaze. Yang Kai smiled. "I have something for you." As he spoke, he immersed his mind and divided half of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew that had been stored in the unyielding golden skeleton and sent it into Su Yan's body. A cold feeling came, and Su Yan's face lit up. "What is this?" The 9 yin yuan condensing dew. It is said to be very useful for yuan qi cultivators. Yang Kai's hands wandered around Su Yan's smooth back, and his mouth said seriously, "You refine it, I'll temper my body." "Okay." Su Yan nodded meekly. Although refining the 9 yin yuan condensing Dew like this would definitely not be as effective as refining Xianing. It was still a heaven and earth spirit treasure and could more or less increase Su Yan's strength. As long as she could use 20% of its effect, it would be enough to make up for Su Yan's loss in helping Yang Kai. Chapter 157. It was another 3 days of boring cultivation. In fact, Yang Kai had already completed his own refinement 2 days ago. Half of the heaven and earth's power was used to refine his flesh and bones, making his body stronger enough to withstand the impact of Yuan Qi. The other half was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton, similar to last time. However, Su Yan was still refining the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, so Yang Kai did not dare to move. He could only endure and maintain this uncomfortable posture. 3 days later, Su Yan's eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with joy and excitement. Yang Kai's spirit was shaken, and his breathing became slightly heavier. He had been hungry and thirsty for many days, waiting for this moment. Their eyes met, and Su Yan said, "Thank you." When she opened her eyes, she knew that her body had undergone earth-shattering changes. With the refinement of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, not only did it make up for the loss of helping Yang Kai, but it also made the Yuan Qi in her body much purer. Coupled with the results of the dual cultivation, although her realm did not change, her true strength was at least 30% higher than before. The Yuan Qi spread throughout her body, and without the need to circulate, it would circulate endlessly. Every cell in her body was bathed in the Yuan Qi, bursting with unprecedented vitality. Her face was shrouded in a holy radiance, and she looked like a fairy from the 9th heaven. With this dual cultivation and the refinement of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, the traces left on her body by the passage of time over the past 20 years were completely healed. Every inch of her skin became like a newborn, snow white, crystal clear, delicate like jade. Between you and me, do you still need to thank me? Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded. In the past, Su Yan gave him a cold and noble feeling, but the current Su Yan made him involuntarily feel ashamed of his inferiority. This feeling would not disappear just because the two of them were close. Su Yan also smiled knowingly. This kind of telepathic connection made her feel very warm. There was no need for words between them. They could feel each other's thoughts. That's right. You just broke through to the Qi transforming stage. This stage is very special, Su Yan said with a serious expression. Before she could finish, Yang Kai interrupted her. With a strange expression, he asked, "Do you think that if we discuss the Qi transforming stage like this, isn't it a bit wrong?" Su Yan was stunned for a moment before her face flushed red. Yang Kai looked at her and smiled faintly. His waist, which had been stiff for many days, moved almost instinctively, causing Su Yan to let out a low moan. At this moment, she felt as if she had been thrown into the clouds, and before she could stabilize her body, she fell into a bottomless abyss. He had never experienced such ups and downs before. She couldn't control herself at all from the exhilarating pleasure that made it impossible for her to control herself. The young man and woman had never experienced the affairs of the world. Their bodies were extremely sensitive. Even the slightest movement could cause the two of them to feel an extremely strong stimulation. Aroused by her miserable cries, Yang Kai's movements became more and more unbridled. His big hands wandered around her full breasts, kneading and squeezing. He buried his head deeper into her two peaks. Heavy panting sounds could be heard as he gently and violently kissed Su Yan's skin. Su Yan's long hair scattered. Her perky buttocks were straight. She used both hands to tightly hold Yang Kai's head, pressing his head against her chest. Her slender legs wrapped around Yang Kai's waist. Unconsciously, she stiffly twisted her body, welcoming the waves of unbearable pleasure. After a long time, Su Yan suddenly nervously grasped Yang Kai's hair and said with difficulty, Wait, what's wrong?" Yang Kai looked up at her. his fierce movements gradually calming down. Su Yan could barely speak. She gasped for breath for a long time before calming down. Her whole body was flushed red, and her eyes were filled with lust. Biting her teeth, she asked curiously, "Just now, did I call out?" "No." Yang Kai quickly shook his head, a serious expression on his face. "You really didn't?" Su Yan asked worriedly. Just now her consciousness was in chaos, so she didn't know if she had called out or not. "You really didn't?" Yang Kai looked at her with incomparable sincerity. "You lied to me." Su Yan saw a trace of smugness and pride in Yang Kai's eyes. Feeling wronged, Yang Kai made a move and her consciousness immediately became chaotic again. Yang Kai hugged Su Yan with both hands, lifting her up and then turning her back to him. Originally, he wanted Su Yan to not maintain that uncomfortable position, but when Yang Kai saw her back, his expression suddenly became excited, his eyes becoming red. That night in Su Yan's small loft, although Yang Kai had seen her hazy back, she was wearing undergarments and the light was dim, so he couldn't see clearly. But this time, up close, not a single piece of skin on Su Yan's body could escape Yang Kai's eyes. This was a back that could steal the good fortune of heaven and earth. Soft and graceful curves spread down from her slender shoulders, first to her waist and abdomen, then to her buttocks, outlining a perky curve that could make one's blood boil. The transformation was so natural, it was enough to make any man who saw this scene go crazy. Not only that, at this moment, on Su Yan's smooth white back, as her skin trembled and flushed, there was a lifelike ice phoenix swimming around, sometimes resting on Su Yan's shoulder, sometimes landing on her perky buttocks, as if it was alive. This was the ice phoenix that had disappeared before. Feeling it slightly, Yang Kai seemed to feel that his back was a little hot. They were still there. It was just that they had turned into this special tattoo. After pausing for a moment, Yang Kai began to move again. The peach blossom spring was overflowing with mud, and a humid atmosphere filled the hall. The sounds of their bodies intertwined with Su Yan's slight gasps for breath, creating a sound that would make one's imagination run wild. The two gave and took as much as they wanted, like fish in water, not distinguishing between each other, inside the hall. The chaotic atmosphere seemed to have not dissipated yet. Yang Kai and Su Yan's clothes were neat and tidy. In front of them was an ice mirror that Su Yan had condensed with her yuan qi. Su Yan sat in front of the mirror, quietly looking at herself in the mirror. The girl in the mirror had tasted it for the first time, and her originally cold face still had an intoxicating blush. Yang Kai stood behind her, tidying up her messy hair. It was silent but very warm. After transforming from a young girl into a woman, Su Yan's face seemed to have gained a touch of coldness, the ice in her pair of beautiful eyes becoming even more intense than before. Only when she looked at Yang Kai would she do so. This kind of coldness would turn into gentleness. Taking a hairpin from Su Yan, Yang Kai inserted it into her hair. Unlike her usual girly appearance, Su Yan's hair was tied up behind her head, revealing her smooth white neck. This was a hairstyle that only women would have. "Beautiful," Yang Kai praised. "Do you like it?" Yang Kai answered as he stretched out his hands and placed them on Su Yan's shoulders. Although they had already had skin-to-skin contact when facing Su Yan, he still felt a faint sense of nervousness. This was the feeling that Su Yan gave him before, and he was afraid that it would not disappear in a short time. After testing for a while, Su Yan did not move, so Yang Kai slowly slid his hands down. In the mirror, Su Yan's mouth showed a reproachful smile. Just as Yang Kai's hands were about to reach the peak, she grabbed hold of his hands. "Su Yan." Yang Kai leaned over and kissed her earlobes. He found that this place of Su Yan's was very sensitive. It was a forbidden area, a place that could not be touched. "Don't!" Su Yan dodged in a panic. She knew that once she was kissed by Yang Kai, she would definitely become powerless again, so she hurriedly said, Let's talk business first. Business? Good. Yang Kai restrained his frivolous expression and sat down beside her. Su Yan used one hand to stroke the face of the man who had taken away her body, her eyes somewhat blurred. After staring at him for a long time, she asked, "How old are you this year?" Yang Kai sniffed, 20. His expression was somewhat unnatural. His eyes drifted, and after saying this, he added, "I'm not lying to you." Su Yan looked at him with a faint smile, not saying anything. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, his whole body uneasy. After a while, he helplessly whispered, 15, almost 16. I'm 20. I'm older than you. You have to listen to me in the future. I'll listen to you for small things, but listen to me for big things. Yang Kai grinned. Su Yan sighed deeply. Her expression was full of love and tolerance, her delicate jade-like hand stopping on Yang Kai's face. You're too young. It's not good for you to experience this so early. Age is not an issue. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at her, his eyebrows twitching as he meaningfully said, You've also experienced it. Su Yan blushed and glared at him. Don't tease me like this. No. Yang Kai helplessly said, You're thinking the wrong way. You're not allowed to always think about that kind of thing in the future. Yang Kai immediately hung his head dejectedly, as if his soul had left his body. Seeing him like this, Su Yan's cold heart suddenly softened, and she softly said, If you promise me that you won't think about that kind of thing and won't delay your cultivation, I'll come find you once a month. How about 5 times? Yang Kai began to bargain. Su Yan pretended to be cold as she looked at him, not saying anything. Then 4 times, 3 times. Okay, 2 times should be fine, right? Okay, once it is. Yang Kai agreed verbally, thinking that when the time comes, it won't be up to you. As long as I touch your delicate earlobe, won't you be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? It's not that I want to restrict you. I also know that dual cultivation is good for both of us. But your body is too weak. Wait until you grow a little bit. Then after a few years, I will definitely not ask you to do this. Su Yan's voice was very soft and gentle. Just endure for a few years, okay? Her serious tone was like a plea. Yang Kai nodded heavily. He also knew that Su Yan was doing this for his own good. These past few years in High Heaven Pavilion had been very difficult, causing his body to be somewhat thin. Su Yan probably misunderstood. Also, you've only just broken through to the Qi transformation stage. I know this. Yang Kai didn't let her continue. Su Yan looked at him and nodded. It's good that you know. This realm is very special. It is the same for every cultivator. You must treat it with caution. As she spoke, Su Yan fumbled around her neck. A moment later, she untied a jade pendant and put it around Yang Kai's neck. Chapter 158. Yang Kai looked down and found that the pendant was just a square piece of jade, but it was cool to the touch and had a calming effect. This is a piece of frigid ice jade essence. I've been wearing it since I was young. After so many years, it has absorbed a lot of my zhenyuan. Keep it with you. At a critical moment, it will be useful in suppressing your zhenyuan. Does this count as a token of love? Yang Kai looked at Su Yan and smiled. Su Yan's cheeks were red as she nodded gently. Hearing this, Yang Kai hurriedly searched his body, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find anything useful. The most valuable things he had were the Soul Breaker All and the Yin-Yang Monster Ginseng. He couldn't give the Soul Breaker All, it was too evil, and it contained the old demon's soul. Giving it to Su Yan would only harm her. The Yin-Yang Monster Ginseng was fine, but it was only a heaven and earth spirit treasure, so it didn't have the meaning of a token. He sniffed and said awkwardly, I'll give you one in the future. Su Yan smiled. The 9 Yin-Yuan condensing you gave me is enough. You're the best. Yang Kai said sincerely. Don't praise me. When you praise me, my heart starts beating so fast. Su Yan gasped for breath as she clutched her chest. After cultivating the joyous unification art, her ice heart technique had no effect on Yang Kai. It was as if he was her nemesis. Every word, every action, and every move he made affected her mind. Ha! Yang Kai laughed heartily. In this world, who could make a woman like Su Yan flustered? He was the only one. Life was like this. What more could he ask for? It could be said that if it wasn't for the opportunity in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, Yang Kai estimated that he and Su Yan wouldn't have much interaction in this life. There was no man in the entire Great Han dynasty who could match her. Even Yang Kai himself didn't think that he was worthy of Su Yan. This was not belittling himself, but Su Yan was too cold and noble. What do you plan to do after leaving here? Su Yan calmed down and asked another question. What do you mean? The road ahead. Su Yan was like a responsible parent, thinking about things that Yang Kai would never consider. And our relationship, I don't understand. Yang Kai frowned. Make it clear. Oh. Su Yan smiled sweetly. Let's put it this way. I have thought of two paths for you. The first is to publicize our relationship. With my status and identity in the sect, as long as our relationship is publicized, you will definitely be nurtured by the sect. You won't have to worry about contribution points anymore. In the future, you can easily obtain martial skills, medicinal pills, and secret treasures. Are you testing me? Yang Kai smiled at Su Yan. The latter shook his head slowly. I'm serious. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel moved. He could imagine what kind of uproar it would cause in the sect if his relationship with Su Yan was made public. He and Su Yan, one on earth, one in heaven, they were originally an impossible pair. If they really appeared in front of the world, Yang Kai would naturally be envied, and Su Yan's situation would definitely not be any better. Without even mentioning the obstruction of his elders, even his fellow brothers and sisters would definitely spurn Su Yan's choice. Yang Kai hadn't expected that Su Yan would be able to face the gossip of the world so calmly. You don't need to feel any psychological burden. I'm just creating the conditions for my man to cultivate. Yang Kai recovered and said seriously, This proposal is very tempting, but it's not suitable for me. Su Yan seemed to know he would say this, and looked at him indifferently, smiling lightly. Yang Kai clenched his hands and stared at his fists. I will rely on myself to fight for everything. Relying on you is not what I want. Su Yan smiled. Although I am a little sad to hear you say this, I am also very happy. Then you can only take the second path. Yang Kai smiled. Yes, I will grow as fast as possible. The second path was to rely on himself. I will wait for you to protect me. Su Yan said softly. It won't be long. Yang Kai picked up Su Yan's hand and kissed it. After a pause, he suddenly remembered something and raised his head. Su Yan, after leaving this place, I'm afraid you will be in trouble. Huh? Su Yan was puzzled. Yang Kai seriously analyzed. The disciples of the three sects came here for the inheritance. After killing the 9 monster beasts, we activated the array and revealed the inheritance. The disciples of the three sects have 700 to 800 people, all of whom have climbed the endless stairs and experienced the test of cold and heat. Your strength is the strongest among the disciples of the three sects, and you also practice a cold attribute, secret art. What do you think those people are thinking now? Su Yan was stunned. She was only thinking about Yang Kai and didn't think about what would happen to her. But after hearing Yang Kai's words, she suddenly realized, they will think that I have already obtained the inheritance. Yes, I think many people think so. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Su Yan smiled confidently. They can think whatever they want. Even if I didn't obtain the inheritance, I don't have to explain anything to them. It's best not to admit it. Don't admit it to anyone. This is a serious matter. I think the appearance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance will not only involve the three sects nearby. Hearing this, Su Yan became serious. She could ignore the experts of the three sects nearby, but she couldn't ignore the experts of the Dark Han dynasty. Once someone set their eyes on the inheritor, Su Yan would only be in trouble. She nodded heavily. I understand. She was relieved that the three sects would focus all their attention on her. This way, Yang Kai wouldn't be suspected. Everyone thought that the inheritance would only be obtained by one person, but they didn't expect that the inheritance would be shared by two people. She looked at Yang Kai with some admiration. You are thinking too far ahead. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. It's just that I'm used to seeing how those great forces act like a rare commodity and their methods of winning over others. Su Yan looked at him in a daze. His words were said with a sense of vicissitudes. She suddenly felt that this junior brother was a person with a lot of secrets. I'll tell you next time. Yang Kai patted Su Yan's hand. Yes, it's fine even if you don't tell me. Su Yan nodded. All right, let's go. There's nothing else here. Yang Kai stood up. This hall was very spacious. Other than the huge energy ball from before, there was nothing else. After the two of them obtained the inheritance, a light screen appeared. It should be able to teleport them out. Holding Su Yan's hand, Yang Kai plunged into the light screen. When the two figures disappeared from the hall, the Heaven's Cave inheritance suddenly emitted a cracking sound. It was like a mirror falling to the ground and smashing into pieces. Immediately, a crisscrossing crack appeared in the chaotic world. The disciples of the three sects who were still in the Heaven's Cave inheritance were scared out of their wits. They didn't know what was going on. Just as they were at a loss, an unknown energy wrapped around them and slowly floated into the sky. Since the opening of the Heaven's Cave inheritance, the experts of the three sects had been stationed here, anxiously waiting. Now, almost a month had passed. During this time, many disciples had come out of the Heaven's Cave inheritance, one after another. These people were either injured and couldn't hold on any longer, or exhausted and didn't want to stay in there any longer. From their words, the experts of the three sects more or less understood the situation inside. Especially when some disciples appeared in the past few days, the experts of the three sects became more and more anxious. This was because they had received news that the inheritance had appeared, but they didn't know who would obtain it in the end. Every sect was looking forward to their own rising stars, but they were also worried about their own gains and losses. High Heaven Pavilions Su Yan and Xia Hongqin, blood groups Hu Jiao Er and Long Jun, Stormhouse's Fang Ziki. These were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. There was also that crazy old man's female disciple, High Heaven Pavilion's Xia Ning Chong, who may also obtain the inheritance. However, that crazy old man was very carefree. After waiting for several days in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, he saw that his disciple hadn't come out, so he left alone. Until now, he hadn't appeared again. What an irresponsible master! The experts of the three sects silently criticized Meng Wuya. Because of the existence of the inheritance, there was a subtle hostility and competition between the experts of the three sects, especially the people of the blood group. These people criticized High Heaven Pavilions and Stormhouse's robberies, while cursing Meng Wuya's unreasonable behavior. If not for the latter's battle with the experts of the blood group, how could the existence of the Heaven's Cave inheritance be exposed so early? This was the wealth of the blood group But now, the other two sects had forcefully interfered. Although there were compensations, what was that little bit of compensation in front of the inheritance of a powerhouse? Damn it! These days, Hu Man cursed until his lips bled. He didn't dare to curse Meng Wuya, so he cursed Long Zaitian and Long Hui. If not for that little bastard provoking Meng Wuya, how could there be so many troubles now? Die, it's good that you died. If you didn't die early, your father, would have cut you into thousands of pieces. Long family is nothing. Not only did Hu Man not like the Long family, but the other experts of the blood group were also full of resentment because of this matter. Long Zaitian knew that he was in the wrong, and a month ago he was seriously injured by Meng Wuya. During this time, he didn't dare to show his face in the mining area, and only stayed in the blood group to heal. However, the death of his little grandson, how could this hatred be so easily resolved? Sooner or later, I will make you pay with your blood. Long Zai Tian, whose strength had dropped greatly, secretly hardened his heart. While the experts of the three sects were anxiously waiting, the light curtain of the Heaven's Cave inheritance suddenly trembled, as if a stone was thrown into a calm lake, creating layers of ripples. In the next moment, the light curtain collapsed like a bubble, directly disappearing, revealing the mineral vein below the big pit. Where are the people? Human suddenly became anxious. The entrance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance disappeared, but the disciples of the three sects did not appear. His two daughters were still inside. Where did they go? Not only was Human anxious, but the other experts were also anxious. The younger generation of elite disciples had all entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but now not a single one had appeared. While they were worried, not far away, there was a scream of pain. An elder of the Stormhouse's complexion changed, and he quickly rushed over. Chapter 159. When the elder returned, he was accompanied by a wounded disciple of Stormhouse. Under the questioning of Xiao Ruohan and the other experts of Stormhouse, the disciple narrated what had just happened. Not long after, the experts of Blood Group and High Heaven Pavilion also found some disciples of their respective sects nearby. The three parties confirmed and could not help but sigh in relief. They found that the disciples who had entered the Black Wind Forest had already come out, but they were scattered to various corners of the Black Wind Forest. Although they did not know why this happened, everyone felt that this should be the protection of the owner of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. As a result, no one knew who had obtained the inheritance. The experts of the three sects were busy, shuttling back and forth in the Black Wind Forest, looking for the disciples of their respective sects and properly arranging them. The attitude of the experts towards these disciples was very careful, cautious, and much more amiable than before, because they did not know whether these disciples, who were only at the initial element realm, would in the future grow up to be respected by the people of the world. Even the leader of the bloody battle gang, Human, who had the most violent temperament, was greeting each and every one of the returning disciples with a smile on his face. From arrogance to deference, he kept praising them, saying that they had done a good job and that they would be the pillars of the gang in the future. The disciples of the Blood Group almost collapsed. They did not know what the master of the Blood Group was thinking. But there were still many disciples who were moved to tears, on the spot shouting to express their loyalty, pledging to follow the master of the Blood Group, dedicating their lives to the Blood Group, willing to sacrifice their lives for the Blood Group. Human laughed even more heartily. For him, even if these disciples did not obtain the inheritance, they were still worthy of being roped in, because each of them had more or less obtained some benefits. The experts of Stormhouse and High Heaven Pavilion were naturally aware of this point. They despised Human's hypocrisy, but at the same time they had no choice but to put aside their pride and ask about the well-being of the returning disciples. The work of gathering the disciples continued for half a day. Many of them directly returned to their sects without being found by their elders. This made the situation of Yang Kai and Su Yan much better. Of course, Su Yan was destined to be suspected. This was something that no one could change. At this moment, Yang Kai and Su Yan, they were currently standing somewhere in Black Wind Mountain. After the two of them stepped through the door of light, they arrived here. Su Yan wasn't very familiar with this place, but Yang Kai had run around Black Wind Mountain quite a few times. He was much stronger than her. After searching for a long time, he finally found the right path. Black Plum Village is just 50 li away from here. Standing on a small hill, Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction and said to Su Yan, "Let's split up. We can't go back together." Su Yan hesitated for a moment before saying, since he was going to be suspected, he couldn't expose Yang Kai. "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. "You go back first. There must be a lot of people looking for you now. If you return late, it will only confirm their suspicions. Remember, no matter who asks, Do not admit that you have obtained the inheritance. I know. Take care of yourself. Come back as soon as possible, Su Yan exhorted before turning around to leave, but was pulled back by Yang Kai. What's wrong? Just as Su Yan's words left her mouth, a scorching hot breath rushed towards her and hugged her tightly, blocking her mouth. A whimpering sound could be heard. Su Yan softened once again. After a long time, Yang Kai laughed and let go of her. Remember what you said. Come find me once a month. Yang Kai said. Su Yan nodded gently. The two said goodbye, although they knew that they were in the same sect. But there was always a feeling of reluctance. After waiting for a long time, Su Yan stomped her feet and gritted her teeth. I'm going. As soon as her voice fell, she quickly left, leaving behind a pure white figure. Watching her disappear from sight, Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, leisurely walking in the direction of High Heaven Pavilion. Heaven's Cave Inheritance. Yang Kai felt that his biggest gain this time was not the inheritance, but Su Yan. A few hours later, Yang Kai slowly returned to High Heaven Pavilion. At this time, the pavilion's disciples and masters had already returned, but there were still some people returning, so Yang Kai didn't attract anyone's attention. However, he discovered a strange phenomenon. When he walked in the pavilion, those senior brothers and junior brothers he didn't know were all very polite to him. Although they didn't come over to greet him, they would still cup their fists from afar and greet him with a smile on their faces. Among them, there was even a High Heaven Pavilion deacon. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. Those who could return alive from Heaven's Cave Inheritance may have a promising future. So how could they ignore him like before? If they greeted him now, they could become friends in the future. Returning to the small wooden house, before Yang Kai had time to organize his thoughts, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Just as he was thinking about who had come, Sassafras's face appeared. Seeing Yang Kai, Sassafras couldn't help but feel relieved. Brother Yang, you also returned safely. Yang Kai felt a burst of warmth in his heart, got up and said, Junior brother, come in and sit. No need, I just came to see if you were okay. Saying so, Sassafras showed a sly smile. I still have to go back and cultivate, ha ha ha. With a long laugh, Sassafras disappeared. Yang Kai was stunned, suddenly remembering that he didn't see Sassafras at the endless stairs. Where did he go at that time? The Beast Soul Cloud opening array made such a big commotion. It was impossible for him not to see it, unless he had something else to do at that time. Thinking about how proud Sassafras was just now, Yang Kai couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who received the inheritance. Sassafras, this kid, was pretty lucky. Sassafras left, and before Yang Kai could sit down, footsteps came from outside the door again. But this time the footsteps were very light and it sounded like a woman's. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and just as he was hesitating, a green figure flashed through the door. Little senior sister? Yang Kai saw the person's face clearly, and a smile appeared on his face. His wooden house was quite lively today. Sassafras was here, so was Xia Ning Chang, and Yang Kai didn't see her in the Cave of Inheritance. Speaking of which, ever since he came back from the Nining Valley, she hadn't looked for him. Junior brother. Xia Ning Chang saw Yang Kai, and just like Sassafras, she sighed in relief. She didn't stand on ceremony and directly walked in. You're back. Yes, I just came back. Yang Kai nodded. I heard that you also entered the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, but I couldn't find you. Xia Ning Chang was still as shy as usual, and after a few sentences, her ears turned red. I saw you enter that day. Treasure Meng was so majestic. Yang Kai recalled Meng Wuya's domineering and arrogant attitude that day and felt a little strange. Yes, Master let me in. Oh, right, I found some yang inflammation stones there, and I made some pills for you. Xia Ning Chang took out a bottle and handed it over. You need this for your cultivation technique, right? Yang Kai smiled and reached out to take it. Thank you. Xia Ning Chang lightly shook her head. No need. Do you want to sit down and rest for a while? No, I just came to take a look. Xia Ning Chang hurriedly waved her hand. She really didn't dare to stay with a man and a woman alone. I'm leaving you, rest well. Okay. Yang Kai didn't urge her to stay. You rest well too. Don't tire yourself out. Xia Ning Chang pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes filled with satisfaction. She turned around, and when she reached the door, she paused, as if she wanted to turn around and ask something. But after hesitating for a long time, she still couldn't muster up the courage to leave. What happened in the Nainin Valley last time was still vivid in her mind. Xia Ning Chang could often recall that deep and mesmerizing kiss in her dreams at night. Every time she recalled it, it was as if a lively deer was in her heart, and she couldn't calm down for a long time, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. It was that kiss that left a bloody figure in her heart forever. The feelings in her heart made her even more shy and flustered in front of Yang Kai, but she didn't dare to point it out. Watching Xia Ning Chang leave, Yang Kai held the bottle in his hand, his heart filled with warmth. The night passed silently. On the first night of returning to Sky Tower, Yang Kai didn't do anything but sleep peacefully. The next day, he went to Black Wind Trade to purchase some 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flowers and dead Jedi tree grass. He wanted to buy them the last time he came, but the appearance of Heaven's Cave Inheritance in the end disrupted his plans. After the matter of the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, the Black Wind Trade Market didn't become much quieter. Instead, it became even more lively. The disciples of the 3 sects were all competing to discuss the various fortuitous encounters and opportunities in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, as well as the 9 powerful demonic beasts and the final endless staircase. Most people didn't have the chance to enter Heaven's Cave Inheritance, so naturally they were listening with great interest. Su Yen didn't stay in Black Wind Trade. She was currently in the limelight, so it wasn't suitable for her to leave Sky Tower. Everyone's eyes were focused on her, wanting to know if she had obtained the true inheritance. Yang Kai bought the herbs and tools he needed, and directly left Black Wind Trade. Returning to Sky Tower, Yang Kai went to the Coiling Dragon Stream. The 3 Suns fruit tree, where he usually meditated, was still swaying in the wind. Maybe in a few years it would bloom again, but that was destined to be a distant matter. Yang Kai rubbed his hands. He wanted to do something he had always wanted to do, but at that time his strength was too low, so it wasn't convenient for him to do it. Now that he had reached the Qi transforming stage, he finally had some capital. Finding a huge rock nearby, he tied it with the rope he bought. Using the rope, Yang Kai slowly descended to the bottom of the Coiling Dragon Stream. He didn't know what kind of treasure was at the bottom of the Coiling Dragon Stream, but it allowed Yang Kai to absorb Yang Qi to cultivate. But no matter what kind of treasure it was, the deeper he went, the stronger the Yang Qi would become. Yang Kai didn't have a big appetite. He didn't want to go deep into the Coiling Dragon Stream to find the treasure. After all, the 11th Elder had sternly warned him not to go too deep, because even he would be in danger. That mysterious 11th Elder was at least an immortal ascension boundary master. The danger, he felt, was enough to consign Yang Kai to eternal damnation and shatter his bones.